in a quiet corner of England, something big is about to begin. It's not just a game, it's a battle of speed, strategy, and skill. They've trained, they've waited, and now they've arrived. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025 in association with PickleB. The buzz starts now. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025, coming to you live from the United Kingdom in association with PickleB. Let the games begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here at the 2026 Basingstoke series of events from PickleB, and we are straight underway here. I'm Tim Spurway, and we are absolutely delighted to be back and bringing you action from 9 events this year, all based in the Hampshire Court Hotel here. And to get us underway in this ladies 4.5 plus division, an absolutely blockbuster lineup. You can see out on court on the lower side of your screen, Lauren Gosling partnering Jess Anderson. And they are up against Chanel Lowe and Marcia Audebert. And talk about a blockbuster start here. 4 PPL players out on court to get us underway here, Saturday's play. So today we are looking at the ladies doubles 4.5 plus first, followed by the men's doubles 4.5 plus. And we just got one group of ladies, but it's a big group and some big names. So 8 teams in total playing in this group, and it will be back to back here on the show court. Oh, and that one just going wide there from Audebert. So Gosling and Anderson, a strong start, taking a 3-0 lead. Make that 4-0. So Audebert, a late replacement for Dia Katecha, who unfortunately got injured a couple of days ago, I believe. But what a replacement. Audebert, one of the top over 50 pluses in the country, and that is an early ATP there from Lauren Gosling, and she's feeling it early on here. Oh, and Lowe and Audebert just struggling to get a foothold in this match, and that's a volley into the net there from Chanel Lowe, and what a super start from Anderson and Gosling. They will be absolutely delighted. An early start here, 8:20 matches begin. And we do have a lot of matches, so we'll be showing you 7 from the group stages on this show court, back to back. So some of the names: Alice McCormack, Tracy Matthews, Heidi Gerard and Maisie Wise, Nia Rogers, Emma Rickson, Tara Jones, Helen Kenner, Alison Pringle and Michaela Vitkova, Emily Jelly and Linda Randall are all joining these 2 pairs in this division. So I wouldn't want to put any bets on this because it is an incredibly strong field in depth, but also incredibly strong is that overhead from Lauren Gosling. And she is on a mission, it looks like, to win her opening game, or her and Jess's opening game, as quickly as possible. That's a lovely dink from Jess Anderson. And another great get from Lauren Gosling down low, that volley and just over the top of the net, and Lowe and Odeberg finding it hard going here. And this is a bit of a shock to see this kind of scoreline, and Gosling here, what power, that is absolutely relentless. I mean, what can you do against that? Of course, Lewis Oak here sat next to me doing the score. He's shaking his head. And that one, I believe, just dropped long, potentially. So Chanel Lowe just calling that out. So it is 0-9-2. And a bit of a disagreement. On whether this was in or out. I couldn't see it myself, and as commentators we don't generally get involved, so a long discussion at the net here. So 9-0-2, they agreed that it was out, and a miss drop from Gosling. So a chance here for Odeberg and Lowe, and they will want to make headway. As we know, in these PickleB events, every point matters. The group stages, first to 11, 1 point ahead, but that is such a assured finish there from Jess Anderson as well on the backhand side, winding up, and they are not giving Lowe or Odeberg an inch. Nice drop there from Lowe. Staying in the rally nicely. Oh, and a miss hit, and that does bring up their first point. So Lowe and Odeberg will be delighted to get a point on the board. No pickle coming their way, and they worked hard for that point after some lovely drops from Chanel Lowe. But no dice on that one, and an opportunity here for Gosling and Anderson to turn this commanding lead into victory. Oh boy. And some serious power off the paddle of Lauren Gosling. I mean, when she winds up, that ball ain't coming back, and that does bring up game points early doors. Miscommunication, but they've recovered, and Lowe gets it back as well. fighting to stay in this match. And they win that point. So 10-1-2. Such good defence from Gosling. And now up at the net. Oh, and Lauren Gosling, that is just poetry in motion. I mean, she found herself in an almost impossible situation there, threw up a couple of lobs. But Lauren Gosling is never out of a point and scrambling to get back, hitting a lovely reset. And then just bumping that ball away at the first opportunity. And that was a very, very impressive performance from Gosling and Anderson. An early indicator there that they are here to play and they are here for some gold medal action. I'm sure they'll be hoping for that. So a very impressive first match from them, and there will be more opportunities from Lowe and Odebear, no doubt. I think it's always difficult in that first game. Cold conditions here in Basingstoke as well. So I don't think we saw the absolute best that we normally see from Odebear and Lowe there, but a very, very strong display. So we'll be back after a short break. And we'll be showing you more action from this 4.5 plus ladies division. So join us then.
Ooh, let's go. Wait. Hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had this, I got that confidence. Come on now.
And we're back again, and we get to take another look at the Gosling-Anderson combo in what was an incredibly impressive performance in that first game. And they'll be playing Alice McCormack and Tracy Matthews. So an early side out here. So we will be having a series of guest commentators throughout the course of this weekend. These PickleB events now being held over 3 days this year. So we had some of the 50 plus players out in force yesterday alongside the singles, and a team event as well. And we have a gold medalist indeed in the commentary booth, or doing the scores rather, in Lewis Oak, who won the gold in singles yesterday, beating Harry Feast, and that's a really, really impressive win for Lewis Oak. I remember speaking to him a few days beforehand. He said he didn't stand a chance against Harry Feast. Harry Feast having got the better of him a few times before, but really impressive win, and a gold medal, and got more action later on from him. And McCormack and Matthews serving, and a first point on the board, and a good serve there from Tracy Matthews. And one thing I have noticed over this last year or so is the power that Tracy Matthews has added to that serve, taking a few more chances with it than she used to. But as you know, you add more power to something and it can go wrong, as we saw there. But good pressure there. Yeah, nice drive there from Lauren Gosling. Down low. The trophy's Tracy Matthews' forehand. Already this second game being a bit tighter. I think probably both teams, having played a game going into this, they'll feel a little bit more comfortable with the conditions here. But what a overhead there from Jess Anderson. And tagged, and that forehand put away from Lauren Gosling is turning into quite a fearsome weapon. You feel that when she gets into that position, the opponents have such a small chance of getting the ball back, and they are finding themselves picking up some more momentum here. 5-1. And a bit of relief from that pressure from a missed serve. Good finish. Very, very good finish from Alice McCormack. And 1-5-1. Can they pull some points back here and stop this real freight train of Gosling and Anderson? do it on the second serve. And find a second point. Bam. And that one almost got Simon Farr there, who was walking back over to the comms booth here. Almost got tagged by a Lauren Gosling overhead. Almost one for the highlight reel. Good pressure here from Matthews and McCormack, but finding their way back, but that pressure continued and earning that point nicely. What a lovely touch from Lauren Gosling there. And that one just was out, so Gosling and Anderson make it to the change of ends, 6-2 up, and continuing their good run of form here after that very strong victory in the first game, and putting a marker down as the ones to beat in this division. And one thing they will need to almost eliminate McCormack and Matthews are those errors, those kind of errors. And a big double-handed backhand there from Anderson just goes long, so 2-7-1. And Tracy Matthews getting there, but the ball very low, trying to speed that one up, catch them off guard, but it's a good recovery there from Matthews. Nice pressure, very good point there. 3-7-2. This one could have a lot more twists and turns. Never rule out the partnership of Matthews and McCormack, seasoned players here. Nice forehand there from McCormack, and back to Gosling to serve. Another point on the board, and we're hoping to have Andrew Parker join us a bit later in the commentary booth. Always provides some real excellent insight into the strategy of pickleball. And we look forward to seeing him, hoping as well to have a little bit of time with Nick Mays. Nick Mays, the stats man. out as the men are playing this afternoon. They won't be here for a little while. So we are at match point here, and Gosling and Anderson again looking incredibly strong. And that one goes long. And frustration from McCormack. I thought then she was just wandering off court in frustration, but no, she thought the match was carrying on. Unfortunately not. It is an 11-3 victory for Gosling and Anderson. And it wouldn't surprise me if most of the teams find it tough going against Anderson and Gosling. The way they've been playing so far is really something to behold. Early favourites, I think, putting down this statement with 2 big wins against 2 seasoned players. So next up, we are watching McCormack and Matthews again, and they'll be playing Heidi Gerard and Maisie Wise. So we'll be back after this short break.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
So the game between Maisie Wise and Heidi Gerard taking a little bit longer than we were anticipating. So Tracy Matthews and Alice McCormack taking the opportunity for an extended warm-up, and happy to welcome Simon Farr. Welcome, Simon.
Good morning, Tim Spearway, or should I call you Mr. Southwest Regional Director Spearway. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Hampshire Court Hotel, where we're pleased to say it's dry, but a slight chilly vibe to the room. Hopefully that's going to warm up as the day goes on. And we are still waiting for Maisie Wise to finish her game. So we will try and fill as the best we can. There's only so much you can commentate on people warming up, Tim.
Oh, I can talk forever, Simon, if I need to.
We're well aware of that, Tim. It's more about what the viewers want.
So, 9 events this year, Simon, in the Basingstoke, or in Basingstoke, in the Hampshire Court Hotel. And this fantastic venue, and this is always a very popular venue for PickleB, isn't it?
Yeah, we've made this our home for 2026, purely for that reason, is that it's quite centrally located for the PickleB team, yourself included, Tim. I noticed you were very scarce at Nottingham. It's a long way to come from Exeter to Nottingham, isn't it? But yeah, so I digress, is that this is our home for 26 bar one event, which is the English Open warm-up event, which will be in Abingdon. But we're here for 9 other events, and the hotel, the courts, and the location makes it a very popular venue.
Yeah, the players love it here. Always get good, strong turnouts. Very strong players turn up. But we do have action here on the show court, so Wise and Gerard have made their way over, so the action will get underway very shortly. So just to give you a little update on how things are going in this division so far. As we saw Lauren Gosling and Jess Anderson taking 2 victories in their opening games, very strong victories. Alice McCormack and Tracy Matthews won their opening game against Emily Jelly and Linda Randall. And they read it comprehensively, 11-2 in... yeah, very strong performance in that opening game. So Maisie Wise and Heidi Gerard were sat out for the first game and just finishing that last game. So we can't say exactly how they've done in this division so far. Each team playing 7 matches, of course, 8 teams in each division. And so lots of time. If you do get a bit of a bad result, then that's not the end of the world. You can make your way back. I imagine it will be top 4 to qualify. And good power from Maisie Wise, but the follow-up from Heidi Gerard just goes into the net. So looking very sharp as always, Maisie Wise and Heidi Gerard matching tops. And that is a missed return there from Alice McCormack. So 1-2. And another missed return. Some lovely play there from Heidi Gerard, putting the pressure down and taking an early lead, 3-2. And another miss from Tracy Matthews, and still a few uncharacteristic errors early stages in this match. But a good finish there. Just threaded through the centre. Lovely play. And Maisie Wise apologising for winning that point there. Just a bit of a miss hit from her. We did enough. And just enough power there from Tracy Matthews. And a yell of up from Tracy Matthews wasn't the motivation, or wasn't enough motivation for Alice McCormack to get up there. Just falling short, that ball. It's a good lob from Heidi Gerard. Great defence. Oh, and the big backhand double-hander from Heidi Gerard. Enough there after some really good defensive play from McCormack and Matthews. So this, a tight contest. Early stages, but that is now 3 missed returns in this match and 3 points handed on a platter to Wise and Gerard. And change of ends now, 6-3. So Heidi Gerard getting things back underway. Yeah, nice fast hands there. And just getting the advantage in that rally. With the high ball from Heidi Gerard and put away nicely by Matthews. So... and just flicked wide by Heidi Gerard. Oh, good reactions from both teams there. Just getting the ball over and then getting out of the kitchen just in time, but unable to redirect that volley. And I'm sure some people will be looking at that footage back to see if Tracy did actually get out of the kitchen or whether she was in the air. Before taking that volley. Overhead taps the line. Moving forward now, Maisie Wise, but unable to get that reset at the transition back over. But they're looking strong. Competing well, Gerard and Wise. An unusual shot from Maisie Wise there, trying a forehand on the backhand side. A switcheroo shot. Just slightly mishit. Good finish, Tracy Matthews. Bang, mid-court. Tracy Matthews eats those up for breakfast. And I don't think she's had breakfast, so she is hungry. But talk about eating up for breakfast. That is a Maisie Wise special. And those elastic elbows coming into play there, powering that overhead away and evening things up. 6-6. So,
sorry, Tim, when did Maisie Wise get elastic elbows? Is that a new thing?
She's always had if you actually listen to my commentary, Simon, Maisie Wise has had elastic elbows for quite some time now.
I must play that one back.
It's that way that she gets, as we just saw on the screen there. That rotation of the arm, the wind up. Very nice technique on the overhead. But good power there from Tracy Matthews, targeting that backhand side, and this is a tight one. 7-6, narrow lead for Gerard and Wise, and potentially a crucial one as well. Early stages in this category. What a drive. Alice McCormack down the middle, finding the gap. I think both Wise and Gerard afterwards looking at each other. There's some slight confusion as to who should have taken that, but when it's driven at you with that kind of power, it's not always easy to react in time. And now picking up a tiny bit of momentum here as well. A couple of points in quick succession at the critical stage, the championship stage of this match. But Matthews coming forward and driving that one into the net. Maybe going long. Matthews took it and getting the serve back now, Maisie Wise. Lovely drop. defense from Heidi Gerard. And what a play, what a defensive display there. A couple of pop-ups, maybe 3 in that rally, but absolutely on point with the defense to get those balls back and even things up. The drive from Maisie Wise defended. Oh, and the roll volley there from Heidi Gerard looked like it was going to be good, but scooped up from Alice McCormack. Lovely play from her. And a tense one on the show court here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. Oh, and that's really, really calm, composed play from Alice McCormack. Looked like she was winding up for the big finish. Brushed past Maisie Wise. Good lob. Very good lob from Tracy Matthews. Potentially a critical lob and a critical couple of points there. Stealing the advantage back from Wise and Gerard, and now having a 1 point advantage themselves. The missed drop, so frustrating for McCormack. And they make anything happen on this second opportunity. Nice return from Gerard. Roll volley as well. Oh, and a brilliant point. Really good play from all 4 players. And in the end, just that stretch down low just caught out Maisie Wise, and we have a game point here in this game. Really intriguing encounter. And good pressure there from Maisie Wise. Now this might be a new partnership, Heidi Gerard and Maisie Wise. I haven't seen them play together before. Yeah, Alice McCormack. She's hit a few of those. Really good overheads on the angle. Such a strong play in pickleball, trying to hit out wide rather than just hit with power. And Alice McCormack demonstrating that in that last point. Good finish. Good finish saves the second game point. Can Tracy Matthews take it on the third? Good deep return. And the elastic elbows doing the job for Maisie Wise. That's good leverage on that overhead, and so another opportunity for them to put pressure on Matthews and McCormack. And what a finish. Heidi Gerard really reacted quickly to that pop-up. She was on it like a flash, and that reduces the deficit now, 9-10-1. This match could go either way, and it really can go either way. Strong favourites now, Gerard and Wise.
Win by 1.
Win by 1. 10-10-1, 2 opportunities to take it. Oh, and I thought for 1 second there that the net cord was going to do the job, but good recovery from Alice McCormack. 10-10-2. An absolute blockbuster finish here This point absolutely critical. That ball lands long. So 2 opportunities now, 2 saved. The 4th opportunity for Matthews and McCormack to take this one. Good drop by McCormack. Another nice one. And the put away, and Matthews on that forehand side. She tags Heidi Gerard, apologises afterwards, but she will be delighted and they'll be very happy to take that. Really close encounter. So that's 2 wins now out of 3 for Matthews and McCormack. And they're looking pretty composed and confident. A very, very strong match, very good, entertaining match. And plenty more to come here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. So 4 more group stage matches to come for the ladies 4.5 plus doubles division. And then we'll be watching the knockout stages. And then we'll be following the men's doubles 4.5 plus action later on. So coming up next, we have Anderson and Gosling, and we'll be watching Gerard and Wise as well. So we'll be watching Anderson and Gosling and whether they can continue their incredibly strong start to this tournament. So we'll be back very shortly indeed.
Let's go. Wait. Hold on, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had this, I got that confidence. Come on now.
And we are back, everyone, and looking forward to this one. So a couple of losses for Wise and Gerard coming into this one. Tight losses though, 7 and 10. But a loss for Gosling and Anderson as well in their last game. Beaten by Emily, Jelly and Linda Randall, 11-10. A good win for Randall and Jelly. In what was the in-form team. So just to give a quick update on this division. So Tracy Matthews and Alice McCormack with 2 wins out of 3. Nice little touch there from Maisie Wise. Gosling and Anderson, 2 wins out of 3. Rogers and Wrexham, 2 wins out of 2. Looking strong. Mia Rogers and Emma Wrexham. Tara Jones and Helen Kenner, 1 win out of 2. Ali Pringle and Michaela Vitkova, 2 losses so far out of 2. Chanel Lowe and Marcia Oliver, 1 win out of 3. And Emily Jelly and Linda Randall, 2 wins out of 3. So very much all to play for here in the early stages. And no one team looking dominant so far. Only one team with an 100% record, and that's Nia Rogers and Emma Wrexham. Again, really strong defence from Lauren Gosling, displaying that mobility. Still, I believe, only 14 years old, and already one of the top UK pickleball players, as a perfect demonstration there, moving forward into that shot. Bam. Beautiful stuff. And taking an early 5-2 lead. I think you would find it hard pressed to find anybody that hits an overhead in the ladies' game stronger than Lauren Gosling. When it goes up in the air, it's so rare that that the opponent's able to get it back. She just seems to get so much leverage off it. And that is all down to technique. Very nice technique displayed in pretty much all of Lauren Gosling's shots. And a consummate winner as well. Never satisfied with silver. She'll be playing with her dad in the mixed tomorrow, Paul Gosling. recovery from Heidi Gerard. Had some serious power. That was just a smashing competition there. And Maisie Wise absolutely lathering those forehands, overheads, and did the job in the end. But we need to get some points on the board here. 7-3 down. And that's unfortunate. It's the net cord making Maisie off her stride. So Anderson and Gosling now. But a miss serve from Gosling. You don't often see that. Good leave as well. Couple of over hits from Lauren Gosling. Fourth point on the board for Gerard and Wise. Oh, and a miss hit overhead there from Heidi Gerard. Worked in her favour. But it's so deep into the court. Jess Anderson unable to steer that one back into play. So Anderson and Gosling now finding a little bit of breathing room. And Lauren Gosling, normally so efficient at coming forward in that aggressive style of hers, just steering that one into the net. But the speed up there, catching Maisie Wise off guard. Nice play from Jess Anderson. And successfully pinning them back on their serve. Great defence from Heidi Gerard, moving forward nicely. Oh, and the net cord there, just catching Maisie Wise a little bit off guard and able to get that one back. So another opportunity for Anderson and Gosling. And they will have a couple of opportunities now to take this game. 10-4 up. And the drive from the back of the court to the Maisie Wise. Backhand was enough, and Jess Anderson and Lauren Gosling go marching on in this division. 3 wins out of 4 now for them. And looking confident and seeking to get one of those qualification positions, top 4 to qualify in this group of 8. Looking pretty good for that at the moment. So next up, we have Anderson and Gosling again. And they are playing Nia Rogers and Emma Rickson. So the first look that we're going to get of Emma Rickson and Nia Rogers, and 2 of the leading pairs in this division so far that we'll see head to head. And Andrew Parker has made his way, wandered across to the commentary booth, and fortunately I will have his company for the remainder. So welcome, Andrew.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
We'll go to a short break, and then we'll be back with more action from this ladies 4.5 plus division.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
carefully try and avoid the cameras.
So very happy to have you here, Andrew. It'll give my voice a little bit of a rest as well, because I have been suffering from a cold recently.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know.
It's never fun doing things like this when you're a bit poorly.
It's always fun doing like this, things like this, even when you're poorly. Yeah, it can, after a little while, start grating. We've just had Simon Farr try and destroy all the equipment here.
Maybe we're jinxed, Tim, from a technology perspective. So what's been happening this morning so far?
So we've had 4 games played so far. We've been watching quite a lot of Jess Anderson and Lauren Gosling, and they've looked very impressive. They've won 3 out of 4 matches. And
Which is the one they didn't quite get done?
they lost to Emily Jelly and her partner, who I'm just trying to... Linda Randall.
Okay. Strong team.
Yeah. Well, we've got a very stacked field so far, but not so far, in this category.
Yeah.
As you can see, Alice McCormack and Tracy Matthews we've seen a few times. Heidi Gerard and Maisie Wise. Nia Rogers, Emma Rickson. And we're going to take a first look at Nia Rogers and Emma Rickson in this category. Obviously not a first look in PickleB events. I'm pretty sure all of the competitors in this division are seasoned PickleB competitors. So we've got a good feel of the division and the players.
I think I heard Dia unfortunately rolled her ankle or something and has been replaced with Marcia Alder.
Yes, Marcia, who you have played with a few times.
And playing with.
And I was going to ask actually if you were playing with Marcia.
Not a bad substitute to be able to call in Dia
No,
lineup, is it?
no, it isn't a bad substitute at all. Yeah, as I was saying in the commentary, one of the top UK players in the 50-plus division. So we just see now Rickson and Rogers, Gosling and Anderson making their way on court. So back-to-back matches. The format this time, so no breaks between games. Players will be going back-to-back. Which I think, as a player, is a good thing. I know, particularly when it's a little bit cold in this venue, Andrew. And you don't want to be hanging around after your game, really, I don't think.
No, I don't really feel the cold, and it's cold in here, so that's how cold it is. And certainly when you're playing, you get a little bit of sweat going. That doesn't help, regulate your temperature when you're stood still. So yeah, much better to keep the games moving. And it's really important to actually look after yourself when you finish the games. You are feeling quite warm when you finish, but you're actually losing your temperature very quickly. So putting another layer or 2 back on just to make sure you're maintaining your core temperature. Super important. I'd say that being a more older gentleman, maybe not so important for the youngsters, but for me there's all sorts of injury dangers that I have to mitigate.
I think you're doing yourself a little bit of a disservice calling yourself an older gentleman. In pickleball terms, and you are sprightly and young.
I have analogies for that aren't appropriate to broadcast on air.
So, action underway here. Rogers and Rickson an early 1-point lead. And this will be a really fascinating one because two, you would probably say, of the pre-tournament favourites.
Yeah, I think we're going to see an interesting blend of pickleball here. I think Nia and Emma will approach it in a more softer, patient way. And Jess and Lauren, I think, will be looking to make their moves earlier. See how that pans out.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of power off the paddles of Gosling and Anderson. And Gosling overhead in particular has looked particularly potent as a weapon. And when she gets up in a point, it's that kind of aggressive style, moving forward, not allowing the opponents the ability to just defend.
Yeah, when you're forced to have to play high quality shots every time, then the pressure is relentless and you're more likely to break down and give them an easy opportunity. Lauren's game's developed massively over the last 6 to 12 months. She obviously came from a tennis background and came here with amazing tennis shots. And now if you watch, she's playing great resets, great dinks. She's looking to get into the kitchen and be aggressive from there.
Yeah, she plays a lot of different sports. Lauren Gosling, I think she still plays tennis. And she might play badminton as well. Although I'm not 100% certain. But I'm pretty sure she's an all-round sports person when it comes to rackets.
A little bit of confusion in the middle there from Rickson and Rogers. Rogers and Rickson are both representing Fox Pickleball today. We have a stand here. Go and talk to Darren. He'll find you a nice paddle to play with.
Yeah, Fox, one of the key sponsors of this event and indeed all of the events, I believe, this year. All of the PickleB events. And we'll be seeing a lot of adverts as well from Fox. Although I did comment, no Simon Farr shown on the adverts, which I was very disappointed about.
How has that travesty come to pass?
Well, I mean, you'll have to ask Simon.
Anderson and Gosling, a great start here. 5-1 lead. Rickson's shot there just shows the pressure that Gosling and Anderson's aggression brings. Rickson could see that if I don't get this right to the baseline, I'm going to get it back with added value. So forcing them to do deep returns and again risking that chance of mistakes. But that's the right tactic, but all too easy to miss.
Yeah, you do feel that when that ball comes back over the net, when you're in a defensive position against Gosling and Anderson, there are fewer chances to get it back. And you know you've got to be so tight to try and get yourself back into the point.
Game's not quite panning out as I had imagined, to be honest. I expected Rogers and Rickson to get Gosling and Anderson to the kitchen a bit more often. A lot of Rogers and Rickson's resets are just going that 2 foot too long, which allows Gosling and Anderson to be volleying them, keeping that pressure back and keeping the ball deep. You need to get those resets bouncing in the kitchen.
Yeah, so critical. And you feel that if they're going to find their way back into the match, it will be about hitting those drops really nice and tight. Yeah, and that's a good demonstration there, a good first drop. Second drop got a bit lucky with the net cord, but just drawing the error from the dink. Yeah, and just the overshot from Anderson. And a good couple of points here.
That shot from Rickson was just on the cusp. It was just short enough that meant the attack had to be so perfect. But it's in Anderson's and Gosling's interest to keep that aggression, to keep that attacking first mentality, because it's worked for them so far. Although Rickson and Rogers won that point, that's not the sort of point I would advise them to try and get involved in. Definitely resetting, getting into the dinks, going to be more valuable for them.
And that's a shame. A good bit of fortune there. But again, that tactic that you said, Andrew, about drawing them into the net, tightening up those dinks, those drops, has paid dividends and evened things up here.
Lovely rally. I think we saw everyone do everything then. Back to front, left, right. Bit of patience. Gosling and Anderson paid off.
We did. And Mia Rogers can generate an awful lot of power off that overhead. A surprising amount of power. And finding a nice angle as well. So this one still in the balance. Oh, lovely drop there. That's a good mix-up of the play. That's the first drop we've seen like that hit by Lauren Gosling.
Can't imagine that's the shot they thought they were going to get off the back of that one. So yeah, great timing. Another rally there that shows the resets just allowed Anderson and Gosling to keep volley and keep the pressure on.
Edging their way now, Anderson and Gosling, to this victory, and a big forehand drive there from Lauren Gosling, and probably one of the shots of the day so far. Rickson expecting that one down the middle, moving across, and Gosling finding it down the line. Very nice indeed, and a game point.
Rogers is not messing about with those overheads, is she?
Yeah. She's finding it consistently with power and accuracy. The second one to fend off. And they are at the net here. And they take it 11-6, and a good, strong performance, managing to re-establish that power and re-establish that advantage that they got early on in the game, and storming away with that one 11-6 in the end. But an intriguing encounter, a battle of styles there, and a good watch, and Anderson and Gosling come out on top. That was a fun one.
Enjoyed every moment. Yeah, it looked like they were running away with it to begin with on a 6-1 up or so, which was not what the data would suggest as the scoreline we would see, but then from then on it was pretty much level pegging. Unfortunately, Rickson and Rogers gave Gosling and Anderson that head start. Yeah, they needed to start a bit hotter and not give them so many free points.
So next up, a first look at Jelly and Randall, Emily Jelly and Linda Randall, who have been battling their way to some impressive victories on the outer courts here. And first look at them on the show court, and they'll be playing low Chanel Lowe and Marcia Audebert. So
I think there is going to be a reasonable amount of intensity in this match, knowing these four players and how they play. I think this is going to be a good one.
Intense encounter as we move our way towards the end of this category group stage. So 3 more games to play, 4 played so far. And we'll be back with that one. I believe they're still out on court, so we'll probably take a slightly longer break whilst they finish up their matches on the outside court. So we'll be back soon.
Ooh, let's go. Wait. Hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I got that confidence. Come on now.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
I believe we have our 4 out on court now, and they'll be going through their preparations. So we're looking forward to watching Randall and Jelly for the first time in this category on the show court. And also very happy to advise that Nick Mays is going to be providing some statistical analysis, plugging in the facts throughout the course of this match, and then giving us some analysis at the change of ends, hopefully, and at the end of the match as well, using his stat system that he's developed.
You wanted to say the word magic, didn't you? Admit it.
I just realised I'd said the word stats quite a lot, and I didn't really want to have to say stats again.
Stats. You'd make it sound good. I feel like Nick needs some sort of incorporation of statistics nickname going on.
Oh, you think like an actual nickname, like Stats Maze?
Maze statistics. I think I prefer yours. Also, we're trying to work out a nickname for Nick.
A nickname for Nick.
Nick suggested Nick, and I think it's safe to say that's why he's on statistics.
So here we go. Linda Randall, Emily Jelly versus Marcia Audebert and Chanel Lowe. And a lovely flick to get us going. The backhand roll volley flick from Linda Randall. And a good start from her.
Lovely first rally. Everyone got into the kitchen, transitioned nicely. Good few dinks. The speed opportunity was there, but Linda just overcooked it. Wells in a very friendly bounce off the baseline there. Superb backhand volley drive through the middle from Chanel there.
Yeah, very nice. Got a nice lot of top spin on that. Brushed up on the ball nicely. Oh, lovely. Half Ernie.
Is that an earn or a knee?
I'm sure there is a technical name for it. Oh, and Emily Jelly was there.
Quick footwork to get to the drop. Lovely touch from Audebert. And then the speed up. Yeah, as you said, Jelly was there, just mistimed it. Aggressive dink there to put it behind Chanel. Ended up hitting it a little bit high, allowed for the aggressive attack.
It's a really fascinating category, this one, Andrew, because it looks like every team has got at least one win, and most have 2 wins. No, sorry, one team doesn't have 1 win, but it's very, very close. Emily Jelly and Linda Randall have been making very good progress on the outer courts. 4 wins out of 5 for them. Very impressive in such a strong field.
Yeah, it goes to show the strength and depth that we have in this category. People aren't just running away with things, they're actually having to fight for it, and that's great.
It is. And Chanel Lowe and Marcia Audebert, 2 wins out of 5. So a critical match this for them. A win gives them every opportunity of progressing out of this division. Top 4 to qualify out of 8. So you probably will get some marginal qualifiers that maybe just get 3 or 4 wins out of 8. Probably still good to qualify.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be a bit of a mathematical challenge at the end, given how tight the group is.
Yeah.
But like you say, it seems this lineup, who needs to win? It's definitely Lowe and Audebert.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and a good leave there. Thought about it for half a second, Chanel Lowe, of cracking that one, but didn't need to. 3, 4. And just overcooked there from Emily Jelly, being in a strong position in that rally. And that gives Audebert and Lowe a lead. And a good lead, 6-4 at the change of ends now.
It's about as good of a start as I think they would have hoped for coming into ends.
Yeah, playing one of the informed teams. They'll be very happy with that. And 3 wins out of 6 gives their qualification hopes a real boost if they were to get this win. A long way to go yet, though, and there has been a few slightly sloppy errors from Jelly and Randall, as we saw a missed return there. Really can hurt you at this level.
Yeah, in the 1 game to 11, 1 point is basically 10% of your target, right? So it's so critical. Coming from someone who misses at least 3 serves and 3 serve returns every game he plays, knows firsthand.
No, I don't believe that's true, Andrew. Or was your gold medal a few weeks back just despite that?
It's funny you bring that up, Nick, but I think we should definitely talk about that for the next 10 minutes and celebrate the success. What I think's funny that no one would see here is Lewis Oakey's on the comms desk with us here, and he gave me a very knowing smirk once I talked about my missed serves and missed serve returns.
But Odebear and Lowe here have really stepped up their game, and now a 4-point advantage. They're on the second serve, 8-4-2. Oh, and just a stroke of fortune for Emily Jelly. That return clipping the net, and that's exactly what they needed, really, to break some of that momentum. And a missed backhand roll, Chanel Lowe.
Yeah, unlucky from Lowe there. The right shot, wasn't trying to be too aggressive. Just get the tiniest bit too much. Some nice pickleball there. Everyone got to the kitchen. Good few dinks. Using both sides of the court. Everyone showing their forehand and backhand skills at the kitchen. Very good.
It's a nice shot there from Emily Jelly.
Yeah. Absorb the pressure, then put a lovely reset in to allow the dinking, but yeah, that one just caught her out at the end there.
Yeah. Yeah, worked her way really nicely into that point. I'd be disappointed with that shot and another wrist return there.
I think that could turn out to be a critical timing there.
Absolutely, I think it might be 9-5. Oh, that could be critical as well.
That's such a fantastic rally. Lowe's one of the best in the business at absorbing that pressure at the baseline when people are hitting the ball very hard. Managed to get the reset in and then allowed Odebear to be aggressive down the middle. Perfect point.
And a game point. 10-5. What a win this would be. And a missed return. And 11-5 win. But Odebear and Lowe puts them right in contention for qualification here. A really, really good win for them. They will be absolutely delighted. That was critical and a strong display, a strong performance, and perhaps not the best performance. A few too many errors from Randall and Jelly. They're still in a very strong position to qualify though, so I don't think it will impact on them too much. But your assessment, Andrew, of that match?
Yeah, a lot of it came down to the mistakes. It's always going to be tough to beat Lowe and Odebear with aggressive shots, and maybe that meant they felt the need to turn the pressure up a little bit and just started to overplay a few shots and try and influence the game beyond what was reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be heading into our penultimate game in this group stage. And we've got to come Mia Rogers and Emma Rickson, and they'll be playing Linda Randall and Emily Jelly. And a big shout out to Dan Parrott, who's watching back at home, coming up with his own nickname for Nick Mays, Mays Statistics.
If only someone had come up with that before Dan.
I'm afraid Nick Mays did give the thumbs down on that one, Dan. So we appreciate. Maybe go back to ChatGPT and get a few other suggestions. But we appreciate you watching regardless. And if anybody does have any other comments on the stream, we'll be very happy to hear them. If you've got any shout-outs, please let us know. But we are taking a short break now before bringing you that second to last game in this group stage before we move on to the knockout stages. So we will join you. We'll be back very soon.
Ooh, let's go. Wait. Hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I got that confidence. Come on now.
So we're heading into the penultimate match, as I was saying earlier, and happy to give you the latest on how the teams are getting on in this division. So Alice McCormack and Tracy Matthews have won 4 out of 6. They've got 1 more to play. So a good opportunity for them to qualify. Lauren Gosling and Jess Anderson have looked very strong indeed, winning 5 out of 6 with 1 to play. So almost guaranteed to qualify. Maisie Wise and Heidi Gerard, 1 win out of 5 with 2 to play. So they will need 2 wins to give themselves an opportunity in their last 2 games. Nia Rogers and Emma Rickson have got 3 games to play, and they've won 3 out of 4. So how they perform in their last 3 matches might be critical for whether other teams will qualify or not. So Tara Jones and Helen Kenner, the only team we have yet to see on the show court so far. Oh, no, there's also Ali Pringle and Michaela Vitkova. So Helen Kenner and Tara Jones have 2 wins out of 5. So in their last 2 games, they will probably want to win both of them to give themselves an opportunity at qualifying. Ali Pringle and Michaela Vitkova have found it a bit tough going, and they have lost all of their games, so 5 out of 5 so far. Chanel Lowe, Marcia Odebert getting an impressive win in that last game against Emily Jelly and Linda Randall. So they have 3 wins out of 6. So giving themselves a chance. They'll want to win that last game, ideally. So Nia Rogers and Emma Rickson, as they did show up late, their first game will go down as a loss. So they will have an 11-0 loss, Nia Rogers and Emma Rickson, against Tara Jones and Helen Kenner. So that will give Tara Jones and Helen Kenner an additional win. So that will increase their chances of going through. So that does increase the complexity of this division. That 11-0 loss could change a few things. So Emily Jelly and Linda Randall, also one of the top teams in this division so far. And they have 4 wins. With 2 losses and 1 to play. So the players now out on court as we reach the critical point in this division group stage. The matches, the importance of the matches increases. Both teams will be vying for one of those 4 qualification spots. And both teams are well and truly in contention. It's within their power to qualify with victories in their last games. So this will be a hotly contested match. Mia Rogers and Emma Rickson sporting their Fox tops. Fox on display here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. Fox tops, Fox paddles. Both with their teal urban paddles. And a great supporter of the sport, Fox, in terms of sponsorships for players. And indeed a big supporter of the PickleB events as we about get underway here with Linda Randall to serve. And Andrew Parker again with me on comms.
The teal aspect of the urban teal played a very big part in that rally there, with Emma just catching the edge guard and sending it where no one was looking with the most amazing shot we've seen all day.
There you go.
Great footwork from Jelly there, but just couldn't make the early work. I think it was on, but didn't quite get the paddle in the right place. I think you're going to see that from Jelly quite a bit, that speed up tactic. Going to need Rogers and Rickson to be ready for that one. Drop from Rickson there was just on the cusp of should it bounce, should it be volleyed. Jelly went for the volley, didn't quite time it right. Great transition from Rickson to the kitchen there to be in the right place for when that pop-up came and took advantage. Second time we've seen Randall go for the drop shot. Good shot choice. Managed to get Rogers and Rickson back behind the baseline. They had too much ground to cover to even get a paddle on that one. Great timing from Rogers there. Good lead. One of the most underrated skills in pickleball, that. Leaving the odd ball, let it sail long, get a 3 point. Ball just short by Jelly there. That one may have hit the line. If your serve hits the kitchen line, that is deemed out. Every other line will be in. Great drop from Rickson there. You see the importance of getting the ball to bounce. Jelly couldn't take the ball out of the air, had to let it bounce, had to make a more difficult shot and led to the mistake. Oh, I don't think Jelly will be happy with that one. I think that was... the point was over before she'd hit the ball there, but just didn't quite time it right. And somewhat surprisingly, I would guess on paper, Rogers and Rickson have gone to a 6-1 lead at ends here. Is that how you'd have thought ends would have gone, Tim?
Not at all. I thought this was going to be point-for-point action. And again, maybe just a few too many errors, and Nick Mays has got a little bit more for us. Nick?
So quite crucially so far, in every point that's reached the net, and about 25-30% have, it's been Rickson and Rogers that have come out on top. I think that just shows their patience to get into those dinking rallies is paying off. So clearly there's some work to do at the net for Randall and Jelly.
There you go. You heard it from Nick Mays. Being drawn in, Randall and Jelly, and finding it tough going at the net. So and that one just catches a line, and potentially critical as well. Critical point. If that point had gone against them, that's an 8-1 deficit. But 1-7, can they get a little bit of momentum behind them now?
Interesting on that last one where Rickson chose to leave it. Leaving that ball was 100% the right decision. I know that it went in, and that sounds a bit confusing, but when you leave the ball, you have to accept that some of them are going to go in, you're going to misjudge them. But there's going to be 8 out of 10 that do go out and 2 out of 10 that do go in, and you're going to get those 8 out of 10 free points. So if you're at home and thinking about this, just maybe try leaving a few more balls and see where they go. And maybe you start at 8 out of 10 going in, which isn't great, but you know, you've got that data then to move forward and use that as a feedback loop to try and get better and understanding which you should and shouldn't leave. If you hit every one, you'll have no idea of what you should leave.
It's a very good point. A very good point indeed. The easiest point you're ever going to win is the balls that drop out.
That was a great drop from Rogers and an even better return from Jelly. Rogers managed to get the ball on the floor there, made it bounce, and it definitely caught Jelly off guard. She had to really get the dynamic with her footwork to be able to get in the right position to play that shot and hit an absolute worldie in return.
Slightly wild there from Rickson, and a good leave. Now that one was definitely the right ball to leave.
Again, another good leave.
I think just leave every ball. Do you think, Andrew?
I have played some people that it might be worth serving and then laying on the floor. and you'd probably lose.
Why were you
11-8.
looking at me when you said that? Oh, and that did hit the
I think they hit the
bar, but
could be playing a let.
playing a let. Oh dear, and that's a missed serve there in the middle of the net. So, handing that opportunity right back to Rogers and Rickson with this commanding 8-2 lead.
My sideways glance on the leaves wasn't anything personal, Tim. If I was to do that tactic with you, I think I'd do a dink and then lay down. I think the drives and the serves are in your wheelhouse for sure.
I appreciate that, Andrew. I think
I've been working on my compliments. How's that going?
Very well.
Definitely just said your drives are good, right?
I think so. I still feel there's a backhanded criticism there somewhere.
I mean, I was speaking, so that's probably some sarcasm or passive-aggressive thing going on.
But Rogers and Rickson are looking so assured. And they have game point here, and the finish. And the apology comes up from Rickson, but a good shot from her on the backhand side of Linda Randall, and a very impressive 11-2 win. Now, this is quite interesting because Emily Jelly and Linda Randall have quite a few wins, but their losses have been quite heavy. So they've had 2 losses now to 2 and 1 loss to 5. Now, whether it's going to come down to points difference, we can't say just yet. We've got one more game to play, but as we know in these events, Andrew, every point is critical, because particularly when you have a stacked field like this, it's competitive, lots of players about the same level. Normally you get at least one team qualifying on points difference. So
yeah, and at the PickleB events, that's based on points lost. So the amount of points you have won when you lost is what counts for that. Is that correct?
yes, that's right.
Most people think it would be a difference between the points won and the points lost, and what's the difference? But actually, it's the total of the points you have
yes, that's
won
right.
when you lost a game.
Yes.
So if you lost 11-2, 2 points goes to your loss total. That will be the difference if you are tied on games.
Exactly.
So you might think, I'm 10-2 down, so what? We've lost this one. I don't think many people do think that, to be honest, but you get another 2 points. That could be the difference between you qualifying for the medal playoffs or not.
Absolutely. Nick, you were rapidly tapping away in the background there. You gave us some pointers at the change of ends. How was the second half of that one?
So it continued much the same. I think to build on the point that you made about their losses, I think what we've seen there from Jelly and Randall is that they're playing a more aggressive game than their opponents, and sometimes that's going to pay off big time. In this case it didn't, because it does lead to errors. In terms of point structure, when Emily Jelly was hitting the third, they only won the point 14% of the time, so although she can be quite a dominating player on court, the drives may be good, but what they're doing after that and how much they're pacing their structure of their points is not really proving to be effective at the moment. So it's something they can look to work on. And to put that in context, she was driving 86% of her third, so most of the time she's going to be driving. On the other side, Emma Rickson is dropping 100% of the time. They're getting into the net, they're winning almost all the points at the net. So it's that patience, that structure to build into it that they need to work on, I think, to get better or more consistent results.
Yeah, fascinating. Real fascinating insight. Thanks for that, Nick. And yeah, it pretty much tallies with that kind of strategy that we've seen employed by Rickson, is that real ability and quality at the net, and it's turning that into wins.
Yeah, I think when they were playing against Gosling and Anderson, the length of their drops and resets were just a foot longer, 18 inches longer than what we saw in that game. They managed to get the ball below the height of the net when Jelly and Randall were contacting it or getting it to bounce in the kitchen. And that meant that it nullified the aggressive play of these big hitters. And it just goes to show that it's not all about the big hitting, it's not all about the big drives and the speed ups. If you can get the ball reset, you can get the ball below the height of the net, then they're going to be forced to get into a dinking rally with you. And it's then harder for them to overpower you when you're in a dinking rally versus when you're playing mid-court to baseline.
So I believe, Andrew, that was our last group stage match that we're showing on the show court. So I think we're going away now. Some games are still going on the outer court. I can see Maisie Wise and Heidi Gerard still playing. Oda Bear and Alice McCormack look like they're wandering off court now. And so there will be calculations being undertaken before we can announce who does or has qualified.
Just having a match that didn't get to finish before they timed out, and the show court is free, so they're going to finish the game on the show court. And the servers were serving at 6-7-1. Tim has dashed to the other end of the comms desk to pick up the scoreboard, and Nick is going to join us on the commentary.
Excited to join this one midway through because all the players have found their rhythm and we're joining it right in the heat of the action. Let's see how this goes. Great drive return, lucky to catch the net, but really got a solid contact on that from Chanel. Tracy is a big driver, we can expect that from her. Big serve followed by a big drive. It's going to be a pattern we see.
Audible got her return to the last 6 inches of the court there, which I think was the difference that allowed them to steal a bit of ground and get close to the net, ready to mop up.
Yes, we've got a couple of really strong driving players here on court that are facing each other in Tracy and Marcia, so this could be a battle of the drives.
Great dink there, just managed to get the angle just half a step too far for Audible to get a paddle on it.
And she had a chance earlier in that rally to perhaps attack a volley, and I like the patience that she didn't and just kept the pressure on, which gave her that angle.
Matthew serving at 7-8-1.
Something you can count on Chanel for is fantastic defence. I mean, her grip and hands when moving back are fantastic. But I would say there are a couple of moments there where I don't think there was pressure on the shot, but both Lowe and Odebert backed off from the net. So they stand their ground a little bit more at the net there.
Yeah, I think where Lowe is so strong, as you say, in that baseline retrieval game, sometimes you lean on where your strengths are, and it can be tricky to understand when you should be transitioning away from that, and you can get stuck in the mid-court and maybe struggling to get the ball in the right place.
Here we see it again. Just the grit to dig down and defend from here.
Yeah, that shot was from halfway into the comms box.
And again, looking to transition back in and take the advantage back. I almost thought she was going to get that one as well. That was quite a defense.
Great rally. Thought Odebert and Lowe would just earn themselves back into that rally, but a bit too high on that last one from Lowe, and led to an easy angled smash from McCormack. Although Audible mistimed that, it's just important to show the length and of those resets. The fact that it was below the net. Should I volley it? Should I not volley it? Was a consideration that Audible was having. Went for the volley, didn't quite get enough paddle momentum, which meant she mistimed it. It just shows the value that you don't have to get the ball to bounce necessarily, but just getting it below the net whilst they're needing to hit it.
Yeah, forcing that uncertainty of decision, you could just see it upset the weight balance on her feet, and that was twice in about 5 points that we saw that same error happen, and that, that's a point scoring situation. If you're hitting from the back of the court, you've served, you're working your way in, so it's an easy one, and there we see with the final drive and crash in, that's the game over. So good.
Just had a little technical glitch there, so you may or may not have heard the last part of our commentary on the previous game. We are back here. As Tim was saying earlier, we have finished all of the group matches on the show court, waiting for a few matches to finish on the outer courts, and then someone will get their abacus out from behind the tournament desk to work out the top four. As soon as we know that, we'll let you know what matches you are to expect. We welcome Tim back to the comms block after his brief emergency stint on the scoreboard and stream services there. Looked like the Rick Wakeman of the camera and scoreboard there, Tim.
Yeah. Just, working hard as normal, Andrew.
Do we need to explain Rick Wakeman to our
You might need to explain it to me. I've heard the name, but I couldn't.
Famous keyboardist from the 80s.
Oh,
famously had about
lots
97 keyboards and would play at least 4 of them at any one point in time somehow. So I'm fairly sure he's related to an octopus. Definitely put money on Nia to make that shot more often than not. I think we've got a good matchup here, Tim.
This will be, as you say, Andrew, a great matchup. The first of the semi-finals. Both teams have played impressive pickleball to make it this far. Rogers and Rickson versus Matthews and McCormack. A blockbuster tie. And what a shot from Tracy Matthews. And we saw in a previous game just at the end how fired up she was, Tracy Matthews, stepping up that intensity level to the occasion.
That was one of the best cross-court dinks we'll ever see, Tim. I think that would have been so easy for Tracy to try and be aggressive on that one, but was calm, collected, saw the spot on the cross-court, hit an aggressive dink, which is still a soft shot, and Neo, I'm not sure she even got a paddle on it. Great shot from Nia there again, forcing Matthews to hit the ball below the level of the net, and that just adds to the complexity of the shot. Drive more mistakes, if not easier return shots from the person who's hit that good reset. Was called in. It must have just caught the line. We just mistimed that one. We are side out at 2-3-1. The classic shout of yours from the person who's nowhere near the ball, not even attempting to lift a finger to get to it.
I swear her volume goes up the further it is away from you. So if you've got no chance, she absolutely screams it at you.
Yep. The depth on the return there makes the third shot difficult.
Yeah, these semi-finals, just first to 11, 1 point ahead. Oh, and a combination of drops there. One too many for Alice McCormack. And a 5-2 lead for Rogers and Rickson. And it drops in. It drops in. Rickson thought it was going long.
The line, yeah. I thought it was going long too.
Yeah, and just so critical, isn't it, to play every ball in pickleball, even if you think it's going out. If you think it's going to be anywhere near close, play it.
I think with a shot like that where it's not a leave like we were talking about earlier. A leave is when you're sort of in this part of the rally in the kitchen and maybe you think it's going long behind you. But when you're at the baseline, you should be looking to cover the bounce of that ball.
Yeah.
Cover the chance that it goes in. Let it bounce because you think it's going to go out. But make sure you've got your footwork in the right place to hit the shot should it bounce in.
And that is a skill and something you just need to remind yourself of.
Yeah.
Because even seasoned players, as we saw there from Rickson, still can make that error. Good serve, deep serve from Matthews.
Don't know if you've been watching much of the PPA, Tim, but Annalie Waters has been notoriously doing the lob serve of the latest tournament. So maybe Matthews has been watching Annalie, and that is not a bad role model to have.
It's not a bad role model to have. She does watch a lot of pickleball. Tracy Matthews, who was having a meal with her yesterday, a few of us, and she was even watching PPA during the meal, which I think is a bit rude personally, but you know, it is dedication to the cause.
To be honest, Tim, I think that says more about you than it does about Tracy.
Now, I'm definitely taking offence to that, Andrew. I think it's because I was sat, quite far away from Tracy that...
Reminds me of our Christmas party, Tim. We ended up sat next to each other. I thought I'd treat myself to a Prosecco. 2 minutes in, his hand casually reaches in front of my face, picks up my bottle of Prosecco and pours himself a glass.
I would add that I did apologise for that.
I enjoyed it, to be honest. It was an impressive move, a flex, shall we say.
I wish I could say it was a flex. It was just ignorance, I think, thinking it was a supplied bottle.
I had bought it to share, so it was, of course, no problem. But I do look back on it fondly.
But Matthews and McCormack, meanwhile, have tightened things up in this, and it is a very, very close one. A missed return, and that is frustrating, and the change of ends.
A couple of mistakes have influenced the last few points there. Nick just told me that we had 2 missed thirds in a row and then a missed serve return. So that critical aspect of the game, making your players hit the next shot. And we're going to hand over to Nick for some more insight.
Just very quickly on that, we look at some stats that are really indicative of a team's consistency when we see a scoreline like this. Rickson and Rogers, 2/3 of their thirds are going in. And the other team, 50%, so they need to be making more of those if they're going to convert into point-winning opportunities.
Thank you, Nick. I think it adds a real rich layer to the sport here when you can understand some of the more data-driven aspects and how important they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in these short games, strategy important. 7-5 lead for Rogers and Rickson. Lovely drop from Rickson. Some nice dinking here. This is a critical point.
Whenever that happens to me, when you're a bit of paddle clash, just say good teamwork and move on to the next point. It's a great rally there. I think Rickson and Rogers are going to come out on top of those rallies more often than not. So it's in their interest. Get those resets done, get to the kitchen, nullify the big weapons that McCormack and Matthews have.
Yeah, and finding themselves with a bit of daylight now between the two as well. 3-point advantage. This is so important that Matthews again in these big dinking exchanges, and a miss volley from Alice McCormack. Those last 2 points at the net going the way of Rogers and Rickson, and they are looking like they are on their way to a final position, but good pressure there on the stretch. Rickson unable to get that one back. So 5-9, it is now or never.
I think there's a chance that missed volley from McCormack as well was a lead, which hopefully won't turn out to be critical. But
Brilliant play, and there was a moment in that rally that you thought Emma Rickson was going to absolutely power one down. They had the advantage in it. She chose to hit a bit more gently and let Tracy Matthews back in.
Maybe a bit tentative after the last one was probably going out. What a great pickup from Rickson.
Yeah, brilliant pickup. Brilliant. It looked like that was going to be a winning shot there from McCormack, down low. Rickson handled it nicely, and in that point, and a good leave.
That's a stunning leave.
And
I think that ball is hit more than 50% of the time across this tournament. So that's a high caliber leave.
that one almost snuck over, but it didn't. Critically, it didn't. And match points to take Nia Rogers and Emma Rickson through to the final. The first finalists of this competition here at Hampshire Court Hotel. And Matthews shaping up for an Ernie there. Or a match point against you. It's a bold Ernie.
Could have been an Ernie ATP defence as well, if that ball had gone in.
It could have been. Throwing it all in there. But a second one to fend off. Oh, and that one was going out. Rickson didn't leave it. Gets tagged. And could that? It came off. It was Rogers. It came off Rogers' paddle onto the chest of Emma Rickson, and so a final, possibly a final opportunity for Matthews and McCormack. A get out of jail free card played.
A couple of interesting points on that one was Rickson was jumping back to the middle of the court from the backhand side, whilst Roger was there already primed to take the shot. So firstly, it was a leave. Secondly, Rickson should have been nowhere near that ball to let Nia have a free shot at it. And I think if Nia did have a free shot at it, it's probably going in as well. So just a couple of things to call out there.
Matthews pounding those forehands, handled by Rickson. And now in this dinking exchange, and we have seen the advantage in most of those exchanges when it's gotten to that point go the way of Rickson and Rogers, and Nick is looking at me saying we haven't. I'm just talking nonsense. You see, this is why we shouldn't have a stats person, because they contradict me. My baseless statements.
75% of all statistics have been proven to be incorrect 44% of the time.
And there you have it, folks. Rickson and Rogers doing enough to hold off a mini fight back from Matthews and McCormack in a absolutely enthralling encounter. A couple of points here and there, I would say, were the difference, but I'm going to stop making statements. And Nick, what have you got for me here?
Well, the stat that I was getting prepped to say, which is why I didn't want you to ruin my narrative there, was that actually, rarely we were seeing that Rickson and Rogers were coming out on top less frequently at the net. So Matthews and McCormack were clearly working.
Sorry, Nick, you were cut off there, and it was nothing to do with me because you were contradicting me. I didn't cut the stream because of that.
Cable and yank it. Get a camera on you, Spurway. So normally we see Rickson and Rogers coming out on top when they get to the net. That is their MO. Actually, this time it was McCormack and Matthews that were winning more points at the net, but what they weren't doing is transitioning in. They were still driving the ball far more than dropping it, even though the drop was more effective for them. So I think that's a case for recognising in the game what's working for you. It may not be what you expect to go in with. They may not have come into a match like that thinking we're going to beat them at the net, but if it's working, stick to it, because I just don't think they implemented that enough, and they kept driving, and when they were driving they were getting pushed back, particularly with Rogers redirecting that power. So I think it's a chance to just examine what's working in the moment and run with that, and maybe be prepared to ditch original gameplay.
There you go, and another insight there into how some of the stats can tell a slightly different picture than, than a commentator can. because they have been so strong, Rickson and Rogers, in that kind of style of play, getting to the net and executing a game plan, but clearly finding success in all different types of styles and plans. So it's going to be tough to beat in the final, but we now have the second semi-final to look forward to, and two really strong teams have made their way through. Emily Jelly and Linda Randall will be playing Jess Anderson and Lauren Gosling.
We have a change in the comms box for our second semi-final here. Happy to be joined by...
Baz McCready. I'm happy to join.
Hey,
this is exciting.
How's it going, Saz?
It's going really well. I came in at the right time. Look at this action.
Yeah, we've seen these pairings a couple of times already today, and they've given us very high quality pickleball and entertainment. So this should be one to watch.
Yeah, these ladies never disappoint.
Who rules the world?
Girls.
Interesting to see how this plays out. Probably have three power players in Anderson, Gosling and Jelly, and Randall more on the softer defensive side of the game.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice mix with the power and the niceness.
Now that doesn't mean Randall can't hit it hard when she needs to, but it's more about what's your preference and what's your first choices. One just crept 2 inches long.
Little power smack back.
It's not easy to see from the angle we have, but it looks like there's a fair few leaves out there to be taken.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to notice that at this angle, but we're doing pretty good. We can see the crevices of just enough to get the right stuff. Oh, that just goes into the net. She goes for the hard one. Doesn't pay off that time, but most times it does.
There's a good deep serve from Jelly. Forced Anderson to do a little bit more footwork than she wanted to.
Yes. Very
So-
nice. We usually see Randall playing with her sister. Is that right?
Yes, of course. Kelly.
They're actually twins. So cool. But they're fraternal twins, so they don't look alike. So it's tricky sometimes. You don't know.
Yeah, they both play at London Pickleball.
That's right. And it's not fair because they obviously have telepathy when they're playing.
Yeah, that does help. Although if I think someone had insight to how my mind was trying to work these things out, it'd be more confusing than helpful during the game, to be honest.
What's going on? I don't know. Which one are you saying? Just imagine
Right,
the labyrinth in your mind.
Yeah. Trying to herd the squirrels.
That was the right shot. Jelly tried to do a little bit of a reset, but it didn't work out because of the power behind that. It's a good leave by Anderson and Gosling.
Gosling really showing her power and transitional awareness there. That first drive was wide, caught Jelly off guard. The next shot allowed Lauren to transition to the middle of the court and then set up the smash for Jess, which was then a lead. Very well constructed.
Yes, very nice, very good.
Still a tie game at 3-4-1. Side out.
Do you see any strategies unfolding yet, Andrew? You're pretty analytical. You're good with that type of stuff. Do you see anything here?
I think because they have power on both sides of the court, it's mostly points like this that revolve around the serve. Fantastic finish to that point there.
Really
Again,
good.
can't help but think a couple of leaves were on the cards there, but Jelly showing great court coverage.
Yeah, there was a lot of power in that whole play. I'd like to see somebody try to just do like a nice soft reset or something that just kind of, there we go.
Yeah.
Kind of reset the game, get a nice restart going.
I think there's a lot of preference to go for the drives when they're serving, because obviously when you're serving, the usually you're wanting to get into the net. And we just heard from Nick that actually when they are taking on the drops, they are proving to be more effective. So when you're serving, you have the ability to win points because there's no points available when you're receiving.
100% more effective. Whoa, those stats are looking like it'll be in their favor to do a few of those drops.
You can't get much higher than 100%, as I understand it, from a statistical perspective.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't think there's any higher.
Yeah. But yeah, we're generally seeing each side kind of almost preferring to stay back from the net a little bit, expecting that power game to come their way and giving themselves time to react to it, rather than trying to get those key drops and resets in. I think what'll be interesting of the stats is although 100% of the drops have been successful, the drops are probably only a very small percentage of the shots played, because there seems to be a preference for drives and the bigger shots during this game.
Yes, it's a power fest. It's going hard or going home at this point. Ooh, too high in the air for that one. It just missed it.
4-4 side out, that's about as close as it gets.
Wow, that was a lovely display of mixing up all the different shots. There were some drives, lobs, there were some resets there. That was a little bit of everything. What do you think?
Absolutely, yeah, I saw a lot of things there. Again, one thing you saw was Gosling seemed reluctant to try and come to the net. She was staying back, and she was taking nice resets and trying to play the right sort of shots. But the reason you're playing those resets is to steal some ground, to get closer to the net, to try and get into the point of playing dinks. However, Lauren was staying back, keeping those good resets, and I think trying to open up the ability to drive rather than open up the ability to dink. And I think it probably is a very good approach for her because of her drive so strong, but it's not the sort of thing you'd like to see, generally speaking, in the tactical side of pickleball.
So true, Andrew. You want to get up to the net. That's where you get all of your power and everything, is trying to get up there to that non-volley zone, i.e. the kitchen.
Great rally there, and we're seeing ends.
Ooh.
So yeah, I think you've noticed there that driving is being used an awful lot in this game. It's actually 68% of the time the third is being driven, and yet when they play a drop as their third shot, they are 4 times more likely to win the point. And it's not just about, as you've said, Andrew, there are a lot of shots that follow that third, but I'm noticing that the drives are being counter-hit so well that they're just destabilising themselves for their 5th and their 7th shots and so onwards. The drop is just giving them that calm balance to then pick the one to drive. If they get a nice, comfortable feed into the middle of the court, that's where Gosling's stepping in and thumping it, rather than just looking to hit it on that third shot. So I think a bit of patience, a bit of structure might benefit both teams here. Let's see if that happens in the second half.
Wow, that is a really good analytics there. Just trying to get them to do a bit of dropping. We've got Gosling and Anderson getting some advices over here. Maybe that might be what's being said. What do you think?
It sounds exactly like that to me. Whether we'll see it is another matter.
Oh, net clip, nut cord. Just out there.
A little bit of contention here, so whether it was in or out.
Was that they're calling it out, or
It's 4-6-2, and the ball's been called in.
ah? Oh, Anderson a bit frustrated with herself on that, but it happens there. Jelly to serve.
That was a great serve. Unfortunately, great down the tee, and I think Anderson may have been a little bit hindered by the camera protection screen there. But that's a stunning serve, and that camera protection's a good 7 foot behind the baseline, so it just goes to show how good that serve was.
Really nice deep serve right on the tee. I mean, yeah, that's the kind of serve that you want, and that creating the space right now and just getting that right down the middle. Middle solves the riddle is what they say.
They do say that. They do. Jelly read that speed up well there, was perfectly positioned for a double-handed backhand back down the middle. No one was getting that back. Let's go taken from Anderson.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Gosling. Her confidence is just growing every time we see her play. It's just amazing.
Yeah, she's on a very high trajectory with her pickleball game. I think anyone who keeps paying attention to this sport over the next few years, she'll be one of those names up in bright shining lights.
Yeah, 100% agree with that.
Yeah, just a bounce a little bit faster and harder than I think Gosling was expecting there. However, I did think she had the opportunity to have taken a step or two more, and if she was at the kitchen, that shot then becomes a volley, not trying to dig it out from under your toes.
Yeah, it's always so hard to kind of gauge that when you're in the middle and you're playing it. And probably she had a variety of thoughts, like which one should I do? And then at the point when she made the shot selection, it was already too late.
Yeah, most of the time we're playing this sport, we're relying on our instincts. And that is very much a learned sort of, even if you don't think this way or not, but it's based on the patterns you've experienced and the games you've played to date.
Very true. Reactability is everything.
Yeah. Anderson went for a speed up again there, and Randall predicted it, but Gosling was ready to mop up and killed it down the middle. A great 1-2 punch. And great movement of the ball there, from one wing to the next. Had Jelly running all over the place, and then just tested Randall's backhand. Didn't quite get the quality that she was looking for.
I don't know if we mentioned, but that was game point. Wow.
Wow, that crept up on us quickly, didn't it? And it was a great point to win.
So good.
Point. A couple of lob defenses there, getting the ball back in. I think Jello will be a bit frustrated with that last shot there.
Nick, do you have any more stats for us about that? I wonder.
Nick's just cranking the wheel of the stats machine.
Sorry, I hope it didn't throw you in there like that.
A rumor has it he actually took part of the Enigma machine that decrypted World War II codes and is used for the processing between points.
I knew it.
So I think the summary carried on much as we started there. The drops just were more effective, and we saw that tactic played out again from Gosling and Anderson. What we didn't really see was Randall and Jelly switching their game up too much, and also I noticed, it's not on the stats, but they got caught on the wrong way round of their stack, and there was a little bit of hesitancy there, and that can often happen when you rely on one player being very aggressive, very dominant, as Emily Jelly was. When you then find that player on the right-hand side, those middles started to get tricky. They were dominating at the net, but when they were that way round, they started to lose that momentum, and by the end of the match, they actually were winning fewer points at the net. And when you've got a player like Randall, who is from London Pickleball, and they really teach the strategy at the net and in the dinking, and it's something she's very solid at. When you neutralise that by her not being confident in the middle, you take away one of your biggest assets. So a few learns there.
I think Gosling and Anderson might have been isolating Randall on purpose as well, because they knew they would get the sort of ball they wanted to get from Jelly, whereas Randall would have got them into a dinking game that they didn't necessarily want to play, whereas Jelly was being more aggressive and allowed them to play their standard aggressive game.
Absolutely. I think that predictability, if you know a thump's coming, you can get into it. But yeah, Randall switches it up, and that's one of her skills. I'm actually playing with her tomorrow, which is why I'm picking her up so much. But one of her skills is that she can go from this very calm, very planned out dinking game into an attack without you seeing it, without you reading it. Whereas, yes, you can see it written all over Jelly's face. She wants to thump the ball straight at you or straight past you. So, yeah, it's a good point, Andrew.
I'm sure there's a story there. The fact you two are playing, maybe Linda has some community service or some sort of outreach program that she's a part of, but that's good to see that a titan of the sport like Randall is paying it forward with the likes of us.
Yeah, that was a great match.
So Randall's and Jelly will go into the bronze medal match, and we're going to see the final now, I think. Bronze first. We are seeing the bronze match first. So we'll see Randall and Jelly back on the court shortly once they've had a quick breather. finished the warm-up and deciding on who is serving and receiving.
In for another exciting match. This one is for the bronze medal, is that right?
This is the bronze playoff.
Ooh.
How do you think this is going to play out, Sarah?
Prediction. You know Tim's better at predict. Where's Tim? There he is. He's the prediction master.
You can see Tim on the camera here as he walked past.
Hey, Tim.
More, not necessarily from a points perspective, but how do you think? What we're going to expect to see from this matchup?
You know, Matthew, she's such a versatile player. She just has so many different shot selections, and she comes from a tennis background, so she has that. She knows how to go hard and drive, but she also knows how to slow down the game. And with this combination, McCormick, I think that she's a really live player. I mean, it started off with a missed serve, but I don't think they meant to do that.
Yeah. I think maybe a little bit of jitters here. I think just a couple of shots and everyone will calm down. We're at 1-1-1 here in the bronze medal match. Not really seeing either side kind of lay their full cards out yet as to how they're going to play this game. I think we're seeing a little bit of nerves, a little bit of a delicate start.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of jitters are going on here. A lot of misfits and different things of that nature. That is Matthew's bread and butter right there. I knew that was happening.
Yeah, that's not something you normally see from Randall there. The dink led to a pop-up. Mm-hmm. Randall's as solid, as secure as they come at the kitchen, so that's a rarity there, and Matthews took advantage of it and finished the point. Oh, a bit of middle confusion there. Randall training a great shot, great reset there, great position, showing a great pickleball IQ to confound Matthews and McCormick.
Amazing play, yeah, and Jelly with the defense. So nice.
Yeah, a lot of court coverage from Jelly there. Maybe that's another job we can give to Nick, is counting the number of steps by each player. I think that'll be fine and easy for him to do.
Yeah, why not?
You see Jelly put her hand over her mouth there. I think that told a story in itself as to what she thought of that shot.
That was the power shot, and now it's gone.
Yeah. That one nearly needed a stamp on it to get as far as it went.
That was all the way back to the States, where I'm from.
Oh, really intriguing point there. Matthews went for the speed up. Randall's dealt with it. I think Matthews left that until she didn't, and somehow managed to get a paddle on it out of nowhere, but was in a really tricky position to put any quality on the ball. Again, an uncharacteristic miss from Randall there. That sort of mid-court drop. Important.
Yeah, as you said, Randall's usually very solid with those things, so we're not going to expect to see that much during this match.
You notice Matthews not only left that ball, but she also ran to cover it. So if it was to drop in, she would have been able to play that shot. That's super important with these leaves. Sometimes you're at the kitchen, you can't chase them down because they're a speed up, you have to leave them. But if they're a lob or something like that, chasing them down, putting yourself in the right position to be able to play the shot.
Yeah, just
Should
staying
it go
ready.
in?
Yeah, absolutely. Staying ready is so important.
Oh, see, exact same.
Slightly. That was slightly out, and I love
But
a
again,
beautiful lob.
Jelly is running back, covering it, making sure that she would have been there to hit the shot should it have gone in. So great call, great leave. Oh. Caught the line and skidded a little bit there, caught Jelly out.
Just maybe taking off a little bit for the shots to execute the way that Matthews usually can do. Ooh, that's the cat and mouse right there, and one person's going to definitely take that speed of opportunity.
There's a value of why we try to get to the kitchen, why we try to play these rallies, and how you earn the right to speed up rather than trying to manufacture a speed up. It was very well played. McCormack actually hit 2 really brilliant shots before that pop-up. Their first drop was incredible touch and a really nice dink. But Jelly differentiated by bringing in the topspin aspect to the dink, whereas McCormack was chopping it. That topspin causes the ball to kick a little bit harder, gives you a little bit less time, which is what led to that pop-up from McCormack. Jelly was in the perfect place to finish the point.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
We've all been there
We've all
before.
been there, yeah. So this is a best of 3 match, which is why we're not seeing the teams swap ends at 6.
Wow, that was so lovely by McCormack, just right over the net. Beautiful. That's what you want to see. Like, that's a brilliant shot.
I think there was a bit of confusion between Matthews and McCormack as to who was going to hit that. I think McCormack thought it was on Matthews' forehand. I think their confusion led to confusing the other guys, and then McCormack hit a great shot. Got the ball below the net, put it at Linda's feet, and she wasn't in the right position.
Nothing like a little confusion to help your game go a long way.
Yeah.
I like it.
Sadly, I've had to rely on confusion far too often in my pickleball time. But hey, if it works, it works.
You can work under any type of thing, so we're not going to just blame confusion.
We all have our skills. A nice third drive from Matthews there, but the 5th reset too high, allowed the receivers to be aggressive. If you're going to be taking that 3rd ball drive on and 5th ball drop, which is a good tactic, I like that, but you've got to get that drop solid. You have to use your momentum to get to the kitchen. You can't let the receivers have an easy aggressive shot. That was just the challenge with that one.
That is the point of coming with the drop, is to try to come in so you can be more assertive there at the kitchen area.
It's critical on your serve because you start at a disadvantage from a court position perspective. So almost your only mission when you're serving should be to get to the kitchen, and every shot choice you make is to facilitate getting to the kitchen. That doesn't always work out that way because you have opportunities to win points in different ways, but you start with that as your core mentality.
100%. The few kind of missed hits, like McCormack's trying to make that decision and just not enough time to really make a solid one. And then you see...
I think if McCormack had that shot again, she would be hitting it hard straight down the middle.
Absolutely.
Jelly and Randall are serving at 9-4-2, commanding 5-point lead. Serve went long, and we'll see side out. See if McCormack and Matthews can influence the score at all. How do you think they need to change their game up to get more involved, Sarah?
They're going to need to come up to the non-volley zone a bit more, and I think take a little bit of power off of hitting the ball. They're kind of going really hard. I'm seeing a lot of balls going out. Now that was good.
So just ignore Sarah is what they've decided to do. In fact, hit it harder and see how it goes.
There's another one. It always works that way.
I'm not sure it's the commentator's curse, but it's something aligned to that phenomenon. But no, I think you're right. Just trying to get a bit more into the points. They've got a couple of free ones there. So that's great. The transition there from using the drive to transition is where they'll find more success. And that transition can be to dink or can be to be aggressive like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just coming back from the back of the court and then coming up so they can dominate the game like they need to. And that's a tough one, getting stuck again in the transition area.
Yeah, it was the right shot. Just not quite enough momentum through the ball to create a quality connection.
Absolutely.
So we're at 7-9 now. They've had a couple of points there. Matthews to serve at 7-9-2. It's tough again. I like it. Put themselves in the right position in the mid-court, trying to steal the ground, trying to transition, but need to have that quality behind it. Just a slight miss hit.
Yeah, again, the transition zone again, right there. And then, like you said, it was the right shot and everything, the right thing to do. But sometimes you just can't get through that and break through that barrier there.
Yeah. Superb shot from McCormack there. Put it behind Jelly. Jelly then had to twist and try and play a backhand from behind. Very hard to get good connection and power from that position. So quite an interesting dynamic there where Lyndall had the reset done, got the ball bouncing in the kitchen. Linda was at the kitchen line, Jelly was at the baseline. You know, they need to work together. And that's out, and that is game. First game to Jelly and Randall, 11-7. A little bit of a comeback from Matthews and McCormack there, but Jelly and Randall continued their assertion and dominance to get it done 11-7.
They kept that momentum going, and that proves to be the grand winners of this game at this time. We have some more exciting games coming along, so that's going to be fun.
Yeah, it is a best of three, so Matthews and McCormack still have the opportunity here to win this game and take it to a decider. Like we were talking about earlier, I think trying to get into that, get into the kitchen is going to be important to them.
Yeah, just trying to not stay away from the baseline because you got to be there. But if they could just come away from the baseline a bit after making those beautiful drops, I mean, that is what you want to do. You want to try to get up there, but then getting stuck in that transition zone, that's the hardest part. What do they call that? The kill zone? Really?
the cluster something that we're not going to say, but yeah. But yeah, I think at the end there they were trying the right thing, but just didn't quite have the connection and the quality on the ball in that transition zone. So I'd keep trying to do what they're doing and see how it goes.
Good, just caught Jelly on the move out of the transition zone, and it worked in their favor. Matthews was there for the cover, but it just didn't work out that time. But that was just great to get a paddle on that.
Yeah, I think Randall had that like a chess player there. She did the drop to bring McCormack in, knew it was going to create an opening. Matthews saw it as well, but just a little bit too late to get the coverage. And we're seeing deja vu there.
That shot, I mean, it's a lovely shot.
It is great. It is great. And That's a great drive from Jelly on the run there.
Yeah, beautiful drive while in motion. Oh, that ball was going wide, but Matthews chose to go and try to attack it.
It was going so long, Matthews could barely hit it and only skimmed it with the edge guard.
Wow.
Yeah, Matthews knew as soon as she hit it, she knew what had happened.
Yep.
But in the instinct, you have milliseconds to make these decisions.
So true. I'm very good at hitting out balls.
Yeah. If that was a duper rating aspect, my duper would be a lot higher.
Same. Jelly and Randall with the lead for now. Jelly to serve. McCormick answers back to the power, and it pays off.
It's a great shot, but if you think about where McCormack was when she played that shot, and it's a bit easier to do when you're returning serve, but she transitioned from the baseline, met Matthews at the kitchen, was in the right place to take that volley on, be aggressive, and even if Jelly got that ball back, the chances were it was coming back with a shot that would be easy to be aggressive on.
Yes, all of that and then that.
Yeah, and then more of the same. Yeah, great rally there, and down the middle, bit of confusion with Randall and Jelly, perhaps not their preferred way round.
Oh, I like to see Matthews and McCormick waiting on that like that. I'm not mad at that because you don't know if that ball's going to go wide or not. It gave it just enough, but it did go in, and then the reaction was a bit too late at the end of it.
Yeah, and the resets were not low enough, which meant Jelly and Randall could keep being aggressive, keep them pinned back. So they had no option of transitioning there because they couldn't get the resets done, and either getting them bouncing or getting Jelly and Randall to volley them below the height of the net. You're not going to see Randall miss too many of them.
No, very true. Oh, that was her only play, is to just kind of do a two-hand scoopy on that.
Yeah.
And it made a pop-up that Matthews loved.
Yeah, the angle, nobody's getting that back. Good drive from McCormack on Randall's backhand. Randall nearly got to it, but caught her a little bit by surprise, I think.
Yeah, a bit of a forced error there. Oh, that shot again. Randall's got that in her back pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, the reset allowed Randall to play that shot. Quite far back, not getting it low enough. Randall could have killed it or dropped it. She had a lot of choices. Super important to get those resets to the right height.
Yeah, absolutely. And she was just right on top of it in the perfect position to make that happen, because you don't always get that opportunity. Sometimes you're not in that perfect position and it goes right into the net, but she gauged it well. And the patience that Randall has, it's just amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Randall will dink till she needs some more food. It's the only problem she's going to have is running out of energy. It's not going to be running out of patience. And there's a nice tactical dink as well. Matthews a little bit out of position. Linda played the dink a little bit longer, caught it, so Matthews had to let it bounce, had to take a step back from the kitchen. Now there's a few more moving parts to the swing. Just didn't get the quality connection that she was looking for.
like to see McCormick play the percentages a bit more on that one instead of going directly to the corners there. Try to go in the middle and keep them a little bit guessing.
Yeah, it was a high tariff shot. If it comes off, it's good. It's deep with topspin and it's on Jelly's backhand. However, you got to get it in. It's the first thing. Good call, good talking.
Ball left. And McCormick to serve.
So the game seems a lot tighter than the score suggests. And I think there'll be some interesting data behind that as to how the servers are transitioning and how the receivers are transitioning. Because I think on paper you look at this and you think this is going to be almost an even score from how you see the points and the rallies playing out. But Randall and Jellies are just dominating a little bit more on their serve. They're just making a bit more value out of those point scoring opportunities than McCormack and Matthews are.
Yeah, absolutely. And just keeping them back, as you can see, they're not able to really get up. Oh, and right when she's able to get up, that ball just at the right point on the paddle.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Linda's, dinking game, her patience, her soft game, but you give her a shot like that, and you're going to get an extra 40 down your throat.
And that is what we just saw, unfortunately, for Matthews, who has a beautiful game, but just caught off guard there.
I think Matthews thought that one was going out. Probably was, a good one to try and leave, but just left it a bit late to try and cover it. 7-2-2. Nice.
Wow, this game is just a really good game. It's like you said, Andrew, the score doesn't suggest what's going on the actual play. Oh, touche.
Well, that was, that was going out.
Yeah.
It goes far to say very out. But positioned it in such a way that it gave every opportunity that was either going to catch Linda or she was going to hit it with a paddle. So worked out. Good aggressive tactic. But
Absolutely.
not something I'd recommend doing more often than not.
Better her paddle than her face, though.
Oh, yeah,
so
absolutely,
that's good.
yeah.
She was able to catch that.
No, we are all very respectful of the moneymaker here in Pickleball.
Yeah, I don't want to mess up that pretty face.
Yeah, faces are off limit, that's for sure.
For 7, Matthews to serve.
We got a couple of points on the serve there. Got it back a little bit closer from 7-2 to 7-4, but we see side out. Jelly serving 7-4-1.
Wonder if they'll be able to keep this consistent flow up, or if Matthews and McCormick might make a bit of an upset and a comeback.
Yeah, and it's good to see him take a couple of points out of the last service end. They need to turn this side out round quickly and then get back into a scoring position and try and creep a couple more points back.
Yeah, we know from playing that pickleball, it's definitely about the momentum. If you just get a little bit of momentum, it could be anybody's game.
Yeah. Nice rally there. Few dinks. Started with a speed up. Had a good 3 or 4 speed up shot rally there.
Ending with a beautiful hand battle.
Hands battle. Great play from Matthews there. Kept Jelly wide 3 or 4 times. Played it to the middle. I think Randall was caught napping a little bit. She wasn't covering the court like she should have been because she'd been frozen out. Jelly had too much movement to do behind the kitchen line. Very intelligent play from Matthews.
Yes, that was a nice play with the dinking mix-up shot.
Yeah, lovely to see an extended dink rally as well.
Yeah, definitely. Here for it. Beautiful shot, though.
I can only imagine how hard Matthews and McCormack's eyes rolled after that one. I'm guessing it was very hard.
Yeah, that shot is just wow. When she whips that out, it's like, okay, here it is. Soft serve.
Jelly getting aggressive there.
Matthews with her. Come on.
Yeah.
I love seeing that. The energy there.
Oh. There's lots of out there. I think so, yeah. That was something they couldn't afford to do there. Didn't even get the serve in on their scoring opportunities. All of these tiny bits just add up to making it harder for themselves, especially when they're 8-4 down. Matthews comes with the Randall drop.
Dude, it was a good shot, and she's a
I think
quick learner.
I think it is now known as the Randall drop.
Yeah, why not? It's
Yeah.
a Randall drop.
Matthews with the Randall drop.
It's dropping like it's hot.
Yeah.
That sounds like a song. The Randall drop. Do the Randall drop.
It's something they'll have in Strictly one time. And here is Blah and Blah doing the Randall drop. Yeah.
Fresh on the charts with the Randall drop.
Looked to me like Jelly leaped 6 foot in the air to try and hit that one and still couldn't reach it as it sailed 15 foot out.
Wow, I think she might have touched it a bit.
Oh, it looks like
I
might
think
have
it
touched
touched
it.
just the tip of the paddle.
Okay, so we're calling 6-8 here.
Randall, Jelly's athletic skills showing. Oh man, that was
Unfortunate.
Yeah, because that was the right shot to take.
It's a tricky one there. I think that's a leave by McCormack and let Matthews take that on the forehand. But it was in that area of confusion, and you need a bit clearer comms between the two of you to call.
Very true. When it just like dies on your paddle, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not fun. But I think Matthews is in a better footwork position to have taken that shot and play a more consistent approach. But like I said, it was right on that line of who should take it, not take it. So it was by no means an obvious and easy call to make.
Yeah, definitely. That's when the good old X comes into play, probably.
Yeah. That is superb from McCormack.
Whoa.
Lovely hands. Great rally. Kept them back. The opportunity came for an aggressive dink. C putting top spin on that to make it even harder to return the angle. Ball bounced in the kitchen. It hit the side protective curtain before anyone knew what was going on. Fantastic.
Unreturnable by Randall. Hot shot dropping to the point.
There's a couple of leaves there that could have been influential.
It's so difficult, though, when you're in the moment and you're playing to just leave a ball sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. You have literally milliseconds to make these decisions. Just another little stretch. Again, possibly Matthew should have been taking that one, being on the forehand side. But was in that position again where it's confusing. It's in the middle.
Yeah, I'd like to see Matthews maybe get more aggressive on that instance and kind of just come in and like show that she's there and kind of coach that a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know how much they've played together, to be honest, so it could be something they'll build on over time. But yeah, definitely that. McCoy did a great job of earning the right for someone to be aggressive, but was in the wrong position to take advantage of it.
Yeah, 1000%.
We've seen a couple of quick points here from Randall and Jelly to go 10-6, and this is game and match point.
Oh, and that will be the match.
That is it. Really hotly contested, but Randall's and Jelly just...
Bronze medal match. We got 2 winners there, though.
Yeah, great victory for
Jelly
and Randall.
Well done, ladies.
I think the highest amount of Randall drops goes to Linda Randall as a secondary award to the bronze medal.
We're all going to do the Randall drop. Stick around for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing.
We're going to make this a thing. It's going to be a thing.
Randall, drop it like it's hot.
You could do it. She could do it. We'll be back for the gold medal match after this short break. See you soon.
Ooh, let's go. Wait. Hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I got that confidence. Come on now.
All right. And it looks like we are back. This is going to be an incredible match. We got Rogers and Rickson, Anderson and Gosling. And they're just warming up right now. You can see them on the court.
That last game there was quite an aggressive one, certainly in the mid-court. We saw only about 8% of the rallies reaching the net. This one, with Rickson on court, we are likely to see some drops. In fact, I would say if we see a single drive from Rickson, I will pay you some money. You define the amount of money now, and I'll take that wager.
She's a masterful. dropper. And
She
it's
is.
going to be amazing to see this because it's so good to have that mix-up and that change from just, I mean, I love the aggressive game, the quick go, 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 but sometimes just to see that beautiful, slow pace and just methodical game, it's just amazing to
She's
watch.
very patient on the approach as well. You know, it's not one drop, see it go in and then follow it in and charge it in. So we're going to see a big variety and patience between these two teams. It's not to say that Anderson and Wilson aren't patient, they are, but they play it in a very different way. They look for an opportunity to attack in that mid-court as soon as they can, whereas Emma's a very transition-y player. Nia, on the other hand, is more dynamic, so I think there's going to be a lot of variation just simply where they return their serve and where they, you know, pin the ball over to. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Yeah, that is awesome. Thanks, Nick. It will be interesting to see how this game plays out. We got the four ladies just chatting it up right now, seeing what's going on. We got a couple of laughs and everything before it gets real. But yeah, just waiting now for the next game to come through. And this is the gold medal match, if you're watching. And what else would you be doing? You're definitely watching. Gonna be exciting. They're just talking about strategy, it looks like, maybe. Or maybe just telling a joke before the match to loosen up. Here we go. Underway. First scorer. Ooh, Gosling is starting off with a little bit of fire there. You see that?
Gosh, no start of the match nerves for Gosling there. That was a thumper.
We got the second server coming up now. Still 0-0. Middle solves the riddle, and it proved in there today. It's a good little middle shot there.
Exactly one of those transitional attacks. She hit the first one, waited before pouncing, and then moved in and just neutralised the point before getting to the net.
We love to see it.
Great play from Rogers there. The first rally reaching the net, and I always feel like that's a bit of a mind game, the first one to get out of the way. Prove that you can win it if it gets settled there, and it sometimes makes the opposition a bit hesitant to get to the net.
Yeah, just like you said, like a bit of a mind flip trick, staying on your mind. And so the next time you think twice about it, don't you?
Absolutely, and here we are again. Targeting that backhand side of Gosling seems to be a tactic early on.
It is, but I love the patience. She just stayed with it, and it just proved to be successful in the end for Gosling.
Absolutely. Sometimes when you know you're being targeted there, you almost want to prove it. You're like, yeah, okay, come at me. I'll show you I can stay in this.
Definitely.
That was perhaps one to leave, but we won't dwell on that.
No. It's hard once you already touch it, too. You're just like, oh, okay, too late. Keep going. Not that we're dwelling.
No, we're moving on.
And there's that lob that Gosling does, kind of to move the transition along.
I mean, a good lob, if it is, well, can immediately reverse the pressure on a point. You take the net and push them back, but that one not quite deep enough.
Yeah, it still gave them another chance to play, but not exactly probably what you wanted it to do at that point.
Absolutely, but another point at the net won by Gosling and Anderson, which is a really positive sign for them early on, because that would be the strength of their opposition normally.
Definitely, it's looking good. And now 0-3-1. Ooh, that was a nice little drop on the move from Gosling. Like, what?
A second shot drop.
Yeah,
Perhaps
what?
not the one to drive from Rogers there. It was a little bit low.
How do you does? Looks like Anderson and Gosling are playing a really good game, and the ball's already back in their
Yep.
in their clutches.
Yep. Non-scoring side out there. So we're back here again, targeting this backhand corner of Gosling. It really does seem to be a strategy early on.
And she's handling it.
She is. Have handed the pressure over a bit here. Backing off from Rickson. I'd like to see that followed up. Patience again in the transition.
And again, she really knows how to use that lob, to just move and transition
Absolutely.
so well. Like every time, you can see that it's not just throwing it up because it's, what am I going to do? She's using it effectively.
Yeah,
which
she
is
sees
nice.
when they're setting their feet, and that's a chance to push them back. Again, this backhand corner targeting.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know if it's working, that tactic, because it seems like she's pretty solid. She's got the...
She's expecting it.
Yeah.
And if it's coming at the cost of moving the pairing around and creating gaps, then I'm not sure it's going to be that effective for them. So it might be something they want to revisit if it is a conscious strategy.
Yeah, because it does look like a conscious strategy at this point. Again. Backhand again. And just wide that shot. Score is 6-0.
7, I believe.
7 now. Oh, we got an F. That was another one. And another one.
Lovely drop from Gosling. Well defended by Rickson.
Just wide. Anderson. Second server, though. They had a nice little run there, didn't they?
Yes. Yeah, they came in at what, 4? 3? 4?
Yeah. Well, she did the 2E on that one instead of the one. I wonder which one is more effective, like that kind of floater, slice, backhand, or the 2E, up and then.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is really key here. If the single-handed slice is working, then stick with it. Ooh, there's that lob again. Really effective this time. Completely switched the rally round.
Wow.
Great play.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's going to be used as a tactic to get out of this backhand targeting at the net. She's going to get pinned down there. She will pop it over Rickson's head. Might be an early message.
Right, yeah. Oh, it's always the easy one. Anderson a bit disappointed with
Let's not dwell.
herself.
Let's move on for her sake. Watching
not
the
dwelling,
replay
we're not
back now.
dwelling. No,
But
no,
that
no.
brings the first point on the board for Rickson and Rogers, so perhaps that's going to clear some of these nerves out. Nobody wants to be 11-0'd on show court in a final.
Oh, finally getting that backhand the one time. 1%. I'm not doing the stats or anything, but I'd say
Well, crucially, what we've seen from Rogers' stats earlier on in the tournament is that she's a very effective server. So when she serves, she wins the point about 60% of the time. Gosh. As opposed to
the
normally.
power. I'm sorry, I did not, but I just could not say anything about that. Oh my gosh.
That sends a message, didn't it?
Yeah.
You pop it up, I'm going to hit it. But we are facing another strong server in Lauren Gosling under this leg, but very effective. A deep serve can kick the rally off really well. And look, there we can see again, this continued pressure is forcing these errors. And there'll have to be a rethink before the next leg if it carries on like this.
Yeah, just making them kind of go on that back foot so that they have a harder time to come up, I suppose, with the deep serves, isn't it?
Yeah. Getting into this backhand corner. Wow.
Is that something that Rogers usually does? Go to the angles like that.
It's not something that I've seen as consistent as this. It does seem to be premeditated. Any time Rickson gets the one down the line, she's normally across court thinker, but she's going down the line to Gosling's backhand, so it seems to be a plan for them.
Interesting. Maybe they're looking for more of like the softer shot because they know how powerful Gosling is, so they're just trying to they'd rather go with the softer backhand shot.
Keep it away from that forehand.
Type of, keep it away from the forehand, yeah. And we have the game point here. Wow. Wow, this game is on fire. That was just everything. So good. And now we're going over his second serves. And it's good to see that everybody's still laughing and enjoying themselves.
2 chances to score some points here, and they really will want to make some of this distance back up. Again into this backhand corner.
Yeah.
Really asking questions of Gosling that she's doing well to stay in it and stay patient. I wonder if we're going to see a lob. Oh,
and
what
that's
a
what they
sequence.
did not want. They did not want to go with the forehand. They said, you know what, we'll take that backhand any day. Even though you're consistent and you got it, we'll take that over that forehand. And you just saw why.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But again, if you keep playing to somebody in the corner that you consider a weakness, and they're as good as Lauren, as studious as Lauren, they're going to figure out a way out of it. And she did there with that aggressive backhand dink, which brought the forehand into play.
Oh, yeah. And now we have the second game point here for Anderson and Gosling. Anderson to serve. Oh, no! It happens. Making it a bit more dramatic for you. We love the drama. Come on, bring it. Gosling to serve. Let's see what's going to happen here. A good serve here. Wow, and that will end this round right now. We're going to go to a second game and flip over, do a little bit of a switcheroony here. What a game, though. There were really some great plays. At the end, it was a perfect setup, an opportunity to just smash the ball, but the ball goes flying out, which happens every now and then, but you don't see that very often from any other players. You don't see that from Rogers, Rickson, Anderson, Gosling. So that was a rare opportunity moment. I don't know if it was opportunity, but it was definitely a rare moment.
That was, yeah. Well, we do have some stats on that leg. Quite interestingly, I think, given that there's a definite strategy at the net from Rickson and Rogers, actually, when we get to the net, we can see that they are only winning the points 14% of the time. So Gosling and Anderson really dominating at the net, despite them trying to pin Gosling down. And the other thing is that Gosling's serve is really, really effective. So when she's serving, they've won 71% of the time, and the server is normally at a disadvantage in this game. So trying to keep that serve return as deep as possible when that pace is coming into you is difficult, but they need to find a way to get on top of it. Otherwise, she's just going to dominate as she's been doing in this game so far.
Wow, that is 71%. That's very high. That's a huge percentage, isn't it? We're just starting off the game. There was a missed serve there. 0-0. And we are lucky enough to have Mr. Andrew Parker back in the house.
Howdy.
Oh, look at that. Oh, did you see that?
I did see that Randall
What?
drop.
Right when you showed up, they're doing a little bit of a Randall drop.
Yeah.
They knew it happened.
Great touch. Yeah, back from a much-needed coffee run. And I'm here with a latte.
Thank you for the espresso, by the way. Cheers.
Cheers.
If I'm talking too fast, it's because of...
That's one thing I quite often think about you, Sarah. It's like, you seem so slow and not very hectic.
Yeah, Nick and I were talking about that. I just have to really try to amp up the ante, I guess. You know, give a little more energy sometimes.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes I just think, you need to just come a bit stronger with the hype game.
The last time we were seeing how they were kind of just going for Gosling's backhand, but now it looks like they might have switched the strategy a little bit after talking at the wee break. Let's see how it works out for them. Ooh, they're moving her around, so it looks like it's back and forth, not just so concentrated on one side, but a little bit of back and forth. If you're an old school R&B fan, there's a song by Aaliyah called Back and Forth. Check it out. Yeah, so the predictability, Nick's saying that the predictability isn't there as much because she's not able, it's Gosling, is not able to coach as well as she could because they're doing something a little bit different. Let's see if you guys can notice that at home, going back and forth again, he said.
Fairly edgy game, this one. Lots of missed returns, lots of missed thirds.
Yeah, the consistency isn't as on as the last game. We'll see. I think they've switched up the strategy a bit, so everybody's kind of adjusting now.
Rough one there. It's a right shot by Rickson. Guess his dink wasn't where she wanted it to be. Rickson the opportunity to be aggressive, just didn't quite get it over the net.
Oh wow, that was just into the net. You don't see that very often by Anderson on a return like that. There's that lob again by Gosling, just trying to get things moving. Couldn't come in time there to get that ball. This game is already a bit closer.
It's a great point. Nia was so clever with firstly an amazing drop to get into the point, then the dinking was super clever. Created that gap in the middle for the speed up, which then ultimately put them on the upper hand and managed to convert that into a point.
Yeah, they're definitely not keeping Gosling as comfortable as she was the last game. They had a bit of a strategy where they were kind of going to her backhand, just keeping her there so she was ready for that middle drive when she could, or that poach. But now they're moving it around a bit more, making it a bit more tricky, and it's proving to pay off.
It's a super high quality point.
Proving to be effective. They're getting around the net a bit more. And you can tell, oh, look at that. I can't even keep track of what I'm saying because this is just so awesome. It's action-packed, it's amazing. Wow, everybody's just going for it. The power there that was displayed. It's showtime! Shout out to Nick Hobbs. That's our guy. We had to bring the spirit of him in on that one. 2 net courts in a row. I mean, whose luck? Who's going to have the fortune? Gosling. That was so beautiful to stay in it that way.
It's seeing some really high quality pickleball here. This isn't just hit it hard and then hit it harder. This is hit it hard, hit it soft, reset it, get to the kitchen, play some dinks, wait for the speed up, wait for the right shot.
Yeah, we've got everything in this game. It's a combo plate, and it's delicious.
We need a pickleball version of surf and turf, I think.
Yeah, that's what this would be.
Dink and drop.
With a little Randall drop on the side.
Rickson and Rogers are maintaining a narrow advantage here. That won't last very long if they give Lauren many more of those shots.
I mean, that was a missile. You just gave her the ammunition. That missile hit hard.
Sure did. And the angle as well. It wasn't, I think actually, scarily, she could have hit it 20-30% harder. But chose still a very hard shot and creating a great angle.
So you're saying she could have put a hole in the ground, but she didn't?
I think so. It's nice of her to consider the show
That's
court.
very nice of her.
And then the walls and the X40 balls. Super.
Lovely. And the way that she just is able to be so effective. And by she, I mean Gosling, of course, because that's what just happened. You just got Gosling. It was amazing. What a formidable team. This is a brilliant game on both ends. Everything is just being thrown into the mix. And here we have the patient game. Oh.
Yeah, I think Nia thought that was going out and didn't cover the ball properly to be in the position to hit it. Should it go in?
That's always a tough one.
Yeah.
I think Nick would have handled that. He probably would have flicked it. He would have done a back flick because he's got that back flick thing. You don't know when it's coming or how it's coming.
A back
but
flip.
It's there. The back flip. Isn't that
Backhand flip.
Isn't that what they call it, baby? A back flip. No, Grandma. It's a back flick.
Yeah.
All you kids. That was beautiful.
There we go. We just saw a one in real action from Rogers there. No reverse somersaults. But we've seen the score turnaround here from what was 5-2 to Rickson and Rogers. Gosling and Anderson just turned up the heat and have moved into an 8-5 lead. And Rickson and Rogers need to win this to take it to a third and deciding game here in this gold medal match.
They have a second server now. Let's see what will happen. This game is looking a lot more like Rogers and Rickson have a bit more control in this one. Good lead there, which is not easy to do when you're in that momentous state of going back and forth like that. So that's really good.
That's a good point. When you're in the middle of a ding-dong rally like that, having the wherewithal to leave a ball, it's not to be underestimated. Really tricky.
Definitely.
Just didn't quite get there for that. Put the hand up, called herself for a double bounce. Very good, very sporting.
Very sporty, good spirited. It's what we like to see.
Yeah, and we always see it as well, which is lovely.
Look at that, the control that Gosling has with the lob to use that as an effective play and then bring it in. It's just so lovely because people are so afraid of it, but it's a brilliant part of the game. I'm calling that as a part of the game that's going to happen a lot more when people feel more confident about it.
So do we have so it was match point, and one with a great forehand from Gosling there. And we have our winners here today of the gold medal being Anderson and Gosling. Seen them a few times on the show court. They've shown their dominance. They've shown they've got all aspects of the game, and they showed that here in the final. They had a little bit to do, 5-2 down, and they persevered, didn't give up, turned it around, and actually won convincingly from being behind. So well done, ladies, and well done to Nia and Rickson, who will go away with the silver medal. They had a few wins today in the rounds that I think were good victories for them and put themselves in position to compete here in the final. I think they started that second game well. They had a good idea of how to try and influence the game a bit more, get a bit more involved with the dinking and the soft game, and not being so under pressure from the high power shots from the other side. And that worked for a while, but then I think Gosling and Anderson caught on to that and then turned it around.
Thanks so much for the commentary, guys. We're going to go to an advert break now, and we'll be back right after that with the final of the 50 plus 4.0 mixed doubles. We'll see you shortly.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Steven.
Okay, Simon. Good.
Can you tell the commentator we're all at midnight drinking?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I am back as well.
Tim's back, y'all.
I'm delighted to have Sarah McCreary here as well.
Hello.
And we are bringing you the 50-plus mixed doubles 4.0 final, where we have some familiar names out on court. Louise Stephen and Mark Johnson at the bottom of your screen, playing Mark, Guy and Jazz Tutt. The top, both teams have made their way through to this final. Oh, and that's a classy display there from Mark Johnson.
Very good, very nice.
Indeed. He's such a composed figure on the court.
A lot of power shots going on here. Wow, just out there.
Yeah, close from Louise Stephen there.
Getting a lot of speed up energy. Drive.
Speed up energy, yeah, absolutely. So Jazz Tutt, last couple times I've commentated on her, she's had various injury issues midway through the match, so hopefully those have cleared up for her, and she must have been playing well so far to get through to the final.
Yeah, we're going to touch a little wood for Jazz Tutt. Keep it going, Jazz Tutt. Well done.
So this final will be played best of 3. First to 11, 1 point ahead for each of the games.
Yeah, it's good. You really get a chance to find your groove because you have another opportunity to take over if you're willing and ready.
Absolutely. Just that little bit of extra time to adjust. You lose that first game. A nice lob there from Louise Stephen. Apologies, it's David Guy. Sorry about that, David.
We got you now, David. Guy.
And we have Nick Mays doing his stats in the background here, so he'll be able to bring some insight into proceedings a bit later on. Simon Farr on the scoring as normal.
Yeah, it takes a village, it takes a team. And we have a really good one here, from stats to tech work. Pretty incredible. So you're not just seeing good play, but there's some background stuff going on here.
Yeah. There is some background stuff. A shot from Louise Stephen. Or pulling the play, and David Guy saw an opportunity there, but just out of his reach. Looking for that ATP.
With the backhand, too. He's going for the backhand one.
It would have been a nice one.
Oh, that just comes off the paddle with the power. And now we have cut to serve.
Yeah, and a little bit of a deficit to overcome here in this first game. And that's going to help.
Really nice.
It's going to help.
3-5. Now just 2.
2. Yeah. Oh, it is 3.
Again, Todd. Okay, we see you. It's looking really good.
Yeah. Stepping up their game here. More consistency. Making those shots uncomfortable for Johnson and Stephen.
Oh, unlucky. David said, let me step in a little bit and get some of that action. But we got to serve on the next side now.
Yeah, and it's the kind of shot you hit when you've had a nice few runner points and suddenly you feel a little bit invincible.
What was that? That we got collapsed. That was in. Wow, what a great return there, Tut.
Yeah, handled that power nicely.
Little celebration there. Ball goes out. Turnover. Tut to serve again.
And non-scoring side out as well. That's a great drive from Guy, and the follow-up. Aggressive play working for him there.
Yeah, they're looking strong.
Yeah, it is looking very strong. And picking up a nice head of steam here, and a good serve there from Jazz Tut as well. And certainly it doesn't look like any injury problems from her. She's hitting the ball clean. She's hitting it powerfully.
I just would like to take credit for that because I touch wood, so just saying. Go, girl. No, Tut is on fire. She's looking good. Little confusion, but everybody agreed in the end.
Louise Stephen did so well to remain in that point, and it was just a missed shot by Mark Johnson there. And that's unfortunate, and it opens up a 3-point gap for Tut and Guy. And he's throwing in the lobs, the drives, and it's causing all kinds of problems.
It's getting chaotic, and we love it.
Yeah, feeling confident, I think. Tut and Guy edging their way towards this first game.
Tried to do a reset there, but it just didn't make it over that net. Now we have Stevens to serve. 5-9. Second server here. She just missed that one. It just went long.
Yeah, just a little bit rattled. Oh, what a get.
The reset there. What?
Oh.
What a point.
I would say point of the day, or certainly one of the points of the day. That one had absolutely everything. Some brilliant reset play. Jazz Tut almost contorting her entire body to get down to one of those volleys she hit. They are giving us a real performance, aren't they,
It
Saz?
is pretty amazing, Tim, to see this. And like we said, she's on fire. I mean, come on. Look at what she's giving us. This is quality play.
Absolutely. So one of the best 50-plus finals we've seen here at PickleB to get our calendar underway here in 2026. Louise Stephen with the put away.
Louise Stephen, she's playing some really good defense, too, as well. I'm confused because this does not look like a 50-plus. I'm looking forward to 50-plus, and this is what it's looking like. I mean, these people out here are doing it, and they're doing it well.
Doing it very well. And Tut and Guy now have crafted themselves a game point with some fantastic play. And it was a net cord, a sneaky little net cord. David Guy does the job. And what a brilliant first game that was. A pleasure to watch. Some fast hands action. And Simon here coming up on the mic. Simon.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there to the audience that you should probably join me for a late night drink, because Jazz and David were with me right at the end of the bar last night till 12 o'clock, and they even pulled the shutters down on us. And David's just giving me a little wink now of yeah, absolutely, yeah, there we go. So I'm available most evenings if anyone needs some coaching. I'll hand you back to the lovely Sarah.
Simon's got the youth juice. This is what it happens when you stay out late.
Well, there you go. I did see Simon last night, so I didn't stay out late with him, though.
You got to start.
To be honest, I wouldn't
now.
normally recommend that to anyone, but it is an open invitation for Simon there.
Last time we had the opportunity to do that, it didn't work out so great.
Yeah, no. It's a lovely touch there from Mark Johnson. Get things underway here, and they're going to have to mix things around. Some interesting stats coming from Nick here. Apparently, they haven't won a point so far, Stephen and Johnson, where Johnson has hit that third shot, but they've won 70% of points when Stephen has hit it. So Stephen finding consistency and precision with that third shot.
And the stats don't lie, as we know. Oh, nice little battle here. Just a little bit of miscommunication. And David Guy's blaming that on the beer.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a function for you to add some kind of beer handicap.
It's
Nick,
the stats,
in your, have you added that function yet? No, that's something to work on. So there you go. You can go away with that. Get the developers working on that one.
And I'd also like to know what kind of beer they're drinking, because that's very important as well.
It's very true.
Yep, sell away. Sell away, sell away, sell away. And she left that. Very good.
Have you been on the beer, Saz?
Pickleball is my beer. Just watching it.
Well,
it's electric.
It's definitely a drug of some kind. Certainly addictive.
That's what the people say, Tim. That's what the people say.
So, Stephen and Johnson to stabilise themselves in this second game. A must-win for them. That third shot sat up nicely for Louise Stephen, but overhit. And that's disappointing for her. Oh, and Johnson now switching from the drop to the drive on that third. Fifth shot drive, third shot drive. Successful, and maybe just a slight change of the strategy there, playing a little bit quicker.
What a beautiful drop. Wow. That is a lovely shot by Stevens.
Yeah, and
Great.
Stephen has shown real precision with that third shot drop.
71%.
Indeed.
Oh, and a little backhand flicky.
Yeah, and he's got this lovely technique, Mark Johnson, where he disguises the shot into quite late in the stroke, so not always easy to tell what he's going to do. You saw on that one, that lovely backhand roll that he hit. Oh, and Louise Stevens, she was not going to hit it. She decided to hit it and then realised she shouldn't hit it.
That's the story of everybody's life at some point or another, playing pickleball.
Yeah.
Oh, I could see it coming a mile away. I wonder if they knew that as well. She was ready. She was like, just do it and I'm gonna just boom, and she did.
She did. And a little bit of frustration in that shot as well.
Oh, I thought that was a volley. He was asking what
I know.
the score was.
I thought for a second Mark Johnson had forgotten how to play pickleball.
Wait a minute, what's the score? Are they gonna let that? Is that gonna be? Is that gonna be all right? Okay, they're all right with it. Oh boy, wait, do we know the score? It's here. We got it. 2-4. Oh, after all that. That might be the effects of the beer as well. But I think we got the score. Oh, that is the right shot, but it's just out by Tut. It just kind of floated up a little too much on the trajectory. She just could have got a little bit lower. That would have been a great shot.
Brilliant play, and the speed up from Jazz Tut. Defended well, but was really ready with that next shot, and you feel that Guy and Tut really are playing at a high standard here. But Stephen and Johnson finding an extra level in the second game and having a small advantage. Oh, and that's a sign of confidence right there.
Wow.
Jazz Tut giving us a little show.
Oh, just the turnaround there. But it didn't work out the way David Key thought it might.
A big shout out to Neil Lawson-Smith, who's put a comment on the chat, on the YouTube chat, out in Costa Rica. So
Hola.
he would be incredibly impressive from him to be wanting to watch the stream out there in Costa Rica, but it just shows the worldwide draw of these PickleB events. Yeah, nice flick, David
It's
Key.
always better to leave it. I'm not mad about that, them leaving that, because you just never know if that ball is going to actually, it's good to practice that sometimes. But unfortunately, it did land right in the court. By the way, Tim, does that translate over the same way when I say I'm not mad about that? Does that, because sometimes, the American lingo, people are like, what? Are you quite mad?
I think... Oh, you've got to do the remainder of the stream in that British accent.
And then everybody will be quite mad.
Yeah, to be fair. Yeah. Suddenly, the complaints start coming in. We're banned.
What is she doing to our pickleball?
What reactions from Mark Johnson. And They really have stepped up their game in this second one. Louise Stephen and Mark Johnson looking likely that this might be going to a third, as I think probably deserved, because both teams have been playing at a very high standard and it's been a bit to and fro. There's been one team ahead and then the others come back. So
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to Nick about the stats and what the change is, what the flip is for that. I mean, I'm sure we can kind of talk about it, but it's so nice to have the numbers there and the definiteness of it. The definiteness? I'll take it.
the depth. What a get. Louise Stephen and Mark Johnson lets that one go. So still life in this match. Oh, and we have James Elliott watching in Thailand.
Hey, James, how's it going?
Thanks, James. It's at least 2 international viewers. I'd like to think there's more.
I mean, we made it. 2 is great. We'll take it. Hey, guys.
So can Tut and Guy make any more inroads in this 4-point deficit they're chasing?
Wow, beautiful. Just parted the waters like Moses in the Promised Land. That was awesome.
Blimey. That's you can clip that one up, David, and
oh, the defense there by Steven.
oh, and he's
Look at
just
that.
missed.
Oh,
It was just missed. With a nice idea there. And just praising his opponents on finding that angle. Almost a stunning ATP on the backhand side. He's tried it a couple of times, David Guy.
Love to see it.
Looking for that ATP.
It's G.
Sorry, it is G. David yelled at us.
No, it's G.
Apologies, David.
It's G.
We've
And
been
right we will
told.
get.
David taking time out of playing there to tell us.
Thank you, David. G. My G. That should be easy enough to remember now.
Absolutely.
Sorry about that, David. Uh-oh. All right, they're all good, all good. This is what the pickleball community is about: talking, communicating, getting through it, and then starting all over again.
Arguing, falling out, and then hopefully making up.
Just like family.
Absolutely. Mark Johnson here.
And this is
Game point
game point. Yeah.
to take this one to a third.
Wow, the fire from G's bat. Whoa. That paddle meant that. We have the second server. Second game point. And will it be a third?
Oh, brilliant play. Really,
Wow.
really strong play. And that is composed play from Mark Johnson there as well. It kind of just looked so casual when he was playing those shots. Flipping in a lob, then flipping in a few more volleys, and just a little bit too much for Jazz Tut in that rally. So we are going to a third here in this really enthralling encounter, Saz. This has been a really fun watch and showing some really quality play here, the 50 plus
Yes,
mixed
definitely.
players.
So good. Definitely showing a great display of the talent that we have out here today. And I mean, they're bringing the fire.
stats, one thing the stats are showing us in that leg is that in the first leg, G and Tut were winning most of the rallies at the net. That has now been flipped around, and I think that's the patience of Johnson over here. He's found his range with his drop, so he's no longer the non-effective third player. He's doing very well at transitioning. He's also picking up those fifths to get into the net, and when they're in there, he's got the patience. We've seen some wonderful dinks from both players, but it's really his patience, his coordination at the net that is turning this around.
Thanks so much, Nick. That was Nick Mays and giving us the stats. Good stuff.
So Johnson stepping up his game clearly.
Just shows how you can turn things around.
Brilliant.
Oh.
Yeah, really good reactions, because that was a nifty speed up there. And Stephen and Johnson now leading in this match for the first time. And it feels like the momentum is with them. And unbelievably, it is a point, and I'm not sure if David G realizes it, but
yeah,
it is their point, because it hits Louise Stephen. David was looking away there in frustration, but he needn't, because
that's what he meant to do, I think. I think he was just going for bodies. Oh, man. Yeah, if it hits your body, that is a point to the other team. Or fight out, whatever's going on. Oh.
And just a little bit of frustration creeping into David G's body language here. As Nick just says that his speed ups so effective in that first game, and just being read a bit better by Johnson and Stephen. So perhaps a change of strategy, as we saw in that last point, maybe hitting a few more dinks, trying to win the point too quickly. So we've seen Stephen and Johnson, their hand speed since that second game has been quite sublime. So do retake the lead, Tut and G.
And they targeted that backhand on the move, and G wasn't able to make it in time. Got 1-2. Stephen and Johnson to serve. Little countdown, 1-2. 1-2. Up, a little more talk. All right, everything's worked out, smooth out. We're good.
Good drop. Right, Johnson. Oh, and for a second there, it looked like Louise Stephen was in absolute God mode, but just unable to put that opportunity that she very neatly crafted away.
Oh, it just came off the backhand. She wasn't able to really get that smooth hit off of that. Wow, things are going in the favor of Tut right now. Just couldn't get that over the net. We're serving now, 3-1.
Good overhead from Mark Johnson. Oh, was it wide? No, it was good.
It was good, yeah. Just clipped the line, sounds like. Nice backhand flick on the move. Looks like that move gave him a little bit more momentum.
Yeah. G has reasserted himself here.
Definitely here.
And that does bring up a 4-point advantage. 5-1-2 after that error there from Louise Stephen. And some real daylight, but what a time to throw in a missed serve, handing that serve back to Stephen and Johnson.
Wow, yeah, it's looking like one side favors the other. I don't know if it's like a side thing or what, but they switched to the side. Playing a little bit better on that side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, obviously this change of ends has worked in Tutton G's favour.
Yeah. Oh, nice shot by Stephen.
Yeah, it was a lovely little flicked forehand. Oh boy, and maybe a little bit of nerves creeping into both players, both teams' games here.
Good lead. Paddle went up, paddle went down. And just in time. Another point on the board. And we're doing the old switcheroonie, it looks like.
The switcheroonie is out. And Tut and G find themselves with a 6-2 lead.
Let's see if it's about the ends. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, this change of ends might change things around again. The G and Tut being more effective in this third game in terms of their driving game. Able to keep Johnson and Stephen.
Was flying out. And she couldn't get out of the way of it, I guess. Oh,
Yeah, it was flying out. So what can Stephen and Johnson do here? 3-6-2 and now 4-6-2. So this is tightening up. Last game here.
Oh, that was so close. It could have went any way, and it went the way of Tut and G. Not to be mistaken with G.
We don't mention that word.
No.
Oh, what a flick.
That was beautiful.
Gee whiz.
I like it. Gee whiz. Yes. Oh, the
And
temptation. The
She wound
flavor.
up. She wound up for that one, Saz, didn't she?
She did.
That would have been special had it gone in.
Oh, you could tell that would have had some hit sauce on it. But it didn't go in that time. Wow. Oh, the defense of Tut. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Second server. 8-4. Oh, just out going for that line shot. That chose to do that. Just missed it there.
The drive doing the damage. Louise Stephen reducing the deficit to 3.
Almost getting a little encouragement from her partner. Stephen couldn't make it though, but she was going for it, which we love to see. Because you never know. You can, I mean, we've seen it before. Those surprise shots, and you're like, what?
Yeah. Absolutely, you're never out of a point. It's a good drop there from Mark Johnson. And just when they needed a really strong point, Johnson and Stephen, they found themselves some quality shots, one after the other, and reducing again this deficit. So 2 points now, and this is tightening up as we head towards this critical juncture in the match.
Such a close game. You know, it looks like they're going for touch consistency and playing off of that, because even though she has precision and consistency, G, oh my gosh, G has the power, and it looks like they're trying to stay away from that. Second server.
Yeah, and just finding it hard to score points at the minute. Another good deep return. Oh, brilliant play.
And the celebration
And that
shout.
was some great G fence there from G.
Let's go, G.
That one was courtesy of Nick Mays, by the way.
Nice talk there, good communication. Leave that alone, he says. Tut does. And because of that, they get another point, and guess what it is?
It is match point. And a hard-fought match point to get to this stage. Can they take it?
That is the question, Tim. That is the question.
Good patience. Good patience from Louise Stephen there, just peppering the backhand of Jazz Tutt, making those shots tricky. So Mark Johnson now with ball in hand. And a missed volley from Jazz Tutt.
He's going for those shots that's not as high percentage to go for those line shots, but I mean, they do pay off if you get them.
And a missed forehand. And now what was 4 is 2.
Yeah, anybody's game. Win by 1.
And
Oh, boy.
Jazz Tutt there, just coming forward and holding her calf muscle. And is an injury here. Jazz Tutt just causing us some problems. And from what was a commanding 4-point lead, there's Jazz Tutt, you can't see it on the stream, but she's just trying to stretch out that calf muscle. We have a match point the other way now. Mark Johnson and Louise Stephen to take the gold medal.
Wow, what shot there. Just hanging in. Oh,
And
they
there
continue.
it is, and perhaps Jazz Tutt's body in the end just letting her down towards the end stages of that match. They look commanding at 10-6 up in the final game, but
Yes.
unable to get over the line in the end. And a very, very good performance there, and many congratulations to David G and Louise Stephen. Sorry, Mark Johnson and Louise Stephen. They take down the gold medal. And frustration for David G and Jazz Tutt. That's a stinger, but bringing us tons and tons of entertainment in a very, very competitive final there in the 50 plus. 4.0 mixed category. So, Nick Mays on the mic here. What can you tell us, Nick,
There was
about that game?
a huge shift in the rallies at the net. In the end, the winning team were banking. Sorry, let me just bring up my stats again. There's a lot to go through on this one. They ended up winning at the net 65% of the time. So given that they were down after the first end, they really found a way to switch that up. I just wanted to call out some individual performances that are really showing on these stats. First of all players really strong on their third shot percentage. So we're seeing above 85% on all of them. Stephen didn't miss a single third, which really helps. You know, anytime you miss that, that's a scoring opportunity gone. So 100% in there. Not only that, but if she hit the third, they would win the point 74% of the time. It's a huge, huge stat. So Johnson down at 23%. He clearly fixed what he was doing wrong at the 0%, but there's still some work to be done. I think the aggression of Stephen, the topspin drops, these are all more effective pressure shots, especially when you've got a big poach like G. A slow floating drop is perhaps not going to be as effective against someone who's moving that quickly. But also just finally to call out in serving, although he wasn't hitting as effective thirds, Johnson's serve was very effective, and I'm not sure if it's just because he's hitting the corners and allowing Stephen to come in for the drive, but when he served, they won the point 63% of the time. So for those watching back that have just played, there's maybe something to look into there on the thirds and on the serves.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Fascinating stuff. I mean, what consistency from Louise Stephen on that third to get 100%, you say, of drops in. I mean, I could probably count on no hands the number of times that's happened to me. So fantastic performance individually from her, Louise Stephen. Looked composed throughout that match, and in the end, it was sad to see Jazz Tuck just limping. They did look really commanding and thought they might just be able to squeeze over that line. Some really good performances and a great watch here from these four players. So congratulations to both. So next up, we'll be moving towards our 4.5 plus men's division in the doubles. And I believe quite a few people from the streaming team will be playing in that one. So we may be slightly short-staffed, but that one won't start until 1:40. So we will probably have a slightly extended break before bringing you action from that match. So we will be back then to bring you more action.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Okay, so it's looking like we have our first match in the men's doubles 4.5, 18 plus round robin. Here we have Hazelhurst, Jackson, Anderson, Lofthouse. This is bound to be a really good match. See what happens. Everybody's getting their water. Positions are being taken. Seems to be some confusion. Too many people on the court. Problem solved. Here we go. First server up, 0-0. Ooh, Lofthouse just misses that. The game is starting off to a good start with the action. 1-0, Jackson and Hazelhurst. Bit of a mishit. Getting out the nerves sometimes when you're first starting off in the game. Oh, game of patience. Hazelhurst just doesn't make that one over, but we love to see that happening with the dinking. Whoa. Anderson comes in with a poach, and it pays off big. 2-2. Nice drive by Anderson. Very nice. Looking good. 3-2. Oh, 4-2. Beautiful setup by Lofthouse. He sets himself up. How about that? Little backhand flick, little overhead smash, and just like that, we're in full speed ahead with the action. That backhand by Anderson's crazy. What? Oh my god, no way. Are you kidding me? Oh, good leave. I don't believe it. That was a great leave. Oh my gosh, and it's a switcheroony. We're switching sides already at 2-6. Anderson and Lofthouse for the lead right now. But then again, it's pickleball. It could be anybody's game. So I hope you're watching because things go pretty fast. Lofthouse to serve. 6-2-1. Not afraid to display that power, Lofthouse. And Anderson not afraid to get that poach in. And it's working. Oh, just caught him on the move. Doesn't often happen, but wasn't able to catch that right on time. Anderson to serve. We're at 7-2-2. Couldn't execute that third shot drop, Lofthouse. So no point for anyone. But serving 2-7. Jackson serving. Ooh, little pop-up. You don't really see that often. But it worked out in the favor of Hazelhurst and Jackson. Know what they're going to call that. Going to see what happens. You didn't see it, so be it. They said it was in. They're calling it in. So, second server. Hazelhurst to serve. Well, that felt tricky over here. Side out to Lofthouse and Anderson. 7-3-1. Oh, nice shot there. Down the line.
We were just discussing then off air about that line call. It looked out to us, so we'll have to watch that back on the replay when we get 5 minutes.
Yeah, you decide. Anderson with the poaches. I mean, I think I'm not Nick Mays or anything, but I think the percentages are high. About 100%.
Yeah. Where is Nick when you need him, eh?
Yeah. Nick Mays, where you at? Wow, what a game. 9-3, and now we are at game match point. Anderson to serve. Lofthouse decides to get tricky and go for a lob, and it works out for game point. That's it. What a game. That went so fast, as things do go fast in 4.5. 18 plus.
Sarah, amazing as always. We're going to go for a short ad break. We'll be back very soon.
Let's go. Wait. Hold on, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had it, I got that confidence. Come on now.
right? Yes. Are you right? You're the trainer. Oh, right, yeah. You're the right. Yeah. Okay, great. Cool. Yeah. What did you?
So we're back here, and we have our 18 plus men's doubles 4.5 round robin. On the screen, you're seeing a little warm up from Hargreaves, Spurway, Holson, and Wright. This looks like a good game, doesn't it, Simon?
We're looking forward to this. Our very own Tim Spurway in action.
Yes.
So he's a man of many talents. Not only can he put together a half-decent stream, he's not too bad on the mic, and he can play a bit of pickleball as well. So we look forward to commentating on his match. For the viewers at home, just as the players don't recognise, Tim Spurway is wearing his traditional white headband, looking very sporty. There, he's just blown us a kiss as well, bless him.
Don't get too excited, people at home.
And some very funky shoes, actually. I'm not quite sure about them, but you know. And then his partner's Hargreaves is wearing the lime green t-shirt, and then on the other side, Wright is in the dark blue t-shirt with green Skechers, I think the Skechers, and his partner is in the light orange. What colour would you call that t-shirt, Sarah?
What is that, like a peach-ish color?
I'm not a follower of fashion, so I'll go with you. Peach sounds fine to me, Sarah. We'll go with that.
Is it salmon? I think salmon. I like salmon.
Oh, we'll save that one. He might leap like a salmon, won't he? Amazing.
Here we go. It looks like they're setting up the final little details. Oh, the behind the trick. What are we doing here? Talking about his serving first. Like Simon was saying, our very own Tim Spurway, who's gifted us on the mic. And now he's gifting us on the court. Oh, a little more warming up.
So as Tim mentioned earlier, we are now a bit short-staffed on the stream deck, the stream. So bear with us. You've got the lovely Sarah on comms, me doing the scoreboard. I'll try and do a bit of camera work as well, and maybe a little bit of commentary. But it's a lot for an old man to try too many things.
You can do all things, Simon. I've seen it. It's amazing. I don't know if I'd be able to do what you do, but we're lucky enough to have you here. So thank you. That one was just out there. 1-0.
I hate to say that those shoes do slip, Sarah.
Those are Laker color shoes, by the way, if you guys are familiar with basketball. The Los Angeles Lakers. Oh, nice. Good return there. Oh, almost went for the double two-y with the backhand and just missed it. But the opportunity was there. I say take that shot any day, Tim. Just wasn't there execution, but that was the right shot to take for sure.
We need to clip that one up for the highlight reel, Sarah, definitely.
You can have that, Tim. Now we're here with the score. Like 2-2-1 to Spurway and Hargreaves. Oh, unlucky there. Bit of power, just getting it warmed up here. Spurway to serve. Good leave. And that'll bring them to 4. Oh, that's the right idea to go ahead and switch it up a little bit. Didn't work out that time. 2-4. Olsen right to serve, 3-4-1. That was a beautiful, just floating over the line shot from Spurway. Not allowing Olsen and Wright to get that momentum and get that over. Second server for them. Spurway and Hargreaves keep the lead, 4-3. That was deep enough just to cause a bit of confusion for Hargreaves. Spurway will serve now. Beautiful serve. And now we're going to do the old switcheroonie. Switching sides.
Traditional 11 game to 11 win by 1. Change ends at 6. And we get to see a different perspective for the players. Have another look at those lovely shoes of Tim Spurway.
So lovely. So nice. Looks like they're working on a game plan and they're going to Loft House to talk about some things. Here we go. 6-4-2. Wow, what a great little round of exchange there. A little confusion there between Holston and Wright. Spurway and Hargreaves serve again. 6-3-1. Nice drop by Tim, allowing him to go in. Whoa, power there. Get up. Oh, look at this power. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a way to come out of that. That was amazing. The action was jam-packed. Can you see the action like I'm seeing this, Simon? Oh my goodness.
Defense, eh? That's amazing. That ball was so close to the roof as well.
Wow, yeah, that was awesome. Seven, 3-2. Spurway to serve. Wow, I don't even think Hargreaves moved. He was just like, what? That was just all instinct right there. Just amazing. I think the ball has been lost. The ball's scared. That X40 is not coming back. Instead, I don't want to get beat up like that anymore. Oh no, they found it. Okay, it's brave. It's come back. Oh, almost. Spurway does a little lioness shout. Disappointed with himself for doing that, but it could happen to anybody. Missed that serve. Second server. Holston and Wright will have their second server now. Pretty. Good leave.
I think that tells the story of the game, Sarah, is that was the first dink that we'd seen, isn't it? And all those points. It's been a game of power.
You're right, Simon. It's such a fast-paced game. Wow, yeah, he caught Hargreaves on the move. And he just couldn't get back to his position. And we have a second server because of that. Wonder if that'll give him a little bit of momentum, that type of move. Right back there. No points scored on that. Another missed serve. That's a lot of missed serves here. We're going to want to look at that later. Holston and Wright. What a setup shot that was. And he took advantage of that. He said, I'm not letting that get away. I'm going to go for it. And go for it, he did. Beautiful drop by Tim Spurs, but he just couldn't follow up with that next one. So now we'll have the second server. Oh, nice with Tim. But it just went sailing out a bit. That shot was fast. That was like, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a pickleball going really fast down the line.
Nice to see Holston right now move off for three. They've had a few non-scoring side out, so let's see if they can build some momentum now.
Was a nice hard shot straight down off the paddle of Tim Spurway. We've got a point there. 5-8. Oh, that's always so tricky. Tim was just waiting to see if it was actually going to be in, but by the time he realized it was in, it was already too late to get that.
Yep, and that's 3 points in a row now for Holston, right? So they definitely built up ahead of steam. Going to see what happens next.
Yeah, they closed that gap up a little bit. Let's see if they keep on with the momentum. Oh, couldn't cup that backhand enough. A little slap on the leg to remind him, do it better next time. Side out. Hargreaves to serve. Nice, beautiful drive by Tim Spurway, our very own. Going for the kills. Ooh, that almost trickled over the net. And just like that. Match point. Here we go. A beautiful serve. Oh, that one just going out. They have another opportunity though, I believe. Second server for match point here. Tim Spurway to serve. 10-6-2. Oh, and they just don't make that match point this time. Side out. A bit of a tactic there on the backhand of Tim Spurway. It looks like they're trying to go for that a few times. Nice. Really good lead, and that was a nice little two-y aggressive backhand dink from Tim Spurway. Really nice shot. Second server here. Oh, just a little breakdown in communication. And then they got a little jumbled up there.
Yeah, that backhand cross-court shot to the opposing backhand, it's become more and more common. It just puts people off ill at ease, doesn't it? And puts you, the ball's going slightly behind you. It's a really difficult shot to return without a pop-up.
Yeah, exactly. What a beautiful flick there, right down the middle. And you know what they say about that.
You say it so well, Sarah.
Middle solves a riddle. Oh, I can see that coming, and so could Tim Spurway. He's not happy with himself about that. But guess what? Second server. Oh my goodness, what a leave and what an unbelievable ending. That was so good. Wow, that had a little bit of everything, but most of all, it had pedal to the metal, metal to the pedal, gas, vroom vroom.
Sarah, thank you very much. We will just go off for a short ad break, and there'll be another round robin match as soon as we return. We'll see you shortly.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the PickleB Series 1 at the Hampshire Court Hotel. I'm going to hand you over to the lovely Saz McCrory, and also joining us in the comms booth is the lovely Emma Rickson.
Hello.
Hey, Emma. Great to have you.
Good to be here.
It was nice seeing you play out there. That was like awesome. Top
Thank
quality.
You. It was a really good game. Unfortunately, it didn't go our way, but really good fun, and goodness me, the quality.
You came
so
with the
high at
medal,
the
though.
moment. Exactly.
I
We
mean,
got
come
silver.
on.
It was really good. Really good day.
To add to your collection.
Sad not to play you though, but I'm sure commentary.
It's sad because you would have beat me very badly. Bludgeonry. Yeah, I know first name base. I know that open, yeah. All right, and here we go underway. It's a nice serve to start us off with. Oh, just out by Fletcher.
Really good defense. I think I'd hit that one.
It definitely would have hit that one. Oh, caught Oak on the move with the running in and just couldn't get it. He's looking at his paddle like, hey, what'd you do there, buddy? Missed serves at the beginning. Let's see, Adams is going to serve now. Are we still? We've got 0-1. Nice quick hands, Emma. What do you think about that?
Really good setup to get that ball popped right back, so he can do that right to the run. Really hard to get back. Pretty cool.
Yeah, all about the setup. Oh, nice leave there by Parker.
Again, I'd hit it.
So hard when you're in the midst of it, right?
Oh, 100%. You watch stuff back and you're like, why did I hit that?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially don't put that ball up high. I'm like, I want to smash it.
And then I'll probably have smashed it into the net.
Right. That happens, but not with you. Not with you. Not very often.
If I'm the one who's smashed it, probably that one.
All right, I know to lob you now. I'm gonna just lob him. No.
Against hands from over there.
3-0. Parker and Oak. Oh, almost. Parker just hits the ball that was going long. But he can usually do that because he has such a good smash that it'll usually go down there.
Usually he gets that ball really down, but
Yeah.
unfortunately not that one.
Oh,
Wanting to leave it again, but unfortunately that time not paying off.
yes, exactly. I think that first one was going long, so the second one he figured that's probably going long, and then it
Usually
wasn't.
you add power.
Yeah. Oh, nice shovel.
Really good defense. So they got themselves right up into the kitchen, into that point, and then took advantage.
That was lovely.
Textbook.
Exactly. I'm reading, we're studying. It's looking textbook.
That one not quite.
No, that was a little bit instinctual. Freestyle.
Yeah, very much like I'm coming in, I'm hitting the ball.
Right on the line.
Oh, pick up.
And a no look. Johnny had to look away. Johnny Adams. That, what are they calling that? I couldn't see it. Did they say that was out?
I think that was long. Yeah.
Yep, just long there. That's a good way to start it out on the second run. Nice serve again by
Jenna,
Parker.
So much power.
It's so good. Oh, almost. Now that's a move that works really well for Oak, and that's a great little setup there. The shake and bake. But it didn't work.
By that one,
Oh yeah, he's like, I usually get that. What is happening? Yeah, you won't expect to see that 2 times. That'll be a rarity. And it looks like it's time for the switcheroony. Going all around.
6-2.
So as you know, it's up to 11. And you win by 1. Switch sides at 6 points.
Exactly that. I think perhaps for Adams and Fletcher to get back into this, they need to try and get into the kitchen like they did successfully on that one point we were discussing. Because once they're dinky, they can slow the ball down. I think they'll have the control. At the moment, it's been a bit too much about fast hands, where Parker like.
Yeah, slow it down, guys. It's okay. It's all about the fast pace, but it's so lovely to see when they do go slower. And they have the skills to do it as well.
Oh, exactly.
I guess there's fun about like that element of surprise when you go faster, but if you're expecting it, then everybody just has fast hands and there's no element of surprise there.
Very true. Usually the boys like to hit it hard, fast, with a hand. That's what they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Fast and furious. Lovely. Look at that. That's what we're talking about. Can Parker hear us?
There we go.
Oh, there it is. We just said that. That wasn't the commentator's curse on that. We just said it and it happened. And you heard it here
Almost
first.
like we played before.
Like we know the sport a bit. What? Ooh, a little backhand flicky.
Very nice.
Oh, just out.
Didn't seem happy.
No. What a
Lovely
drop!
reach there, so good.
I feel like that looked like a setup that Oak did, right? Like that was a brilliant setup.
He's on fire. Maybe his win yesterday is spurring him on for today.
Yeah, sure, and he'll take that. Wow, the ability to leave that and know, because these are such talented players. You never know if that'll drop in or...
And it was the right shot to go for. I mean, the gap was there, the ball was up.
Yeah, oh yeah. Good lead. But he was ready with that hand. That backhand was ready to smash.
Tough enough.
Yes, yeah. Oh, the power, the drive.
Never wind up on that one, blimey.
Second server here. 2-10. Oh, sometimes when you're playing with your partner and they say no and you hit it and it goes over okay, that second shot kind of puts you off. You know, you kind of rattled
Yeah,
still.
exactly.
Oh,
And
that
also-
was game point. Oh my gosh, that was so
That
quick.
was quick.
11-2. It was a good match.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I don't think that score reflects the quality of the game we just saw.
Absolutely not, but it was a beautiful game. Great match. And wow. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, wow. I'm ready for the next one, which should be a really good one next. We've got Edwards and Feast again. Oh, I'm not sure I can read that there.
It's Banks and Lucas.
Again, thank you for filling in there. I'm glad you can read. I maybe need stronger glasses.
Ladies, thank you for a great job. We're going to switch to a quick ad break and we will be back very shortly.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We've had a slight change around the personnel. We now have the lovely Mia Rogers on the scoreboard. So bear with her, it's the first time. She gets it a little bit wrong, but I'm sure she'll do a brilliant job. Saz has gone off for a well-earned break. And lead commentator is the lovely Emma Rickson. I'll hand you over to her.
Co-commentator, no lead in it. We're a team.
We're a team, okay. I'm going to try and push some camera buttons as well. So hopefully these guys are going to go on play straight away. I think we're about on schedule. What time have we got?
We have Jack Edwards and Harry Feast playing together for the first time. We're just waiting for Harry to make it onto court. And then we have Lucas and Banks, who I think have played together a few times. Should be a really good matchup.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they played together before actually. I think Stephen normally plays with Ronnie.
Maybe I'm thinking more in rec. They've been training together for some of the sessions I've been at, so maybe I'm misremembering.
I'm not good enough to attend those sessions, Emma, so thanks for the non-invite. You got a favour of Feast and Edwards for this one, Emma, I think, haven't you? Yeah, I wonder how Harry's feeling, because obviously he had a mammoth game yesterday playing singles and had a 3-set thriller with our very own Lewis Oak. And I think most people thought, even Lewis thought, that Harry would walk away with it, and he lost. Really good game to watch. Lewis played so well. I think Harry got a bit tight towards the end, so I wonder if he will carry that forward into today's play.
It's a really good point, and I actually spoke to Harry earlier, and he was very much like there were too many unforced errors from him yesterday. So he's hoping he's got rid of that today and had a good night's sleep. So luckily he's a local, so not too far to travel.
Yeah, well, how close are you to here, Emma? You're only
like
stone's
3
throw.
miles away.
Okay.
I'm very lucky. This is where I play during the week and train here. I'm lucky to have all the tournaments here now, or majority of them.
Yeah, home from away from home for you.
Indeed.
We were saying earlier that although it's a great venue, the windows at the end of the hall can be quite troublesome to some players. And you were saying when you were down the camera end of the court, so you're looking towards the window, the light was kind of on your glasses?
Yeah, completely. I think it affects everyone regardless of whether it's glasses. It's so bright coming through that window, it's a big area. It can make the ball quite difficult to see. With my glasses, I'm sure Harry might face glasses. And Jack Edwards might face the same thing here with their glasses. Yeah, the light seems to star it a bit more. See how they get on. So it looks like Feast and Edwards have picked up on how the light might affect the court. Chosen to start on the end with the disadvantage, aiming to get as many points as they can before the switch, being with the disadvantage, and then obviously changing ends, not having to play. Very strategic and exactly what I would have done. Overreach there, one more step maybe, and needed to have that. Good first point. Nice, right down to the feet. And feet there, making that impossible back. Neck cord helping take that pop up that way, but helping make it. meaning that they've got their serve back and we're still at 0-0.
Yeah, it's finding it hard to score a point on their own serves at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, it seems that way. And I think once one team's got a point, it might roll very quickly through. But that fight for the first point is over.
There we go.
Commentators curse or what there?
Omniga's nailing it on the scoreboard as well, bless her. She's got all over it.
That point going into that. That's just it'll be interesting to see here if Banks and Lucas are going to stack or not. They haven't played together before. They might not have a preference. It looks like that they're not going to stack. Nice point construction there from Lucas.
Considering that they're playing down in age as well, because they both can play 50 plus,
Yeah.
and you've got to say it's an impressive start so far.
Oh, 100%. And it shows that age isn't the deciding factor.
The great thing about pickleball, right? It's anyone can play it.
100%. Not sure how many of them Edward needed, but he got the point in the end. Lovely redirection. The backhand and behind Lucas. No way you're going to get that back. Really good.
Some of the hardest shots in the game, isn't it? Is the leave.
Oh god, yeah, I was playing all of them.
It's always very easy when you're commentating in the heat of the battle. It's a different matter, isn't it?
100%. When I'm watching a game, I'm a pro. On court. Edward taking advantage of that and pressing on him winning the point. And taking the lead. Almost.
Oh, I was going to almost start using the S word then, Emma, but he just missed it, didn't he? Shout out to Mr. Hobbis, who's spending some well-earned time at home with his family. We haven't had permission about the S word, but Saz used it earlier and we haven't had any comments yet, so we might get away with another one if there's an ATP hanging around. Just might not be able to do the Midlands accent justice, but I'll have a go.
I definitely can't do it any accent, so I'm not trying to even attempt. I think Banks and Lucas need to try and get into that soft game. Everything's being driven from the back at the moment and quite a few errors coming from that. The third shot drop here or there might just give them a bit more of an advantage.
Feels like Harry and Jack have got into the game now, Emma, isn't it? And they're singing on
all sides.
Yeah, definitely. They seem to be in a bit of a flow at the moment. Yeah, let's see if they pull away with that. At the switch of ends, 6-3. So yeah, small lead for them, but definitely within reach.
And the plan's work, doesn't it? They're 3 points clear, and they're down at what we think is the better end.
100%. What we were saying there, for Lucas out the light, and he made a comment about it after. He just couldn't see the ball.
You saw that one though, Em?
That one was.
Always interesting with sport how people adapt to the conditions, be it playing outdoors, on a show court, lights and whatever else. And 9 times out of 10 it's the team and the players that adapt to the conditions quickest that come out on top.
No, completely. It can be a real differential factor. Seems like both of these teams have managed to adapt. Obviously that switching ends can wow, what a shot there from Lucas. Bit of a reach, but yeah, put that there. On that first lob. Unfortunately, in the second one, he wasn't able to put that smash back in the ball. Not sure it would be the tactic I would take. Roll continues with us now at 9-4. Seems like they are really pulling away from it.
Yeah, like we said earlier, the plan works. They change sides, 3 points up, and they continue to score heavily. So we do feel, and that's another great. Oh, what's that? We do feel like the match is almost won now.
I never write anybody off, so we'll see what happens. Although, with that, we bring up match point.
Between a reset.
And a winner!
So good, so good.
You can tell he's playing confidently if that's the way he's going to play.
We'll have to fish that tweener for a highlight reel at some point. Sorry, I should have hit the replay button for that one. Emma, amazing. Thank you very much. Nia, amazing job on the scoreboard. We're going to whiz to a quick advert break, and we will be right back.
Ooh, let's go. Wait. Hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I got that confidence. Come on now.
Welcome back to Basingstoke, and we are straight into another men's doubles 4-5 plus game. We've got Lofthouse, who's just serving right now, and Anderson against Patel and Ula. Nice hands from Lofthouse.
They'll be well advised to keep it away from James's forehand if they can. That is a weapon.
100%, but shots like that will do it. Keeping them deep is a really good idea. As soon as Anderson and Lofthouse get into the hard to hit half.
I should the same. Let's go back.
Yep, there we go again. Forehand smash by Mr. Lofthouse. Interesting, none of these players have got glasses on, Emma, so I think the change of ends isn't quite so important.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it seems a little bit more overcast, so I think even without glasses, it's not quite so bad at the moment. I think perhaps Patel and Ula would benefit here if they were to slow the game down even more. They're getting into the kitchen really well, but slow it down, give themselves time, let the ball bounce. Every time they're taking it out of the air, it's putting them at a disadvantage. That unforced error of the serve there is useful for them.
Yes, Mr. Hobbs would say serve, turn and third is the stable diet of a pickleball player, and a missed serve, a missed return and a missed third at this level was pretty unacceptable, really.
Indeed, unfortunately I think I missed all three today at some point.
You do yourself an injustice, Emma. You played very, very well. It was a great final to watch, and considering the late start you had. But, we won't mention that with Nia doing the scoreboard, will we? Whose fault was it, Nia, if it wasn't your fault? Your alarm clock. There we go. Okay. If anyone lives near Nia, I think she could do with a new alarm clock in her bedroom.
Yeah, maybe it's her birthday soon and we can all club together and get her one.
I'm going to start a GoFundMe for Nia's alarm clock.
Nice point construction there from Ula. Getting that pop up and putting the ball right to the feet. And again, the patience in moving that dinking around works wonders. Let's see if they can convert that now into some points on the board.
Yeah, you feel that they've got to score some points on their side out to progress further. You thinking of the new rules? Clearly below the waist.
Yeah, although he does drop the ball first, so it does bounce, which means that isn't in play. But it's just interesting to decide to hit the serve weight. Maybe it's to put people off.
We'll take another look at the next time that's serve used.
little bit too quick. I'm ready to come back.
And those 6 points came round very quickly, Evan, didn't they? Change of ends.
Yeah, exactly. 6-0, I think. It's going to have to be a proper switch up for Tallulah to get back into this game. Unfortunately, too many unforced errors and not controlling the points is really letting them down.
Yeah, I think you're right. They want to get that ball bouncing a bit more in the kitchen, and they put them under some pressure with some,
ball on the
aggressive
ground.
dinks. Yeah.
Unfortunately, an example of the opposite we said, and that was taking the ball out of the air meant that he put that high.
This game is so easy when you're sat behind a Commons booth. When you're actually out there playing it, as you well know, Emma, it's a different matter, isn't it?
Oh, completely. Yeah. As I was saying earlier, I'm definitely a pro when I'm sat here. When I'm on court, I'm definitely not.
You do yourself an injustice. That's not what we saw earlier.
Lovely shot from Anderson there as well. Right.
I was going to ask you about. Sorry, I interrupted you. I was going to ask you about your serve actually, because you do a drop serve, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
I don't know. If I'm being honest, I didn't when I first started playing. I think I was struggling with my serve. I generally can't generate that much power. By dropping it, I need a little bit more time. No problem. As long as I get the ball over here, I'm using my serve.
It's quite interesting watching these guys play up to 4-5 level, that they put a lot of effort into that serve of theirs, don't they? So they're trying to get a head start by getting it deep and fast, and maybe a shorter return possibly, but all four of these players are firing these serves in with quite a high risk, I would say, of,
100%. The more power you try to generate, the more likely you'll end up in the net, or ultimately you almost have as much. Sometimes I find my service is winning me points because it doesn't have pace on. People aren't expecting that.
It's a really good point, actually, because it's just as hard to generate pace as it is to deal with pace, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. And Nia and I were actually talking earlier whilst we were playing that I think my serve managed to get lots of unforced errors today, which was nice to see. But yeah, there definitely wasn't much pace on it. Just in the middle of the box and sorting it for her. Lovely there from Anderson, reading that really well and moving straight across the court, and getting the results he wanted.
I wonder if Nick May's got some stats on your serve then, and we'll have to find that one out. Will he listen to it back later on?
Yeah, he probably does, although the last game on here I did unfortunately put one in the net, which,
it's unusual
not
for
to
you.
brag, is a little bit unusual for me. Lovely there. He almost got that one, but unfortunately didn't quite make it. But that brings up match point. The score of 10-1. Let's see if Anderson and Lofthouse can close this out.
Yeah, Lofthouse and Anderson did kind of cruise to this 10-1 lead.
Interesting decision there to put lob in that definitely wasn't quite high enough. Maybe playing around a little bit as they have such a lead, but yeah, you can see the smirk on his face afterwards. He knows what he did. Making up for it there, though.
That's
What a
the shot.
lovely
That's his favourite shot, isn't
double-handed
it?
backhand, yeah. And that brings up point number 2. And then we have it 11-1 to Anderson and Loftus.
Great job, Mia, on the scoreboard. She's now progressed to putting the next match up. Thank you very much for that. As you can see on your screen, we've got another round robin match very shortly. So we will jump to a short advert break, and we will be back, as I say, very shortly.
Ooh, let's go. Wait, hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had it, I got that confidence. Come on now.
boys. We're just finishing our other game. How you doing, Joel? Nice to meet you. Joel, nice to meet you, boys. I was just loved them. Yeah. Oh, look, can you tell? Fitness is our, like, middle age. Let us know when you're ready. Whenever you guys want. Yeah, we're happy to go in there. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've lost everyone, man. Pick a side. This. Yeah, you choose. Yeah, we'll start down there then. Enjoy, boys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get play underway. At the bottom of your screens is Baker and Parker. Top of the screens, McDowell and Pantelli. Parker is in pink shorts. Baker is in a pinkish top. And then McDowell is wearing the carbon top. And Pantelli is wearing the night top.
Nice hands there, keeping him into the kitchen every time to allow himself to one get in or to force a mistake. McDowell trying to go for a bit of an ATP there, but unfortunately the ball wasn't moving fast enough for him to get wide enough. But I love the try, I love the attempt. Placement there.
Sorry. I thought you were running.
Perhaps a little bit of confusion there between Parker and Baker causing that mistake. Lovely placement there, right down the middle. And then McDowell option. Constructed much better from McDowell and Pantelli, getting into that slow game and dinking and moving their opponents around. was allowing them to really get into that point. Unfortunately, maybe a little bit of impatience took over and they didn't manage to secure that. But a bit more of that will definitely get them into this and get them scoring. And now they bring themselves that chance. And with that one, they are onto the board. And maybe create some momentum, because that has a really big impact in pickleball. The momentum's with you. You've definitely got an advantage, and it feels like that's what's happening here.
Just double their score. So it's. Oh, that's a great smash at that angle.
Really lovely angle on that. Pantelli was worrying too much about whether that ball was in or out rather than where he was going to hit it, and unfortunately therefore popped it up.
This game's all about power, Emma, isn't it? I haven't seen too much dinking going on.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. There's been 1 or 2 points where there's been a few dinks, but they're all looking to hit that winner rather than creating a point and having the patience to wait for the opportunity. It does seem a little bit like a banging game. And at the moment, Parker and Baker are on top in that. They're winning every hand battle. They're able to get that ball and keep that ball in. McDowell and Pantelli are struggling with that. They're either speeding up and they're sending it out the court, or they're on the wrong end of a hands battle.
What's your advice for McDowell and Pantelli then, Emma?
I think
Slow it down?
their third shots, well, yes, definitely slow it down, but their third shots, they are driving the majority of them. They need to try and do a third shot drop. And even if it's not a perfect third shot drop, it'll get them into the point a bit more than these drives they're attempting at the moment. But there doesn't seem to have been much chat between the switch of ends, so I'm not sure it'll happen, but we'll wait and see. Even that there, where instead of being a drive, it was a mid-court kind of halfway house, achieved what we wanted. Third shot drop was perfect. Really would have given him the opportunity to get in. Unfortunately, the movement forwards was a little bit too slow, and then the next shot went in the net.
Yeah, they've got to, McDowell and Pantelli have got to trust their third shot, haven't they? And at least get some way forward.
Yeah, completely. Even if it's not the perfect third shot, you can still take a couple of steps forward and pause there. For that next shot, and then work your way in a bit further. You don't have to get straight to the kitchen.
Feels like they've listened to you, Em.
Yeah,
that was the perfect
maybe
point.
I should do some coaching.
Yeah, 100%.
Goodness me.
They both moved in together. They both got to the kitchen line in plenty of time, and they won the point.
And there was also patience, so they didn't try to take the first opportunity, and they waited for the right one.
And then, as usual, when someone wins a good point, they play a bad shot straight after. Third shot drive into the net.
That was another example where he didn't trust that third shot drop when actually it was a really good one. It looked a bit high to begin with because it had the right drop on it. It went right into the pitch and they had to wait for it to bounce.
What a reset.
Oh, that was unfortunate because that reset and the amount of defense they did there was incredible.
It's another missed serve. It's just at this level, they should be going in or slowing the serve down to just at least make the opposition return the serve.
I wonder if being on show court, etc., is having a bit of an impact. I wonder if these teams have had that much experience being on a show court yet, and the nerves can creep in at any point, especially when you have a lead. I find sometimes that makes you more nervous because you don't want to lose it.
Yes, I've lost many a squash match being well up in a game and then kind of think I've only got to win 2 more points, and they could be the hardest points to win sometimes. And I'm sure with all the viewers out there watching, they've probably played in games where they've been 9-3 up, 10-4 up, and then lose it 11-10. That's a killer, that is. And you're right, Emma, the pressure's always on the team that have got the most points, because the team that have only got the 4 points, there's no pressure on them.
You have
They've got
nothing to lose,
exactly.
already behind.
Start to play a bit more freely, and then the other opposition starts to tighten up.
Really nice there. An interesting choice there to still unwind the stack on that, especially with that serve being so deep and actually quite wide. It made that a little bit more challenging for themselves, I think. Even if you've decided to unwind and to switch, you can always reverse that in the middle of the game and choose not to, and maybe that would have been my advice on that one. But that does bring us up to match point. 10-3 lead to Baker and Parker. Let's see if they can finish it here. And they do. That's the win to Baker and Parker, 11-3. A nice fought game, a lot of hands battles and a lot of drives, but yeah, a nice one to watch.
Thank you, Emma Rickson. Great job on commentary, as always. We will be back after a short break with the first quarter-final of the men's 18 plus, 4-5 plus. We're just waiting to get the results from all the round robins before we know who's playing. So, Mia's all over me. She's already put it up. That's it. So as you'll see on the bottom of the screen, it says 2BC, to be confirmed. And we'll be back after a short advert break.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to Basingstoke, and we're now into the 18 plus men's doubles 4-5 plus quarter final. We're just going to get that corrected on screen, but we've got I just realised we need to update also who is playing. But we have Banks and Lucas versus Anderson.
Lofthouse.
Lofthouse. Had a mind blank there. Of course it is. There we go. All updated, and we are into it. So that's a serve and out, and keeping the score at 0. Nice read of that from Sam. I think he did that earlier when he was on this court. Very, very good at reading that and moving across and taking that high ball. Unfortunately, not quite so much on that one. Maybe overconfident from the one before, but takes 0-1.
Such good hand speed at the net from Mr. Lofthouse. Interesting again, they don't want to dink him, do they? They just want to get that point over as quickly as possible.
Definitely seems that way. I think getting into some dinking with a real big advantage for Luke and Mike. They can move the person around and create that gap for them to put the ball away without needing pace. They did similar there with them pinned at the back. They managed to move them around to create that pop-up and opportunity. Nice positioning there from Anderson to create that gap, and straight down the middle. Lovely job. I think Banks needs to believe in his third shot drops because they're actually really good, and they need to follow them in a bit quicker. Like that one there, they could have got themselves in a little bit quicker and then taken advantage. Unfortunately, by being a bit slow, up to the kitchen line, you give the advantage to your opponent.
Yeah, 100%. You watch John just hesitate, don't you, as he's hit that third shot. And as you say, it's a really good shot in. Just got to be more confident about it.
100%. All of them so far have been pretty perfect from him. They should be really believing in them a little bit.
We go.
Almost taking us out there with a wayward shot. We can't actually see the ball at the moment behind us. There we go, Lewis finding it. Back so the action can continue.
Lewis out, a man of many talents. He's just joined us back on the stream deck to give you all these lovely camera angles. Lewis will be back on court later in one of the quarterfinals.
Get the serve back quite a few times, but not the capitalize. There we have it. And turn the momentum now. Lovely there from Lucas. That slightly deeper dink really pushing Anderson, and nothing he could do about it. Means we're all level at 2-2. Bit of a leap there from Anderson to put that ball away.
John saying that ball on court might have put him off, but I know they've given us a point.
Unfortunately, nothing putting him off there, but that might have been the commentator's curse, because I've said all of his thirds have been perfect. So I'm sorry, John Banks. That was my fault.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Emma. You're not on court.
Well, that would have been one. Maybe watching back, he'll wish he left. Lovely rally. Pure patience there from both sides, and yeah, patience wins out. Really nice.
Yeah, nice to see the softer game being played in points here as well. So this shows you that these hard hitters that we've been seeing predominantly most of the afternoon, really. I mean, it's nice to see the whole game being played, as in hard and soft game.
Yeah, and get to see how talented they are at both. Such good hands there from Lucas. Really good redirect.
And so I think just stay on the kitchen line makes it so much easier.
100%. And even if you do have to move back to hit a ball, then get forwards again, like that one there.
Yeah.
You should have been straight back up to the kitchen line.
Yeah.
Although that was such a good shot, I'm not sure either of them would have been able to hit that back, regardless of where they were stood. Lovely, right down to the field from Banks there. Not much to do about that one. good leave from Lucas there. He thought about hitting that one and then realised he was moving back quite quick. Really nice point there. I think that had everything we wanted in it.
Absolutely, that is the beauty of pickleball, seeing those points played out like that. And as we've said before, believe is one of the hardest shots to play in pickleball, and he played that one really, really well.
100%. And now we're back at level. 4-4. Seems like Lucas gave up on that point a little bit before it was over. He might have got that one back if he'd stayed in it.
Yeah, odd decision to turn your back when, yeah, it's hard to choose at the moment, Emma, isn't it? Who's going to come on top? It's very back and forth.
I like the idea from John then to get it back to the same spot, but not have to move. Really nice. And suddenly there's a 2-point lead for Loftus and Anderson, taking us to 6 in the switch of ends.
This shows how tight that game has been, is that those 2 points came by 2 mistakes from John, one pushing the dink out wide and one obviously hitting the net. So it has been really tight up to now, and it feels like the team that makes the least errors are going to win.
Completely.
The way the match has been played out so far.
And Lucas and Banks now don't have the window can play for them, so maybe they can capitalise on that. But we shall see as they're about to get 6. For a net cord.
I was hoping I was going to get to use the S word then, Em, but unfortunately not.
Almost.
Oh, tender hooks here. I'm not sure if Mr. Hobbs. That didn't sound good.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Loftus was doing there. Hopefully he can keep hold of his paddle for this next point. Lovely angle there from Banks, putting it right to Anderson's left foot, making it really difficult for him to get that back. I would like to see Banks moving in a bit quicker again. I think he got himself stuck in no man's land on that point, but luckily he managed to get himself out of it. Well, there was a really good example of it. Easier to get the ball to someone's feet, like that. And you can see that Anderson and Loftus are really capitalising on that at the moment. Even if you can't get all the way in on your third shot drop, that doesn't mean you can't move in slightly. Then make sure you move in again on the next one. You can't leave yourself stuck in the middle. So good there from Lucas.
I watched his footwork then, so he literally stepped up and he had one more step to make, which he did as he was moving, the shot was leaving Lofthouse hand. Really interesting to watch his footwork actually, and then a split step, and he was really well positioned and balanced to hit that put away.
And that they managed to have an extra point. We're within 1 now, so you never know. This game could turn around. Although, they're not with that kind of a lob. It's been an interesting decision there. Nice lead there. I don't think I would have left that one. That was the one I would have been taking, but perfect from Banks and Lucas reading that, and they managed to have another hold, and the score stays at 5-6. And they've now equalised it, giving us 6-6. Let's see if they can take any momentum forward and take the lead. A change in lead with Banks and Lucas edging ahead by 1.76 in a game of first to 11, so not many points to go. Unfortunately, a bit of a misread from Lucas there, thinking that he'd be able to volley that one. Gives the ball back to Lofthouse and Anderson, with Lofthouse to serve now. Out of the way, that one was sailing quite long, but it ties us up at 7-7. Really good hands reading that perfectly and changing it and putting that ball away. I think if that point had stayed as thinking, if Banks hadn't made the decision to speed up there, they'd have really stayed in that. Unfortunately, Anderson and Lofthouse want that fast game, and they are winning those fast points. A little bit of an error there takes us on to the second server. Nice read from Banks there to one, change the direction, but also take the pace off the ball there. Meaning that Lofthouse had to generate himself again, and unfortunately he couldn't achieve that. That should have ideally been a third foot block and given an opportunity to get in, but this game is so close, 9-7, it can still go. Lovely read from Lofthouse, although Lucas did the right thing, he created that gap, but Lofthouse was too quick, and especially being the left forehand right there. Meaning that they're now onto their second attempt at match point. 10-7, second serve. Anderson and Lofthouse first. I think I'm not sure any of the other games have finished yet. A really good game to watch that one though, Simon.
Absolutely. Sorry, I had to go off comms and do a bit of admin. We have the next quarterfinals coming up next, which will be Edmonton Feast.
I think we just need to confirm exactly who's going to be on first. We know the games, but we're not sure which game's happening first.
So apologies asked. Yeah, we've taken the screen down. So yeah, we've got Harry Feach and Jack Edwards against our stats man Nick Mays and Rob Adams. Rob Adams. Rob Adams. Sorry, we had a brain malfunction
Really
then.
bad name.
Yeah.
This isn't a job for me remembering people's names. I'm struggling.
So we will go to a very short commercial break, and we'll be right back for this. What will be a great quarterfinal, I believe.
See you shortly.
Let's go. Wait. Hold on, Q. Ain't looking down at the rafters. I had this. I got that confidence. Come on now.
back to Basingstoke and our second quarterfinal. We've got Harry Feast and Jack Edwards against Rob Adams and Nick Mays. They're just deciding who's serving first and which ends they're starting at, but we will let you know who's where once we know. This will be 1 game to 11, in by changing ends at 6, and we have Edwards in the bright pink t-shirt and Feast in the one with the red stripe, and on the other side in navy with the sleeves is Nick Mays, and we have Rob Adams, who has got short sleeves, diadem t-shirt, and I think we're ready to go. It looks like actually can't see who has the ball. Does anyone have a ball? Oh yeah, there we go. Rob Adams has got the ball, so Adams will be serving. Adams and Mays to kick us off.
2 lefties and 2 righties, or 1 lefty and 1 righty on both teams here.
It's going to definitely mix things up.
And that was a bit of a dodgy bounce there from Nick's slice.
Yeah. Mays, who openly confesses that he can't dink himself, putting a blinder in there. Really nice depth and angle from Edwards on that one to win the serve for themselves, and we're at 0-1. I think this might be a close called match.
Yeah, I think this could be very close, especially when we get to the business end. It might get quite tense if the score's close together.
And there might be a little bit of shouting. Some of these players like to get a little bit vocal. So good there. Edwards making Adams pop the ball up, and Feast being ready to put it away, and put it away so well that the ball has gone about 4 courts down the hall. So we're just waiting for that to come back. And that takes us to 2-1.
Just from those first 2 points, there's been 2 or 3 speed up at Adams, and they've both been popped up in the air. So I think that might be a tactic from them, is speeding up him.
Yeah, and that makes sense. If you can see at the moment, Adams has got quite a low ready position, so he doesn't have the paddle up and ready, meaning as he's moving towards the ball to take that speed up, he's usually got his paddle face upwards, meaning it creates that pop-up. He can have his ready position a little bit higher, probably. Yep, he doesn't even have it high now whilst he's waiting for the serve, but if that was higher, he'd be ready for those balls a little bit quicker. Really nice switch in that point from Edwards and Feast to cover the court seamlessly. It would almost look like they'd planned it. Unfortunately, they send the ball long, even though it's perfectly positioned between Adams and Mays. But yeah, very nice to watch.
Nick was happy when that ball went out there.
And that unforced error from Edwards and Feast takes us to 2-2.
Brilliant defence from Mays. He's up to the kitchen. And what a point that was.
That was incredible.
Such good defence from Mays to get back in the point there. But Jack Smash, just too good.
I mean, I thought the first one was too good, and Mays managed to get that one back somehow. So, yeah, kudos to them for that defence then. Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication there with both forehands being in the middle. Neither sure who was taking that. Communication is key, and over-communication is sometimes the way to go, even if it's obvious. Who should take the ball?
That's Rob getting a bit vocal already. It didn't take long.
Indeed, yeah. Almost trying to hit Feast, but Feast read it easily and got out the way, and the ball sailed long. Really nice drive there from Edwards. Made Nick Mays question whether it was going in or out, and unfortunately he couldn't get the paddle out of the way or hit it. So indecision there costing them.
Yeah, brilliant serve there. Right down the line.
Something Feast is
Great
becoming
deep
known
serve.
for.
Yeah, agreed. He's got a really strong serve. And there he goes again.
100% that.
And Feast and Edwards lead 6-2 at the change of ends now.
Yeah, that really kind of changed the momentum. Those two serves suddenly creating a 4-point gap as really put them in the lead.
Yeah, agreed. Two quick points there to make it a 4-point gap.
Anything that you would suggest that Adams need to do differently to get themselves into this a little bit more now that there is that gap?
I'd say don't hit too many fast balls and speed up at them too much. I'd say they need to get in a few longer points. And
100%.
during that half, Jack missed 2 sort of backhand dinks. So I think maybe they need to try and play a bit more slower game and maybe target someone.
Yeah, I would agree completely, and I think unfortunately Rob Adams and Nick Mays love the fast game and think that they have the quickest hands in the sport. But actually everyone's pretty equal, so you need to play on something else in the men's games to be able to get a win. Much better point construction from Adams and Mays getting themselves into that. A bit of a longer point. Unfortunately, a pop-up and a decision to speed up a little bit too early cost them.
Yeah, similar to what I was saying. Adams and Mays speed up first and they ended up losing the point. But that time, Jack and Feast just sped up first and they lost the point.
Very true.
So at the moment, the people speeding up first seem to be losing the point.
They do teach us patience is key.
Exactly. I think they need to play out the longer points here.
Good call from Feast there to prevent Edwards from hitting that one, going miles long, and so difficult to read that when you're playing. I think I must hit lots of balls that are going long. They shouldn't be.
Yeah, very underestimated bit of the game there is leaving out balls. It is hard to judge them in that really quick space of time.
But the momentum is definitely going one way, and we're actually at our first match point, 10-3 to Feast and Edwards. Rob Adams deciding to move as far back as possible for some reason. I know Feast's serve is incredible, but...
And there we go again. Feast speeds up and Nick and Rob win the point off it.
I think
Good
a bit
reactions from Nick.
Nice placement from Nick there as well. Putting it between them on both forehands, causing that slight indecision and getting the ball through them. And again, maybe Edwards making the wrong choice there, trying to lob when Mays has got that kind of power on the end of his paddle.
2 match points saved. Side out now, 3-10. Can they claw any points back?
Well, there's one.
There is one.
Sorry if you heard some language on the stream there. Emotions are high in this kind of game.
That was a lovely third from Nick, but Rob just couldn't keep that down.
Maybe something we were talking about earlier, where he has his paddle.
Agreed, yeah. That paddle face facing up, it's only going to go one way.
Good decision to leave that one. Risky, it was closer than I think they'd have liked, but luckily that one was out, meaning that they've managed to claw back 2 points and only 6 to go to get the win.
Good dinking rally here. Patience from both sides. Rob speeds up and misses.
I mean, the ball was there. It was the right height for him to speed that up, but unfortunately he didn't manage to get the ball down towards feet instead of sailing straight through.
Another match point here for Edwards and Feast to close it out. And that drive just goes wide.
Bit of Edwards wanting to finish it there and then, and rather than being patient, getting the win. And maybe the same from Feast as well, sending his serve quite long, and that gives Adams and Mays another opportunity to get some points back and maybe win this.
Great reset from Nick. That's awesome from this team. Great reset from Nick to get in. And they put the ball away, and they are pumped now.
And I think exactly where you mentioned earlier, that Edwards' backhand pushing him backwards goes into the net. It's like they were listening to you.
Maybe they heard. But no, that was a great point from them. Just thinking. Oh.
Yeah, patience on the point before. Unfortunately, that one, impatience crept in, and Mays put the ball straight into the net.
It's in. Point's still alive. Back up to the kitchen.
Oh, that was such a lovely point. That had everything we could. Sorry for those of you that were watching us in Basingstoke here. We unfortunately lost Wi-Fi briefly, but we're back, and this quarterfinal is ongoing, and we didn't miss too many points. So we have Lewis, who unfortunately, probably because I was about to mention him, Lewis Oak just popped the ball into the net, who is from our commentary team. And then he in the white t-shirt at the other end, who just served. We have Hazelhurst and Mark Jackson. Currently, Parker and Oak are 3-1 up. But Jackson is serving, so they might be able to get some points in on the board. So far in the points that you've missed, we've had a cracked ball and obviously the loss of Wi-Fi, so a little bit of chaos going on. Really nice there from Hazelhurst, putting it down to Oak's feet, creating the pop-up and then putting it away. Really nice reset dink there from Oak. Surprising Jackson, I think, who pops the ball into the net. Meaning we're now at 4-1. We're just getting everything brought back up whilst we recover from our IT difficulties. Play continues though, and the teams are none the wiser and clearly playing to win. Lovely take there from Lewis Oak, putting that ball really flat and low, making it really difficult to return. Lovely placement of that speed up from Oak. making it impossible for Hazelhurst to get the ball back, especially with the net. There seems to be a little bit of a theme today with where Jackson and Hazelhurst's ready positions are. Both paddles are quite low and off to one side slightly, meaning they have to move the paddle further to defend.
Does Mark Jackson play in your advanced group on a Thursday evening, Emma? Is he one of the chosen few that plays in it?
He's been as a guest for one Thursday evening session, but I'm not sure whether that was the 4-0 or the 4-5 group. I think he plays a lot in Southampton and the Bournemouth area. I think, though, he actually first heard of because of my parents telling him about it. I think he did the website for their company, and yeah, he joined their pickleball group, which they run down in Bournemouth. So maybe it's my fault that he's here and that he's doing well and playing in the quarterfinals. He's got me to blame.
Do you know, not everything in this world is your fault, Emma, right?
I mean, I was joking. It's a good thing he's there. More people playing, and he's doing very well in the quarterfinals today. Although, not sure he should have left that one. That was a bit of a mistake.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? It's some players trying to get themselves moved up into a higher level, and probably Mark's a very good 4-0 player, but probably not quite there at 4-5 yet.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to know when to move up, and you want to play against better players so that you can improve, and he's really had the opportunity to do that here with such a good class of 4-5 plus players. There'll be lots of learning for him and lots of other players who are here today in the 4-5 category, so that he can continue to improve and progress. That's how we do it. But yeah, maybe he would the 4-0 category would have allowed him maybe to get further along, looking at how this game's going, but maybe his purpose for today was to learn and develop.
In fairness, I think actually Matthew Hazelhurst was looking for a partner, and Mark jumped to the opportunity. So you're right, it's a really good learning lesson for him. Be interested to see what happens with the Duper rankings after the matches today.
Yeah, completely.
Talking about the lovely Duper, people do get hung up on their Duper ratings and this longing to have a 4.5 and above on their Duper against their Duper name. Firstly, I find it quite amusing. I think there's a long way to go with an accurate rating system.
I think it's the more results you have in Duper, the more accurate your Duper becomes. And unfortunately, it takes a long time to build that up, especially with the new way of rating that you can go down if you lose, or even, you can go down if you win. That was what I meant to say. But yeah, it makes it more difficult to progress up the rankings and get into that 4-5 plus category with your Duper. But that doesn't mean to say that you're not playing at that level or playing at the high standard. It's difficult. And that's match point. Lovely speed up right to the backhand from Parker there. Brings around their win and their space in the semi-finals. So Parker and Oak. Lewis Oak, who was doing commentary on the last game, are into the semi-final. And Hazelhurst and Jackson have fallen short at the quarterfinals, but I think they'll be very pleased with their run today, considering being 4-5 and that learning that they've managed to have.
Yeah, 100%. And we can talk about Duper all day long, Emma, couldn't we?
Indeed.
I'm sure the folks at home want to hear us rub on about it. Big shout out to Jake Matthews, who is actually watching the stream at home. He is our Duper man. All things Duper go through Jake. So if you want to moan, please give him an email, or if you want to compliment him even, please give him an email. He'll welcome both of them.
Although he might not give out his email address so that he doesn't get any complaints.
His email address is readily available, Emma, don't worry. I won't broadcast it, but it's an easy enough one to find, don't worry. I'm going to just shoot off and help Nia with the scoreboard. We'll leave the cameras rolling so you can see everyone warm up, and we'll be back on comms very shortly.
Welcome back to Basingstoke and our final quarter-final. We have Parker and Baker, who are in the slightly pinker clothing, and then we have Adams and Fletcher in the all-black. They're just doing the toss to work out who's serving and who starts which end, and then we will get going.
I can't really call this one, who I think is more likely to win. I think this is quite an even contest between the four of them. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one, this. I'm not that familiar with any of the players either, so it'll be nice to see how they all play and see what happens. Congratulations on your game just then that we unfortunately didn't quite see the beginning of due to our IT difficulties, but we got to see most of it and you were playing really well.
Thank you, yeah, we were on fire there. So that was a good quarter-final to win.
On to the semi-finals.
Move on to the semis now, where myself, Lewis and Andrew will play James Lofthouse and Sam Anderson a bit later on, so stick around for that one.
But now we've got this one, our final quarter-final. Men 4.5 plus 18 plus, and here we go.
I do remember Nathan and Joel have quite good defensively, and they just showed it there on the first point.
100%.
So we'll see how much that helps them out through this game.
Putting the serve into the net means that the serve moves to the other side and an opportunity to reset the score. It's like both teams are very good defensively. Lovely work there from Adams and Fletcher to defend and get themselves into the kitchen and then put the ball in a position that seemed attackable but unfortunately wasn't.
Oh, that smash almost knocks Fletcher out, but catches the baseline. Johnny and Ben do like a fast game. Was that in or out? I'm not sure.
They're calling it as good. I couldn't see that one.
Very close.
That takes us to 2-2. Unfortunate net going the wrong way there for Fletcher and Adams. Really nice deep return there, forcing the error. Moving on to the second server.
You don't want to waste points like that, especially on serve. I think just a nice drop there and work you up to the kitchen is their best target for that one.
Yeah, I think it seemed like he was a little bit off balance. Hence the overshoot on that shot, but the chaos there, hitting an out. And the other side was so surprised he'd hit it that they didn't get it back.
That is a beauty of a shot from Fletcher. Let's watch this one back. Right on the baseline.
Such a lovely point there. So much on both sides, and I like that shot that they kind of pull it wide down. Unfortunately, a little bit too far, but I really like the idea there.
Yeah, I really like that too. I think when they're in that dinking rally, I think that's when they can do well. Ben and Johnny do like a fast game. So I think if they keep going for a few more of them, I think they can start coming their way. Great defence to get back to the kitchen. Into the dinking rally again. Johnny speeds up, but they defend it. Really nice play at that point.
That's a really good example. It seems that Johnny, when he's thinking, especially on his backhand, he seems to put the ball always into a very similar space, meaning it's quite easy for his opposition to read, and then even though they pop it up slightly, they know exactly where the ball's going to come next.
Look at that from Parker. Clips the net cord to win the point. And then misses another serve. At 4-4, you do not want to be doing that.
You do not at all, especially after hitting such a good shot beforehand. It brings
Exactly.
you crashing back down to reality. Maybe that's the frustration coming out there with that slight overshoot.
Agreed. That happened last time. Parker missed his serve. He went for a big drive and missed. Yeah, and that's a pop-up, and Johnny puts that away nicely. 6-4 at the change of ends to Adams and Fletcher. Pretty even game so far.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Parker and Baker, at the end there were just a few mistakes, maybe from frustration with that serve going into the net. They seem to get a little bit tight, but it's still within reach. It's only a 2-point lead at the moment, and with how close the rest of it's been, I'm excited for the second half.
Yeah, all to play for still. 2 points isn't much. We've had lots of close rallies, so this could still go any way.
And we're straight back in, 6-4-1. Unfortunately, Johnny maybe forgot where he was on the court there and took that one as a volley, right on the baseline. We've all done it.
Oh, it's a lob. It's dropped in. Parker can't quite defend. Nice lob from Fletcher, though.
What a lob, right onto the baseline.
Not
Amazing.
Not a percentage shot, but when it works, it's really nice. And Fletcher and Adams in an 8-4 lead now. Just running away with this a little bit here. And there's a good speed up from Adams on the backhand to the body of Parker.
Yeah, I think, and this seems to be something I've said quite a lot, so maybe we all need to learn from it, but the ready positions, Parker has his paddle, as you can see right now, down by his right-hand side. It's not even in the middle of his body, meaning it's very easy to speed up at him with no defence. So unlucky there. Had the perfect pop-up put away, but unfortunately into the net. I bet he's frustrated with that one. Made up for it there though, lovely, right down to the feet.
Yeah, that's a nice put away. I think Adams could have probably held his position at the pitch-in.
Yeah, very true.
And then that wouldn't have made that shot so difficult by his feet.
It's so difficult to know when to move back and when to hold your ground. Ball just came on court there from another court, so we will start that point again. Lovely ball in behind brings us to match point 10-5. Let's see if Adams and Fletcher can win this on the first attempt. And they do, and that brings us to the semi-finals with Adams and Fletcher filling out the fourth spot.
Yeah, that was a great match between them. It was closer than 11-5, I think.
I'd agree.
I'd say that Parker and Baker needed to play a bit more of a slower game than that, but well played, Adams and Fletcher, moving to the semi-finals. And
we're just confirming who's coming on to the court next for the first semi-final. I think we might have the wrong match first on our next match setup, so we'll get that corrected for you. But we think that it's going to be... Oh, now we're not sure because it seems Sam Anderson has stepped on court, but we thought he was in the second semi-final. We will check and confirm and come back to you, but yeah, lots of drama to come with our two semi-finals. And it looks like Lewis has just confirmed that he will actually be in the first semi-final on show court. So good luck Lewis. I hope it goes well, and I'll be nice to you on commentary.
Thank you. Yes, please do. Wish me luck. Say great words.
Of course. No.
And I'll be back after that game.
Good luck. And we will just take a small pause on our commentary. And we will go to an ad break whilst the players get themselves all ready. See you back shortly.
Ooh, let's go. Wait. Hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had it, I got that confidence. Come on now.
almost getting ready to go. They're just deciding which ball to use and getting onto court. But our first semi-final is Anderson and Lofthouse against Oakham Parker. Joining me on commentary once we've got his app ready for giving us some nice stats, we have Nick May, so we'll get some good information and insight from him, especially as he's played these teams today. And yeah, we will get going shortly. And Lewis Oak, who was just talking with me, sets us off with his first serve of this match. Very nice rally to start
from Lewis to kick that off.
Yeah, that was
for the rest of the night.
Unfortunately, the same item there to Lewis Oak's backhand right by his feet, causing him some problems. Let's see if the other side capitalise on that as we go on, because that's 2 points where it's happened. Bringing us to 1-0-1. Lovely there from Lewis, though, in contrast, taking that high ball and putting it right away. Really targeting Anderson there with the first one to create that pop-up.
It's now all 3 points at the net, one by Lofthouse and Anderson, which is going to send a message that they don't want to bring it into the net, but that we're going to keep losing these rallies. So
very interesting.
See how tight that makes Oak and Parker.
An example where they didn't make it into the kitchen and he hits a winner. So
that's one way to solve that one.
Yeah. Let's see if they can do that again. Again, that backhand of Lewis Oak proving difficult and challenging at the moment.
It's not normally like him. I think they've just got him a bit cautious on his feet after those first few bounces. He's normally really on the front foot with that flick, so let's hope his confidence picks up. I would really agree.
But it's only, scorers are still only 2-0, so anything to play for still.
They need to solve this problem with the pressure soon, I think.
100%. It's so difficult when you're in the heat of the moment playing, though, to come up with those answers without making unforced errors like that one we just saw.
Absolutely.
And again, can very quickly run away from you. Oak doing an amazing job there, but the defence from Anderson and Lofthouse to get themselves back into the point, incredible.
And it's demoralising when you play players that are just absorbing everything you're putting at them.
Yeah, and you can't come up with an answer.
Absolutely.
And that quickly takes us to the change of ends and a 6-0 score, which I don't think any of us were expecting at the beginning of this game. Nick, what do you think that Oak and Parker need to do?
I think they both have it within their games to solve this, but they need to settle these nerves. Lewis got rattled, I think, by those first two bounces and a couple of missed shots. They need to remember that they can belong at the kitchen just as well as Lofthouse and Anderson. Need to pick their spots, be patient, don't rush it, look at their footwork. They're just getting a bit tight and a bit stiff at the moment, so hopefully we can see them relax.
I think that might be a showtime if a certain someone was here.
That was a fantastic early from Anderson, good anticipation. And I think, again, that pressure on Oak's backhand, you don't normally see him crumble that much.
No, he's really struggling with it, and he's hesitating before he hits the ball, which makes it really easy to read, one, where it's going, but also more likely for him to make a mistake on it.
Absolutely. You need to see him step it up and take the game to them a bit more.
I wonder if being a lefty against a lefty is adding to that slightly.
Yeah, I mean, there is a great stat about left-handed players in racket sports that they have an advantage because you're yet less used to playing that style, and I imagine as a lefty he's less used to having that against him as well. So
Yeah, very true. Really nice from Lofthouse there, creating that gap and putting it perfectly down to the baseline.
that really didn't look like the shot was on, so it was a great speed up from Lofthouse.
I think Oak needs to remember that there is a left hand there in the middle. He's putting that right back onto the forehand.
Yet another net exchange won by Lofthouse and Anderson.
Exactly. And you can tell that Oak has dropped his head slightly. He seems a little bit uncertain, and I don't think he can find an answer.
No.
However, maybe that was it. It was much nicer to Lofthouse's backhand, actually, that created that opportunity for him.
Yes.
Maybe targeting there more is the answer.
And speeding it up before it got fully neutralised at the net as well.
Yeah. And a net cord always helps as well. What a drive there from Lewis Oak.
The board as well.
Yeah,
Let's see if this
100%.
lifts them. It's normally one of the players that when we look at the stats, his serve is very, very effective. And you can see how short that return is. Unlucky to miss that one. The depth of his serve really does set them up well.
Yeah.
Usually very effective, so they'll be disappointed to lose that serve now over to Parker.
Yeah, indeed. Although Parker's serve, when I've been against it, has sometimes been very challenging to get back as well.
Yes.
Although the new rules are making lots of people quite hesitant on their serves.
Yes, myself included.
Now, Anderson and Lofthouse are 2 points away from making the final of this 4-5 plus category. And if mistakes like that keep happening, they'll be there.
Yeah,
Match point number 1.
They're rightfully afraid to bring the rally into the net. They want to hold them back. They haven't won a single rally at the net. So they're just forcing the errors. This is just very effective from Lofthouse and Anderson. And there
And
it is.
that's it. Yeah. Very quick, and Anderson and Lofthouse will be on a high from that moving into the final. But before we get to that, we have our next semi-final, and we will go to a quick ad break whilst they're warming up before we bring you commentary and the feed of that. See you shortly.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
our second semi-final. We have Feast and Edwards versus Fletcher. Again, I think this will be a really good semi-final, and yeah, it'll be exciting to see who comes out on top on that. We have Lewis back with us, who I'm sorry to say didn't make it through to the final, but put up a good fight and has got the bronze medal match to come. So we'll cheer you on for that one, I'm sure, shortly. But for now, how do you think this is going to go?
I feel like this one might be similar to my semi-final. I feel like it's going to be one-way traffic for Edwards and Feast.
What do you think Adams and Fletcher need to do then to prevent that?
I would say they need to be ready for when Edwards and Feast speed up, and do not pop the ball up to Edwards and Feast. They need to keep that ball down, bouncing on that side. If they pop it up, they are going to demolish it.
Ball on the ground.
Exactly.
Nice, I completely agree. I think, yeah, this is going to be a tough task for them, but we shall see what happens. And we're straight in with Edwards serving. Whoa.
Wow, what a hands battle to start the game.
Yeah, we're in for a treat. That's how it continues.
I hope so. More of that would be lovely.
Unlucky there on the back foot, slightly trying to hit that slight make the distance. We're bringing up their second serve, and we're still at 0-0. And Harry sends that one slightly long. I think because the serve was shorter, he misread and pushed that too far.
That is the one. If Adams makes that, that's where this is going to get really interesting and make some really good long points. Just unfortunate there.
And that one, unfortunately, he might left.
Yeah. And that just goes long. That's a great lead. Very, very close. And there's those ones I'm talking about. If Adams and Fletcher can keep them down and stop Edwards and Feast speeding up, they're going to be a lot better off that way.
And if they've managed to stay strong at the kitchen line there, they might defend that a little bit easier because of the jump back. Try and hit that ball.
Feast and Edwards taking a 2-point lead here. 3-1 as it stands. And that's a great drive down the centre. Really nice.
Because it touched the paddle, they get the point.
Great play by Adams. Attacking
Really
that
nice
ball
there.
and putting it away.
I was about to say that Fletcher seemed to be hovering a little bit in no man's land, should have taken a couple of steps forward, but it gave Adams the room to do that. So, and a lovely line capture from Harry there.
Harry's got a really nice two-handed backhand for those. Unfortunate, just a bit high, so Feast can attack. Two-point gap here.
Really nice redirect there from Fletcher, meaning that Edwards wasn't slightly ready for that one, and yes, he gets pipped, sends it long. meaning they managed a really good hold there and have now capitalised on that and closed the gap to just 1 point. Really lovely drop there from Fletcher, got him into the kitchen, and Harry decided to speed up. Unfortunately, Fletcher was ready and sent it back out and causing him to send it long. Really nice play there.
Just wide. Beast attempting the ATP. Love the effort. Adams and Fletcher took the lead here.
They have
It's
indeed, but
5-4.
unfortunately the serve was sent wide, meaning we bring on second serve and another chance to extend this lead.
No way.
I'm impressed he managed to get a paddle to that one. I'm not sure many people would have managed to spin like that. Really good play. Unfortunately, not into the court though. Right move from Edwards, but unfortunately just maybe decided a little bit late. I'd love to see a little bit more of that control of the game from him though, and taking those opportunities, because a lot of the balls have been high enough for that. A bit like Harry did there, just stepped one step further and put that time away from his opposition.
And just that little bit less power as well. Just to sort of guide the ball in the right place more. Side out here at 5-5. And Adams and Fletcher take the lead again. They're keeping this a level tie, which is good. They're not letting Edwards and Feast run away with this at all.
Lovely from Feast there. That pick up from down by his feet is perfect. And then that second thing, that pop up, yeah, unbelievable.
That was such good setup from Adams. A great reset, and he gets the pop up. Those are the points we're talking about. But he just misses the finish. Really unfortunate there.
And that, I think, was just a little bit right. So that brings us to the change of ends and 6-5 in this very, very close semi-final. What do you think either team needs to do to run away with it?
Wow, yeah, this is really close. Closer than I thought, actually. So well played to both teams here.
Hard to say, isn't it? Both teams seem to be doing
yeah.
everything.
I think the team that will take this will just be the ones who can sort of maintain that control.
Control and patience.
And like the ones who will do like the less pop-ups can finish those shots. I think it's going to be a really small margin if it continues like this. And I think the sort of shots like pop-ups, I think will make the difference to this match.
100%. And reduce a few from both sides at the moment. Back in and straight into an incredible battle. We nearly got hit
And
in
that
the
ball
head
comes
there,
into the commentary box. But similar to that point, that was good build-up from Adams and Fletcher, and he puts the ball away. So those are the vital points they're going to want to win.
Completely.
And talking of pop-ups too.
Yeah.
They're the ones you don't want to be doing at this stage.
And definitely not to Feast or Edwards. Edwards really taking control of that ball. Perfect angle, perfect speed, nothing his opposition could do. Oh. And look at that passing shot.
That is some speed on that forehand of Jack Edwards.
Maybe one day I'll be able to hit the ball anywhere close to that.
Just keep trying, keep drilling it, it will come.
Following that up with, unfortunately, a third shot drop into the net. Sometimes it's quite hard to go from a drive to then trying to drop one.
Lovely drop from Adams. Really nice.
Pushing Edwards back.
cutting the point here to a 2-point gap.
And a lucky net cord, tracking that ball straight through the middle. It means that Edwards and Feast are back serving. I think and that was maybe an example of it, but when Harry is taking that third ball, I think they're having a much better chance or probability of winning the point. So Harry can take a few more of those in the middle.
Yeah, that's just been backed up as Jack took that third ball and they lost that point there.
It's so difficult though when both of you have your forehands in the middle.
It is,
decide who's
yeah.
going to take that, and maybe having that awareness during the game. That, every time.
Wow. Still
Harry
in play.
Feast hits it. Goodness me, what a point! A complete train of thought with that one.
6-9-2 here, a 3-point gap. Can they close it any more to put the pressure on Feast and Edwards? No, they can't.
Not with that.
Too good from Feast.
Really good pattern and play from Feast there.
Non-score inside out. 9-6-1 here. 2 points away from making it to the final.
And that serve gives them the match point. Such a weapon, Harry's serve.
And Edwards and Feast take the win 11-6 to book their place in the gold medal match. Well played to both sides. Some really good play there. Some lovely points.
Reflect it necessarily, and that was some really good pickleball.
6-5 at the change of ends. It was really close. And then Feast and Edwards just putting in that extra step to run away with it. But well played.
You mentioned Harry Feast served towards the end of the match there. To put that into perspective, when everybody on the court served, there was a third chance that they would win the point. So 1 in 3, they'd win the point. But Harry, if he served, 62% chance he'd win the point. So they're more likely, in a sport where the server is at a disadvantage, they're more likely than not to win the point when Harry is serving. So it really puts it into perspective. Everybody else, 33.3%. Harry, 62%.
Nice one, Nick. Thank you for the stats there. We are going to go to a short ad break, and when you come back, we will have the bronze medal match. I will be back on court.
Ooh, let's go. Wait. Hold on, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had this, I got that confidence. Come on now.
And Tim Spurway is back on comms here, forced to introduce himself as Emma Rickson refuses to do so.
You've had a good day today, though.
Oh, well, I don't know. 10th out of 18.
Well, you were playing very well from what I saw.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
So now on the stream we have the bronze final for the 4-5 plus category, and yeah, this is going to be a good game.
Yeah, this will be a good one. Played both of these teams, Emma, in the both in my group, and lost to both of them.
Shows the caliber of your group, though.
Oh, well, exactly. Yeah, lost to 9 to Johnny Adams and Ben Fletcher.
Oh, lovely there from Lewis Oak. Really reading that ball and sitting on it, ready to counter and put it to feet.
Yeah, finding a nice angle there, Fletcher. But they're building up quite a partnership, the Oak-Parker combo. Played at 2 or 3 tournaments now together. Done quite well in each.
Oh, what a good leave there from Parker. I think I'd have been tempted to hit that one. He read that really well. Meaning we're back to their serve and 1-1.
Power, power, power from Parker. Very nice.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful speed up to create the pop-up. And no, there's nothing you can do then. He's got an overhead.
No. Absolutely not.
A little bit high from Lewis Oak there. You can tell he knew it as soon as he hit it. Deep from that. I like the idea. Depth of a lob, but unfortunately that one went a little bit long. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. And absolutely punishing those short balls. Lewis Oak.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Fletcher and Adams were so good in the previous games. We've seen them at keeping that return deep. There's been a few here that have been short, and yeah, they're being punished for that. Although commentators' curse maybe the opposite of it. That point just then, it was a lovely return, and they won the point.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the opposite of the commentator's curse is.
Maybe if they're listening to us, maybe I'm speaking too loud.
Yes. I was thinking more of a term.
No, I know.
Like,
I have no idea.
sorry, I put you on the spot there, didn't I?
I'm not sure I've got the best control of me. I don't know those kind of words.
Well, that is why we wanted you on comms.
Exactly, yeah.
But a stunning forehand there. Backhand, rather. Stunning down the centre. Apologies there. Really impressive play.
And we've got distracted talking about it, haven't we?
So a bit of
Unfortunate error there, serving into the net. We've seen quite much of that. Seems. Lovely reset.
Just trying a cheeky speed up there on the backhand side. Lewis Oak and shaking his head after it, probably slightly ambitious.
And a bit impatient, yeah.
Yeah, good finish there from Adams, Fletcher. Very nice. And just getting a little bit frustrated with himself, Lewis Oak.
And that means that Adams and Fletcher are closing the gap. And they've closed it, that's 5-5. And another one there giving them the lead.
Just been told from Nick Mays that barring that last point, every time the team has hit a third shot drive as opposed to a drop, they have won the point. So those drives proving effective so far in this game. Nice lob there, just catches the line from Fletcher. And it's just that accumulation of pressure there. Does the job for them, and they've really stepped on the gas these last few points.
The momentum really feels like it's shifted at the moment.
And a missed serve from Andrew Parker. That one catches the line, and relief there from Parker. So, stopping the rot a little bit. We haven't got a point for quite some time, so
I think they'll be pleased to have got that one and to make the gap only 1 point. It really felt like the tide was all going in one direction, so they'll be really pleased to be breaking that. And again, that return being short really gave Oak and Parker the opportunity there, and they've neutralised it. We're back at 7-7.
and just the drives effective again there. That was just below shoulder height. So we see a loop serve from Lewis Oak, and again that drive. So it isn't anything particularly special, just the heavy drives.
Can't seem to. Maybe a fat drive.
Maybe he should have driven it. Get. Oh, Adams did so well to flick that ball back into play, but Fletcher with the follow-up, unable to get it over.
Oh.
That's a very nice shot indeed, a steered forehand, and the serve goes back to Oak and Parker. With a 2-point lead, and the drive, the power, again effective and bringing up the first game point.
Good job, Johnny.
And that one just catches the line. I think
everyone thought it was going long, and then nope. Wow.
Yeah, and that could be critical. 7-10. Still a bit of a gap, and
Good
that's yeah, a good leave. And this has been a game of third shot drives being effective, so that one just over here.
Really good setup. The advantage of that high ball from Oak. It stayed high. Put it away. Closing that gap for just 2 points. And now 1 point.
Yeah, just how important is that return hitting the baseline going to be? It's a lovely drop there from Adams.
Wow. 10-10.
10-10. Can they get one more point? Oh, yes, overhead. He kept his nerve there. Because at 10-10, when you have to keep defending those shots over and over, Emma,
Yeah.
it's not always easy to keep them in
Not
play.
at all. And to keep your mental strength when it is that close, 10-10, you've just built yourself back into the game, and that's it.
And that is it.
11-10. Only need to win by 1 point clear, and the first set goes to Oakham Parker. Yeah. That close as it could have been. What do you think the team needs to do to take that lead?
I mean, it has been a story of drives, hasn't it?
Very true.
Very true. And yeah, it's tough. It feels like in that game there were just periods where there was a dip in the play of both teams and they kind of let each other back into it.
Yeah.
So it's that consistency of play and making sure that level doesn't drop, because I think both teams there had real chances at taking that. It was so close. So this one could go to a third.
I think that's part of the problem with the bronze medal match, that you have so much to lose. It's bronze or nothing. And we're now, straight back into the second set, and here we go. Trying to lob again, but unfortunately sending it long, and that's a 2-0 lead already. And we'll just fix the scoreboard for you on the screen, so that will disappear for a moment. Serve now switch 0-2. Really good patience there from Oakham Parker to whittle down their opposition in that point. And I think that now 0-2. Unfortunate for us on that one. Perfect ball position to put that away.
Oh, and that one catches the line, and Lewis Oak was anticipating that shot. Great reactions from him. Yeah, and that's where we get these kind of patterns that come into play in pickleball, where you hit a shot in a certain place and then you anticipate that ball coming back. And Lewis Oak did well in the previous point, not so well in that point.
No, the opposite. His game got read quite well there.
Fletcher and Adams need to start making some headway, and that's a good start. A nice shake and bake backhand side for Fletcher.
Bit of an odd bounce there on that one, but I'm sure Adams and Fletcher won't mind.
No, certainly not. Parker certainly minded.
Yeah.
Oh, that's some power. And that is some power, but it's wild from Lewis Oak.
Yeah, caught the top of his paddle, I think.
Yeah. And evening things up. Wow. Johnny Adams flying like an eagle into that shot, taking it out of the air, anticipating, and beautiful stuff. He'll be watching that one later on tonight.
Really good awareness not to then move into the kitchen. He's
Yeah.
perfectly, just perfect.
And that might be... Oh! And they were playing almost like invincible style pickleball, but not invincible,
No,
clearly.
Good
Parker,
call from Parker then.
yeah, stepping on the gas with that forehand. Some frustration in that one, maybe.
An odd choice to throw a lob in when you know those two have got so much power. It's not something I would choose to do, but then I'm not sure I could lob anyway, so...
To be honest, I can't even remember the last time I hit a lob.
No, I don't think I ever have.
Who needs lobs in pickleball, right?
Well, there we go. They seem effective for lots of other people, though.
I'm sure.
Good hands. Such good hands.
And that is exactly what they need to do. Adams and Fletcher needing this second game to remain in contention for a bronze. Oh, such good defence.
Oh, that was so unfortunate because they got themselves back into that, but that was an incredible shot.
Yeah, just saw the approaching figures and brushed it down the centre of the court. But Adams is finding his form and finding his feet then. Lovely movement
He's fired
forward.
up, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, and it's always a little bit nicer winning a point like that because you feel like it pumps you up a little bit.
Isn't it?
Yeah, although sometimes that adrenaline can turn into
Yeah.
an unforced error in the next point. So unfortunate there.
But they've evened the score back up, 5-5. Oh, Lewis Oak putting that between. What a shot.
Oh, that was quality pickleball all round there. Yeah, nice angle found from Andrew Parker. That ball was coming at him quickly.
Patience maybe it's needed.
Yeah. Exactly.
Easy to say.
It is easy to say. But that was developing into quite a nice rally. The missed return, and that could be critical. Couple of errors, opening up a 4-point gap now for Oak and Parker. And they take this bronze here and now. So last chance saloon.
Indeed. But not with shots like that. There seems to have been a little bit of a loss of confidence from the pair serving, a little bit of hesitancy on all of their shots. As we said in the first set, when they were driving to come in, it was really working. But
just catching Lewis Oak out there. He read it, but unable to get it back over the net. So that's one down. Miscommunication. Let them back in the point, and it's flicked off Lewis Oak's paddle there.
his body moved quicker than his brain could tell it.
So from 4 points to 2. Great defence from Adams. And that is wide, and a slap from Andrew Parker. A slap forehand goes wide. And this scrambling defensive display from Adams and Fletcher paying dividends. As Adams coming forward, but that time, he's been so successful doing that. Just didn't get that ball over.
That net board came into play there, I think. So frustrating when that happens.
And we have an out call. And then a missed return, so 10-8-2. So we have bronze medal point here for Oak and Parker.
And that's it. Two-set win to Oak and Parker gets them the bronze medal in the 18+ men's doubles. What a result for them.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy. I don't think Lewis Oak is a consummate gold medal seeker.
Yeah.
So I don't know how happy he will be with a bronze. Yeah, he comes back to the commentary booth almost looking like he's come 18th out of 18. But a bronze medal is a very strong performance in this stacked field, and coming through two really tough games there and coming through some adversity and managing to refocus at the right time. So a bronze medal to Andrew Parker and Lewis Oak. Well done to Fletcher and Adams for giving us such a great performance as well. But we will be back very shortly for this blockbuster final. We have Feast and Edwards, and they are playing Anderson and James Lofthouse.
Trying to think of names as well. Something I need to work on, I think.
I think I could have got away with that.
Maybe. Sorry for pulling you out. But I think this is going to be a really, really good final. Definitely one everyone wants to stick around for and watch.
Absolutely, yeah. So we will be back shortly after this break and bringing you action from that final.
Ooh, let's go. Wait, hold up, Q. Yeah, feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I got that confidence. Come on now.
later. See you later.
So as the players out on court, just finalising their preparations, the warm-up. And we have a really, really strong 4 players out on court. Harry Feast, Jack Edwards playing Sam Anderson and James Lofthouse. Sam Anderson and Lofthouse on the left-hand side of the screen. Lofthouse in the pink shorts, which he almost always wears. Jack Edwards and Harry Feast. Jack Edwards, the near side of your screen. And this one I think is going to be a tough one to call. I think this one could go the distance. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I'll be having the pleasure of commentating this one with the bronze medalist, newly crowned bronze medalist. Although I don't know if you're crowned a medalist. Probably not. Lewis Oak. Welcome, Lewis.
Thank you, Tim. Great to be back in here again for the final. And yeah, I think we have got a brilliant encounter in here.
You are a betting man, I know that. If you were to put a bet on who would win this one, any guesses?
Good question. I'd probably just edge Edwards and Feast slightly.
Okay.
I think they're slightly more likely to win, but I think it'll be really close, and I think it's likely to go to a best of 3, and we hope so.
Yeah, we're going to see some really high quality pickleball in this match, no doubt about it. We're looking forward to this one, a culmination of a lot of games played to get this far in a very stacked field, stacked category. And we'll have Nick Mays as well, providing some stats insight throughout.
I think looking at the stats on these 2 pairs so far, some of the things that we can look out for are Harry Feast's serve is very effective, so it'd be interesting to see with 2 good returners, especially James Lofthouse, how much they can neutralise that. But also, we saw in the quarterfinal, Feast and Edwards were struggling a bit at the net, whereas Lofthouse and Anderson did very, very well at the net in their last game, so that might be their tactic to bring it in. Let's see how this goes.
Here we go then. It's the men's doubles 4.5 final, and it's live.
Edwards coming, looking like he was going to take that shot. Just outside of his reach, and indeed Harry Feast's reach as well, and missed serve. So, bit of a bitty start here to this final. No points scored.
And that is really nice from Lofthouse, taking the centre there. He was ready for that one.
Yeah, a good initial reaction from Sam Anderson, and then the follow-up from Lofthouse. And we're going to see some fast turns, I've no doubt, throughout the course of this match. And a steep return there from Edwards, and they get the serve back at 0-1 down. He was on it, Edwards. The opportunity was there. Just a half step too slow. And just mistimed the backhand into the net. Oh, that is heat coming from the paddle there of Jack Edwards, though. Serious power. Anything short, he's going to punish.
Yeah, they're going to be hard to get back, those ones. That shot is a weapon.
Oh, winding up. And maybe winding up slightly too much. The speed up. And then the follow-up. One into the middle of the net.
Oh, and the net roller from Anderson. Lofthouse laughing at that one there.
Oh boy. And we've got the shot of the day, I think, there.
You don't see that very often.
A total mishit. That was almost a total whiff, but a tiny bit of the paddle coming off onto that ball was enough to take it over, and a winner, technically, for Edwards.
That's a battle there. I'm interested to see how it plays out. Anderson cross-court to Feast.
Ouch. And that is going to sting. He shakes it off, Sam Anderson, but he's going to be feeling that one. So that was serious power from Jack Edwards. I mean, when you see the figure of Jack Edwards looming down at you, short ball, and Nick Mays there just making the suggestion that Sam Anderson got a shave from that ball earlier from Jack Edwards.
There's another one of those I was talking about between Anderson and Feast. And Anderson just popping up that time. I think if he can keep them down.
Serious power there coming from Lofthouse, and a nice gap opening up here for Anderson and Lofthouse.
That's a lovely inside out forehand from Edwards. Lofthouse thought he was going the other way. Brilliant shots.
Yeah, that was nice.
And they get the side out from that. And they get a point back. 2-point gap now as it stands.
I think when you see that figure of Jack Edwards looming down at you, getting out of the way is probably not a bad shout. It'll either go in or it'll go out. That one go out. That one did go out. With a nice drop there. What a get there from Lofthouse. Stunning on the stretch, the ATP and the put away from Sam Anderson there as well. What a point. Looked like they were well and truly out of that.
Great reset from Lofthouse. And that's a really nice put away from Feast. This match is heating up a bit here.
And the deep serve and the slightly dodgy bounce, and getting a bit of fortune on the return there, Feast and Edwards. So can they make some headway into this 3-point advantage for Anderson and Lofthouse? And the big serve just goes wide from Harry Feast.
Oh, Edwards missing the smash. Did really well to get back in the point there and get up to the kitchen.
Yeah, he did really well, the reaction and crafting that opportunity. And there's just been a couple of opportunities in the match that Edwards has crafted for himself, unable to put away. And the put away this time from Anderson, successful, and looking at a 9-5 lead. So looking odds on to take this first game, Lofthouse and Anderson.
Nice deep serve again. That's out.
It does go out.
That brings up the first game point for Lofthouse and Anderson. And they take it. Anderson and Lofthouse with the first game 11-5. Great game from both sides there. What do you think we're going to expect next, Tim?
Well, I wouldn't anticipate Anderson and Lofthouse to win by that scoreline again in this next game. I expect Feast and Edwards to knuckle down. Felt like they were in that game for a lot of it, but just towards the end there, Anderson and Lofthouse raising their game, taking advantage of a few errors that just crept into the games of Feast and Edwards. We've got Nick Mays here to give us just a little bit of an insight into what we've seen so far.
You can normally see that Harry Feast is one of our strong servers, so when he's serving, you'd expect that he's going to win the point more often than not. In that game, he made a couple of service errors, and that might be 3 or 4 points that he'd normally get on his serve. So cutting out those errors is going to be the first thing that Harry needs to do to make sure they can capitalise on that weapon they have.
Great insight there from Nick about stats in that first game. And that's much better from Feast and Edwards.
Yeah, and you always feel, don't you, Lewis, the first few points of the second game when you've lost the first game are so critical in trying to get established in that second game. Try and get yourself an early lead. Really focus in early stages. So we'll see if Feast and Edwards can do that. Good patient play from Anderson. Nice defensive play. Just popping that ball back over and tempting Harry Feast into the speed up on the forehand. And Feast just puts into the net.
Yeah, that was good from Anderson. If he can keep that ball down on that cross court to Feast, they're going to do really well, and that was nice from him. Tweener from Lofthouse.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Save that one. A good follow-up from Edwards, the speed up. Stretching the play, Harry Feast. So, no damage done. Still 0-0 in the second game. Yeah, really, really good accuracy there from Harry Feast, making Lofthouse stretch for that ball, unable to return it, and eyeing up the Ernie follow-up as well. Yeah, perfect. I think Jack Edwards almost got there and was surprised at how high that ball came up at him. Had to almost crouch down to hit it.
In that cross-court battle again. Oh, he's gone to Edwards this time. And they win that dinking rally. Lofthouse and Anderson are doing well in these dinking rallies. When they keep that ball bouncing below the height of that net is when they're winning those points. Amazing from Lofthouse. Such a good reset. Back to the kitchen. In the dinking rally, and Anderson and Lofthouse come on top again. Such good defence from them to get back into that point.
That is really cracking play.
And there's those mistakes we were saying about Edwards and Feast that they need to cut out if they're going to want to do well here.
Yeah.
All evens, 2-2. And Lofthouse attempts the ATP, just clips the post.
Couldn't resist it. Couldn't resist the attempt.
We know Lofthouse loves a trick shot.
We do. Oh, brilliant play, Lofthouse. Fancy footwork there. He's off the court, he's back on the court, and he steered that forehand into a very uncomfortable position.
Bit lucky there with that net cord. I'm not sure it was the right speed up to go for. Can Feast and Edwards extend their lead here? Not like that, they're not going to. Side outs.
Very, very assured backhand volley. from Harry Feast.
Great angle from Edwards there. Really nice.
So again, limiting the damage. No damage at all done in that one. No points scored in that series of serves, and they get a point from a big serve from Harry Feast. So this is exactly what they will have wanted. The 4-2 lead opened up with 2 serves to come. Early defence, and Lofthouse is never out of the point. Opened up the opportunity, made the right play, Harry Feast, and brilliantly steered into the open court.
Or Lofthouse getting lucky there with the net cord.
Yeah, and Edwards just wheels away immediately. Real frustration there. Yeah, putting that one away very nicely indeed. Finding that angle. And Lewis, they have looked so comfortable, Lofthouse and Anderson, in these dinking rallies, haven't they? They've been so successful in stretching the play. So often, Edwards and Feast have been forced into these really uncomfortable positions with the dinks out wide.
Yeah, Lofthouse and Anderson have been winning most of these dink rallies. They've been doing really good at letting it bounce, making it bounce, and keeping that ball below the height of the net.
And that one just popped up above the height of the net and nicely steered away.
Just great defence again.
And getting the best of Anderson and Lofthouse in that fast hands exchange. Oh, take a bow, Jack Edwards. Covered pretty much most of the court in that rally. And the flick to finish tags Sam Anderson. And a well-earned point.
Feast and Edwards now with a 4-point gap, which is exactly what they would have wanted in this second game. They're going to want to keep that 4-point gap. And that is a beauty from Anderson, a double-handed backhand down the line. What a shot.
Very nice indeed. And just what they needed at this critical point. And that's a good leave. So Feast and Edwards hold a 4-point advantage, but Anderson and Lofthouse have played a good couple of points. And this time it was Edwards finding a beautiful angle on the dink and forcing Lofthouse out wide. Tries a last-ditch ATP. So winning the serve back. Oh, Edwards. He crafted the chance. It was there. It was for the taking. And just cracked it into the bottom of the net. But no mistake from Harry Feast. Crafting his own opportunity in that rally. And putting it away very nicely indeed. So 5 points, make that 6 points. They're looking good now for this second game, Feast and Edwards. A head of steam behind them. And the level of Anderson in Lofthouse, the intensity just dropping these last few points, and we have a 10-3 lead. But that is something special from Sam Anderson. Brushed, pressed cross court, finding the open court. And a miss from Harry Feast from an advantageous position. Couple of points, couple of quick points for Anderson and Lofthouse. You're never out of it in pickleball. These points can start coming thick and fast if your level drops a little bit. So Feast and Edwards will want to stop the rot in this next one. But they don't stop the rot. And another point on the board. Takes them to 6. And still on the first serve.
3 points in a row there. And they carry the momentum and put pressure on them. Wasn't quite prepared for the speed up there.
Yeah, that's just really good court play there from Jack Edwards, moving his opponents around, finding the space in the open court. So they will have another chance serving this one out. Take this one to a third. Great defense. Oh, but couldn't defend that one. And another tag, and we've had a few tags in this match so far. Jack Edwards has been laying out the tags. This time he was tagged.
Yeah, only fair that one. He got one back. And Edwards and Feast take the second game. 11-6. It is 1-1. We are going into a final game to decide who takes gold.
Yeah, we're giving the fans what they want, Lewis. Going the distance here, and as it should do. Nick Mays, what have you got for us?
So what Feast and Edwards really did differently in that second leg is they managed to get into the net a lot more, and they were more effective at the net than the other pair. So I think what we saw in the first leg was these pressure drops that they both played, but Jack Edwards was making a lot of errors when he was going in hot. We saw one towards the end of that leg as well, but for the most part, they were more patient. They were using angles very well when they're in at the net, and that just gives them the freedom to play the drop and take your time getting in, not look to be too aggressive. And on the other side, we saw that Lofthouse got a little bit more aggressive with his movement when Sam Anderson was playing his drops, and that allowed them to pick him off and stop him from getting into the net. So I think that might be a tactic that Feast and Edwards will look to use. Feast stats in the first leg were a little bit lower than we normally expect from him, but they're warming up now, so if he can keep this form on, I think they'll take this third one, but there's all to play for, because obviously Lofthouse and Anderson are going to look to fix their game as well.
Thanks, Nick. So Nick's money is on Feast and Edwards to continue this momentum. I believe that was your initial guess as well, Lewis.
Yes,
Just
yeah.
a very slight advantage.
Feast and Edwards in 3, so I'll stick with that, what I made at the start of the match.
So can Anderson and Lofthouse recapture some of that form and strategy that did them so well in the first game? Very nice from Jack Edwards. And good pressure there from Sam Anderson.
I think if Anderson and Lofthouse want to win this, they're going to have to play a very patient game.
That's unfortunate. Anderson did so well. I mean, look at the power of that Edwards forehand. And he had an opportunity there, but just drifted it wide. So Feast and Edwards find themselves with an early 2-point advantage in this third game, continuing some of that momentum from the second game. And the speed up successful again. Backhand speed up. Sorry, forehand from Jack Edwards. Yeah, and sometimes just that bigger coming across the court, knowing you've got to try and avoid Sam Anderson trying an early there was enough to put that last shot off. So they want to get on the scoreboard here. Anderson and Lofthouse not want to hand back another non-scoring side out. And a slam dunk of an overhead from Sam Anderson does the job nicely. Gets their first point on the board in this third and final game. One goes long. Harry Feast. Frustration for him. Oh, Jack Edwards, so showing the style there. Looking like he was going cross-court, changing that direction of the paddle face at the last moment, steering it down the line.
Is that a bit of nerves there from Feast? That's nice from Lofthouse. Edwards just putting the ball wide there.
Good, Sam, that's good.
Feast with another unforced error. Could this be a tactic here? Target Feast a bit more.
great defensive work from Lofthouse originally, defending that pop-up, but a good follow-up. Edwards was ready for it.
What a point this is. Who's going to win it?
Brilliant.
Wow.
Brilliant
What a point.
play. And that point really did have everything. It had such incredible defensive dinks, putting pressure on. And Anderson and Lofthouse evening things up. And just wide from Feast, the ATP attempt. Wasn't far off, but not close enough.
I think we need a bit more patience there from Anderson.
Yeah, it was a half-hearted speed-up attempt, really, wasn't it, from him? And down the forehand side, Jack Edwards taking the middle.
Yeah, he read that very well, that speed up.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Anderson plays that kind of shot again.
Beast calls that one in. Great sportsmanship when you're not sure.
And the big shout, the big ATP from James Lofthouse. That is a beautiful shot. And how critical could that point be in the grand scheme of things here? And they take a lead. Lofthouse and Anderson into the change of ends. A 1 point advantage. They've overturned that 3-0 deficit. And coming out on top in the change of ends, but it's close, Lewis, incredibly close.
It's so close. We thought it was going to be this close. Anderson and Lofthouse, I think, have that little bit more momentum right now. Just from those last few points to take it when they change ends. But we still cannot predict this match. It could go any way from here.
Although you have already predicted the match. You did think it was 3 to Feast and Edwards. So you can't back down now, I'm afraid, Lewis.
No, I can't back down my prediction. I have to stick with it. But it's very 50-50.
So Feast and Edwards have the serve now. Yeah, and it's such a has been such a successful tactic, stretching the play, and we've seen that a few times in the last ditched attempt at an ATP. Just going long from Lofthouse, so evening things up again here. And it is in. Great, brilliant reactions from Lofthouse, managing to catch the end of the line and the barriers just going down. And it is to and fro. Good play from Edwards. And they seize the initiative back. A 1 point lead for them now. But the speed up from Edwards there. Down the centre. Picked off by Lofthouse. Always a tricky shot, speeding up down the centre.
That was a great reaction.
Lefty, yeah, absolutely. Brilliant reaction.
Anderson there, just saying about using the legs more and putting more effort in. Wow. Oh, 1 point.
Unbelievable rally from both players there, Anderson and Edwards. They were clutch volleys from both players. It looked like it could go either way, and Edwards, in the end, getting the best of Anderson, but not without a challenge.
Oh, beast.
How often do we see that? A stunning point then followed by a sloppy error.
2 unforced errors from Edwards and Feast to give the side out. What can Anderson and Lofthouse do? Well played, Feast. Nice backhand roll there to Lofthouse's feet. What a point. Wow.
And we are seeing some of the best pickleball you're going to see in the UK right now, right here at the Hampshire Court Hotel.
We are all level, 7-7. Keep bringing us these awesome points. Commentators curse there.
I feel like both teams, though, are seriously fired up and playing some of the best pickleball they've played all day when it matters the most. And Anderson on point there. The reactions of Anderson, he's fired up, Lofthouse is fired up. But Edwards is fired up, that forehand certainly is anyway, and just catching the top of the net. And again, seizing a slight advantage. Finding the angle, Anderson, and the ATP just going wide from Edwards. One point game.
That's a great get. ATP from Feast. In.
Initially called out, but given in. 7-8-2. What a lob. It hits the line. Brilliant play from Edwards. The total change in play there. Nobody expecting him to lob at that moment. Least of all, Anderson and Lofthouse. And they get the serve back at 8-7-1. ATP successful, forehand put away successful, Harry Feast. And they take the initiative here, 9-7-1. Oh, and Edwards is on fire here. Ernie attempt. And the put away, beautiful stuff. And that is 3 opportunities to take this. They take it on the first. The big forehand, the big play. Edwards and Feast come through that match. And what a match it was. Just a little bit too much at the end from Feast and Edwards. And they do indeed take it in 3. Lewis, well done to you as well. You got a bronze medal earlier and now you've got the gold medal in predicting. A 3-game win for Feast and Edwards, and that was a cracking match.
Yeah, that was a really good match. So good to watch. Loads of great points from both teams. And I'm glad one of my bets, or it wasn't really a bet, it was more of a prediction. I'm glad one came right today.
Yeah,
the rest
don't ask me for money after the event, because I'm pretty sure there was no money on that.
That's okay, I'll have words with Steve Bill.
A really great match. Nick, what have you got for us?
I mean, it was a fantastic match to watch, wasn't it? There was really high-level play and all that, and it really just came down to fine margins at the end there. So one thing I can say for Edwards and Feast, they got into the net much more effectively. They got in around about 36% of the time on their serve, as opposed to 20% from Anderson and Lofthouse. That was that patience that we started seeing in the second leg. When they're in at the net over that many points, they were 55% winning, 45% losing. Doesn't sound like a huge margin, but it makes a big difference when you run it out over that many points. And then also I wanted to call out, I mean, we've been mentioning that Harry Feast was a little bit off his game, perhaps on that one. He wasn't serving as effectively. Jack Edwards, I think, played a blinder. I know he made some errors early on, and we shouldn't let that kind of primacy bias get in our heads. Everybody's thirds were going in at a very high percentage, but Jack was the most effective at winning the point with his thirds at around about 44%. So it's, not far off half his points. If he plays the third, he's winning them. And also on his serve, he was the most effective server as well. So we saw him really start to take command at the kitchen line when Harry Feast was struggling. So I think Jack Edwards, not the player that we were expecting to be the star of that one, but he really shone kind of brighter than we thought he might. So well done to him.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nick. Really appreciate that insight, and I'm sure the players out on court will be listening back with interest at some of those observations that you've just made. So many congratulations to our gold medalists here. Feast and Edwards take away gold from the first event in Basingstoke here this year for PickleB. Well done to Anderson and Lofthouse for putting on an absolutely brilliant display, treating us to an absolutely cracking match. And Lofthouse will be disappointed making his way over to the commentary booth, but I think he'll appreciate that that was a really, really strong match from both teams, and fine margins it came down to at the end.
Thanks, Tim, for all your hard work today. I know you've been obviously playing this afternoon and whatever else. It's I think for everyone involved, it's been great days of play of pickleball, and that was a great final to finish everything off. So we're going to be back tomorrow morning at 8:20, I believe, for 18 plus 4-5 mixed doubles, of which Mr. Spurway will be in attendance for that. We will be slightly thin on the ground with commentary, stream director and score people, so bear with us for tomorrow's stream. We'll do our best on a limited crew.
Yeah, not just around. I believe I'm actually playing first tomorrow. That's what I've been told on the stream court.
Okay, well, these things change. We plan.
What are you saying, Simon? And now you found that out. Are you going to take me off?
No, I'm not. Hey, that's above my pay grade. I can't do that. That's Mr. Beale's job. All I know is that I'll write something out tonight, and then it'll change tomorrow morning. So
fair enough. So we just got the players out on court, but from us, at PickleB for this evening. We'd just like to thank as well Spencer and Nia, who were ably doing the cameras and the scoring in their first time doing it, and did it very well indeed. And thanks for stepping in, and thanks to you, Simon, as well, for all of your work today. But from us at PickleB, we will see you tomorrow for some more brilliant action.